here. It's definitely over curling. They've got to hold this. And got theirs, and so they're going to be in a little bit of trouble here. We do want to thank our sponsors, TD, Stroked Ego, the Ottawa Curling Club, U Home, Man Lawyers, Gaines General Contracting. Without our wonderful sponsors and generous sponsors, we definitely couldn't be putting on such a wonderful event that Xander's been one of the organizers, and we want to thank Xander for all of his time and effort this last year.
Thanks.
We'll give thanks to all the committee. There's a large committee, and I can't think of all their names.
We'll have an opportunity to talk more about that throughout the next couple of games, as well as the closing ceremony later on this afternoon.
Looks like they're going to try to come around here. Looks like it's a little wide.
But then they're trying to get the red, so I think there's just yellow left.
They're trying to get to that, but
All right, so let's see if no one's interested in the double. No, roll under.
And this will be the vice, Andy Quigley, going for the hit and roll under. They do have hammer, so they are trying to score a multiple here if possible. Sweepers have backed right off. Got it now.
That was the best strategy.
Made that double, and they're buried.
Is that top yellow sitting second?
I think it's third shot.
Okay.
It's very close for second, third.
Audio for cam. One of the cam audios is on.
Well, it should be.
No, one of the cam. When you take cam, I just took a cam on the live stream. It's like from my left here.
I'm not sure if there's a double necessarily there.
For the yellow, that would be hard.
Be a hard double, but you'd have to be willing to lose one of your back reds to make that double.
It should be. Coming up. Having 5 here. We go to 1. 1's up.
I did not see the weight call, but
2.
I'm guessing.
Guess we'll see when they push off here.
3's up.
Skip's calling outside. Calling board.
All right, that's a high guard here.
So if you're Daniel here, Xander, are you coming around, like splitting the rings, or are you gonna hit and flop over like what he's calling?
Yeah, just try to rip out that red there, and then nestle beside, so it's hard to take out the yellow, protect any possibility of getting that double, but also taking out the red at the same time. Sweepers are completely off. Oh,
There they go. They got it
There we
now. It's starting to move, but it's going to be on the nose.
yeah.
So the yellow's definitely sitting 1-2. Debating on freezing here to the back yellow. The shot is definitely there after playing on this ice yesterday afternoon. There is a lot of late curl and late finish to get it there. So the weight's there, it will be able to get frozen buried.
Team Massey just discussing the shot here.
Do you have any idea where that audio option is that you're talking about? Well, it still is trying to. It's switching to those sources whenever I do it. It's just not. I have it down, right? So it can't.
I'm not hearing you.
Yeah. It's changing a bunch of settings. You can hear me talking. Now you can.
Sweepers are on this early, so they might think it's, oh, now they're on the curl. Oh, there it goes, it broke. So they've really got to hold this now. Really, it's diving towards that front yellow rock.
They
Looks
gotta
like,
get it in the house here.
looks like, ooh.
Oh, great. Oh. Sitting shot.
Sing shot wide open, so
It's an easy hit. And unfortunately, easy hit and roll under as well.
a roll either way will be fine here. You just have to sit in the house. And you'd be sitting 1, 2, and 3. This is Daniel, the skip, first rock here.
Coming 2, 2's up. 1, 2's up.
I'm gonna
2, 2's up.
guess
2's up.
hat control. Wait, there, sweepers are on it now, holding that straight, trying to get some sort of roll. And they got some buried. You looks like it's edge on edge, so you could get to it still.
Yeah, they're up. That would be closer to it. Yeah, so bring the game down.
They're debating their shots. They're talking about a freeze.
Yeah.
Or
They just have to put their rock in a position where they can't, the other team cannot just rip it out and get 3 or 4, which is tough to do. The location of where the rocks are right now. They can try to draw and stick to that yellow that they're currently pointing at.
I don't think the double's there.
No, and that would be risky at this point. So, not sure if they're drawing deeper. They just can't be behind that center yellow because they can just do a run back otherwise.
Yeah. They've either got to freeze to the one of the two, either the back yellow or the yellow that was just hit and rolled.
There's going to be a button on the back of it that's going to change it to 1, but just don't do it right now. Because it's going to make things really loud. It's probably going to set people up. So.
Yeah. Holding it, the weight doesn't look bad, and there it goes on the sweep. That front end's on that.
And red sitting shot, but think, unfortunately, that's going to be
Yeah.
easily ripped out, and they're going to sit.
4. You
That
hit.
yellow is 4th right now. Then yeah, that's unfortunate.
Definitely unfortunate.
But
It's there for the just a nose hit for 4.
I've been doing
Shot looks. They looked on the broom. The sweepers are on it now. Gotta let it curl. There, you gotta curl that. It looks like it's just gonna be 2.
we'll have to see if yellow is 3rd or red is 3rd here.
I heard that earlier. There's no ring that you can push forward?
We'll give you a little update around on the other games. Looks like on sheet 1, team red, Ethan.
Should we say around here?
This, there's 2 against Eddie Chow.
Are you okay to stick with it on manual focus for this one?
I think it's Dave Moncourt scored 2 on sheet 4, and
Okay, answer points here.
looks like
3.
Havarian on sheet 5 scored 1, and Ethan McClaren scored 2 on sheet 1 to start with. It was a score of 3 for Team Ning. So gonna throw up the center guard, and Team Assay has got to definitely get themselves back in with a score of 2 here.
Okay, move 2 now.
These are 6-end games, so can't get down too quickly. I found that out yesterday on my qualification game.
Yeah, it's definitely a different strategy than our normal league curling, and it's very fast paced. It's boom, 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 and if you mess up, it might be game over, even right from the beginning.
100% could be game over really quick. Nice guard. A little off center, but it's a good guard. Now, Team SA is asking for, Felix is asking for the lead, Valerie, to put up a corner guard. Gotta get a corner guard up so they can start coming around to get some points here.
Red is SE.
Looks like it's moving kind of nicely here. There it goes. Should get pretty close to a good corner here for something to come around. So definitely Massey's got some
Okay, 2, 3. I'll start with 3 here. Three's up. 2.
So look like we're just gonna draw around this guard.
looks like Daniel's calling for another center guard right on, but it's looking a little fast here. So it looks like maybe plan B, come around it.
Up.
Coming around it. Double corner now, which is going to help Team SA. You can get one buried there. It's definitely going to be hard to get out quickly.
Rings up. Two's up. 1, 2, 3. Three's up.
Looking pretty good.
Games earlier.
Weight's looking pretty good. Nice come around, buried behind two corner guards.
One. Up. Hit 3 here. He's up. Red. 4. Holds up. 3 again. He's up. 2.
I missed the shot here. I'm corner freeze.
Has to get by this guy. It's gonna wreck. Yeah.
Rack.
Pretty substantial delay between these two cameras.
Does clog up the front, so it's tough for Team SA to get anything without going really, really wide. And it'll be a fresh pass, so it'll be slow, so it'll be tough to judge how much weight to throw.
Yeah, there's definitely a bit of a wall here. But let's see how this wide shot does. Kevin down. Throwing second.
Definitely the widest path we've seen so far. So the weight's looking not bad. And there it goes. The sweepers now have to drag it to get by. So you gotta get the like we said, it was a tough shot being that wide. Wasn't sure how much extra weight to throw. Daniel's calling for the tap back. Calling back 8 weight.
Another thing here I'd like to do next round.
Lots of gardens in play. We need some points here.
So definitely has the tap back's there. It's just gonna be tough for. Just gotta make sure you hit the weight and on the line. Looks like it's Daniel's calling that it's wide. They're definitely on
They're
this.
gonna need to be sweeping this one. I think.
Yeah, it
Oh,
looks like it's
no,
all
we're
over the
okay.
red.
All right, the red has been promoted.
And it's opened it up a little bit for this to get behind even more guard, get behind with all those guards out front. This is what Team Massey wanted to get back into that. Massey to get back into it.
Good opportunity for them.
3. He's up. 2. He's up.
Sweepers are on it early, so they must thought it was a little light out of the hand. Definitely is. It's definitely curling. Definitely gonna have another guard out front.
And it's homing straight for that guard. And it's, yeah. Just not enough weight there.
Looks like he's calling for the. Daniel's calling for the hit and roll.
Be nice and buried behind all those guards.
Yeah, it's if you can get it behind those guards and shot, it's gonna be very tough to get rid of easily this late in the end.
3. He's up. 2. He's up.
It's looking not bad. They're holding it. Looks like it's gonna be on the nose.
He's up. 5.
Little roll, but not a lot.
So that'll give them something to hit and roll under too as well for Tsimasi. I think that's exactly what they'll be doing here.
Yeah, gotta get behind these guards. Oh, they're on it early to hold that straight at all. 'Cause it's wanting to curl. If they've held it, it's there. just a little thin.
Which is like the complete opposite of usual.
So 2 rocks completely out of play now.
So Daniel's calling for the come around from Andy to get it buried, probably top 4. Definitely going wide here. There's lots of curl. The sweepers called it heavy right out of the hand. I think they're calling back 8. It's looking through.
Yeah. It's the path of death here. Too fast, too slow.
It's definitely weight sensitive. If you were heavy at all, it was definitely going to go through. Again, if Team SA can get behind this wall of guards, it's definitely going to be lost.
It still looks a little heavy right now.
Looks heavy.
Just needs to slow down.
Starting to want to slow down, but it looks.
That's back.
Oh, back 12. It's going to hold on.
All right. So red's sitting 2 now.
So
Daniel's gonna again come in for that draw.
yeah, this will be the 4th rock down. We've seen, I think, 1 light and a couple heavy. So
So that's getting a lot of action.
he's watched the path too. So he should be fairly close with his weight.
He was surprising on CBC too.
He's not taking as much ice as he gave Andy on his come around. The weight looks better. The sweepers are on it. So we're definitely not, it doesn't look heavy. Trying to hold it. If it gets by, it looks pretty good. There it goes. It's
Oh, it's really good.
got a buy. It's looking pretty good. They're on it. Second shot now.
Really curled that last minute, eh?
Yeah, Hogline in it really wants to go, and then through just weight wasn't was pretty close, but the sweepers had to go to get it by the guard, so just takes it that little bit extra. Definitely have a chance to get one looped around here and sit 1-2.
So same idea for a draw, but they need less weight. But we'll see what happens to the rock again. They're calling about the same ice as that last shot.
Got to be sitting second. Sweepers are on it early out of the hand, so
Yeah.
they're thinking it's light.
And it does look a little light.
Does look light, but
And they want to keep it from curling because they saw what happened to that last yellow.
if they get a buy, it's looking
It's by. Wow. Great
That is-
sweeping.
And
Right to that yellow sitting in front. Yeah,
it's
great.
1-2.
Great. Excellent play.
They do have the draw to freeze and put right on top. And there is an opportunity for a draw, put it right on top, and take the end away. I think if the tolerance here is to be light, to take the draw. If you come up light and you take the draw path away, you're giving up 2, but you still got the lead, and you'll take hammer. Heavy, Team Massey will have a draw for 3. Sweepers haven't touched this one. It's definitely hanging a little more. Looks heavy. Here it goes. It's starting to curl a little. Can they hold on to it to
Sail
sit
right
second?
by.
No. So Team SA will have a draw for 3 to put themselves right back into this game, tied going into the third.
I think the fear there, giving that extra weight, was they weren't going to get by that guard. So that was Alright, Samuel is giving a lot of ice here.
A lot more ice than
So they really want to make this draw and come not even chance hitting the guard.
I think you might. No, you can't even come to the back yellow to sit for third shot. So
They're going for the 3 points at this last rock.
calling it wide, but there they go. They jump it now. Looks like good communication now. Looking not bad there, weight-wise. There it goes. And that's the draw for 3, so we've got a tie
Amazing.
game now.
Great play, great comeback. Team Marseille.
That's a good way to come back after giving up 3. Take 3 of your own. You're right. It's a new game again.
Yeah, they really figure out the weight and the speed for that side.
So it looks like some updates on sheet 5. The Curl Scouts got 2 in the second end, so they're up 2-1. Sheet 4 hasn't posted the second end that I can see yet. And on sheet 1, Team McCleary is up 4-0. Good center guard. That's what it was called for. Looks like they're Daniel's calling for a corner. Got to get hoping to try to get a good corner to come around. Try to score a 2 or a multiple to get the lead again. That's the lead, Darren Lewis. Looking pretty good there. It's over curling, but you're going to have a corner guard to use. It's a wide corner, but it is something to use. Felix is calling for a come around, probably top 4 from the lead, Valerie. Front end's thinking it's pretty good weight, talking it through, letting the skip know the weight. It's curling pretty nice there.
Yeah, looks good.
It's frozen. It popped out a little on the other side, but it's very tough to hit or you might have half a rock to hit. That's what he's calling for, a hit and roll.
try to get the opposing rocks out of play as soon as possible.
Team Spirit was mentioning at some point since the
It's looking pretty. It's pretty close. They got a buy. On the nose, a little roll. It's out in the open now.
So they'll just reclaim their spot here.
The skip's calling their second Kevin to do a little hit and roll under the center guard. Front end, they're looks pretty good. They're just gotta curl a little. You're gonna hit on the nose, it looks like. I think he's calling control weight. I missed if he wants the roll or just hit right on the nose.
Probably roll wide.
This is the second Brent Steele. It's got to curl just a little. Looks like here it comes. Gonna get it. Roll out.
Empty house.
Skip Felix is calling for the second Kevin Durant to come around and get it buried behind the centerline guard here. Put the pressure back on. Brennan is just keeping it clean. Weight's looking not bad, and they're trying to hold that straight because it's taken off on the curl. Definitely by now. Over curled and came out the other side. Definitely open.
Bit of a chasing game here.
There you go, trying to hold that straight. It's wanting to curl and dive towards the
By the guard.
guard.
easily.
And got it hit and rolled.
Is it buried?
About half buried. You probably see about half of it, maybe 3/4. It was a really good sweep and really good throw.
Yeah, great judgment there.
Definitely gonna try to chip that out. I think he called board weight, manageable weight.
You're busy. By the end of the day, it's like, oh, you know what? My feet are sore. Oh, yeah, this is sore. Oh, yeah.
They're definitely trying to hold that to get it by the guard. It's diving towards that guard pretty quickly. Just caught the guard.
Unfortunate. Yeah.
It's wide open, so I'm thinking, yeah, Daniel's definitely calling Andy quickly for come around those two wide corner guards to try to get something buried.
2 is up. 3 can go back on the shot here.
looks pretty close. When oh, they're calling heavy now.
I think Damon's camera's a little forward in the
It's through, eh?
Looks like it's through, yeah. So just hitting just a little roll to the wide side, just trying to stay away from the wide corners. It's definitely there. They're
Oh,
that
wow.
took that picked.
Yeah, that was, just went sideways.
Yeah, definitely looked like
Wow.
it picked something or
Unfortunate. Straight 90 degree.
yeah. We've all had those, haven't we? Where you just looks good and it just goes 90 degrees and there's not much you can do at that point. The weight definitely looks better on this shot. The sweepers are on that. It's diving towards the corner. Can't overdo it. You gotta get into the ring somewhere. And he definitely has. Sitting 1-2, which is quite nice. I'm thinking Team SA is gonna hit and try to the long roll. I don't think the double's there, but if you could hit and get over, maybe
Double's a bit shallow, yeah.
maybe try to get a piece buried, force the play over that way to give yourself maybe a double on your last.
Throwing the out turn looks like a straight hit, eh?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It looks like they're trying to get that roll. And it's pretty close. There you go. Wow, and got
Wow.
the double.
Amazing, wow.
Wow.
Unfortunately not sticking around, but good way to get rid of the opposing team's rocks.
It was definitely a very shallow double, and they made that, so that's wonderful. It's a beautiful shot, beautiful team shot. I did not see where he's
Daniel's probably looking for the draw behind these guards here.
trying to get what we like to call the skipper's deuce. It's not. She won. Looks like there's a lot of red in play. Looks like there's going to be a. Wow. On sheet one, we just saw a triple made.
Who is that by?
Wes. Who's Wes, Xander?
The great Wes Forget.
Yeah. He just made a triple,
Triple run back?
yeah, triple run back, opened for a skipper there to try to get some points to get them back into this game. And looks like Daniel's just a little heavy, which,
Completely through.
yeah. And now,
Open house for Team Aussie.
yeah, and I'm not sure. It looks like they're just going to play the straight come around. You could try on the other side very soft split. So you would tap the one just outside, just in, and try to roll a little bit and really put the pressure on. But he's going to just do a straight come around. If he can get this buried, it's going to force the team just to take one. So
Give them the hammer for the next round.
take control of the game. If you just force them to take one, the curling allergies force the team to take one, take two, and you have the hammer. So this, if it gets buried, it's there. The sweepers are on it early,
Two's up, sorry. Three's up.
but it looks like might be a little heavy. Sweepers are backed right off. So
Same path as Daniel.
yeah, definitely through. So now Daniel can just throw it through, take the hammer into 4.
As long as he can find that right draw weight here.
I'm thinking he's just going to throw it through to keep the hammer. It's his last. Nothing in the house. So we're going to have a blank end here in 3. So sheet 5 here. Looks like it's 6-1 for the Curl Scouts. Now, we did have an award here that the Curl Scouts did win. They won the Spirit of Curling Award. It was voted on by all of the teams that were playing this weekend. It was Skip, Jeff,
Homer. Yeah.
Adam Masson.
Yeah.
Second, Matt Sandry, and lead Jake Wagner. So congratulations to them for putting the Spirit of Curling in this weekend. It was definitely fun, and last night was karaoke, and Jake definitely got a singing voice.
Yeah, the teams were here till late last night, so glad they were able to rally and join us back early this morning.
Good center guard there for Team SA. Can't see the score yet on sheet 4. I don't see an update from. Once we have an updated score, we'll give an update on sheet 4. Daniel called the corner guard here. It's looking pretty good for there. It's got to stop any time now and be a good corner. Skipper Felix Dodson is calling Valerie the lead to come around and get behind the center line guard that they just threw. Looking a little wide.
Needs to curl in.
It will on this ice. If the weight's there, it will curl.
There you go.
We've had wonderful ice all weekend, thanks to Rick, Allen, and all of his ice team here. We always have wonderful ice here at the Ottawa Curling Club. Daniel's calling for the hit and roll under. Like a bumper or board weight.
Update on sheet 1. Yellow took 1 with the hammer, so we're at red at 4.
4-1, yeah. Going into the 4th end. Sweepers are on this. It's looking pretty good. It's going to get it. Did it spin? It spun in.
Is it biting?
It's biting. Got
Got
the
an early morning biter.
skipper's calling Kevin for a come around, trying to get it buried again under their centerline guard. Really trying to put the pressure on, trying to force.
Right behind, they're running out of chances. Ends are coming up.
Gotta force here. Gotta definitely. Ooh, this is going sideways.
Kevin Gannon not happy over there.
I didn't.
Unfortunate.
It looks light, so definitely was a lighter throw.
Three's up.
I didn't see what the call was here. Are they just peeling the center guard? Looks like they're peeling the center guard and trying to maybe get a roll. Just right on the nose.
Place that guard there.
Think
Pull
you're
that Red Rock out of play.
think you're gonna find another come around. He should be close with the weight. He just threw this, so he was a little light on the first, but he should get that feel.
Kevin looking for this redemption on his weight.
Sweepers like this one. It's starting to go. Looks a little light again, but if the sweepers can get it by, it's quite nice. It's diving towards the center line.
No, it's gonna
No.
stick right to this guard.
Daniel's calling for the come around, I think, trying to get it. Definitely calling for the come around. Now trying to get a deuce here. Looks like it might be a little heavy. Might be a plan B type of shot. Try to catch some on the and kind of get a tick.
Promote it a bit.
Oh no, just missed
By
it.
now through. Ah, that's unfortunate.
It's plan B, trying to catch a little
Yeah.
tap and roll under, but
Three's up.
this will be the third
Two.
here.
One back to back. It's a weird looking cut.
The skipper, Felix Dodson, is calling for a come around here. This will be the third one. It should be. Team's seen this a while, so it should be pretty close weight wise. Sweepers are on it early, so they may have thought it was a little light.
Pretty good chance. Audio line is just 100%.
Yeah, it's
It's got a curl. There it goes. If they can drag it there, it's going to be buried.
They really want it buried.
Yeah,
They want.
really trying
they
to
don't
get
want
it
to have
deep
that chance
and-
to rip it out here.
I missed the shot there, but it looks like they get it by. They're on the red that was just thrown. Definitely on the red, and they're going to get the roll to the open.
Yeah.
Yellow sitting 1-2.
yeah. It gets horrible. So yeah.
They can roll either way here.
So wait. So it's balanced.
There's staggered guards on each side, so yeah, definitely a hit and roll either way. definitely make it tough to get back at that rock.
Somewhat with the
Okay.
their second rock.
Freeze us right now.
They got that now. They got it right away. The sweepers picked that up. Trying to hold that straight to get that roll under. They got it definitely under.
Taking ox out of that definitely is easy as well.
Oh, it's open.
I don't have a
That's
Half buried maybe?
so you could have a grapple.
yeah, they're definitely gonna.
Definitely have to chase that and try to chip that out and roll the other way.
Yeah, I mean, anything I'll maybe just add 4 to 6 dB in audio line. Just see if it.
Because I wonder if that USB button is changing it, but for some reason you can feel it in one or the other.
One of these things were like yesterday.
Weight looks nice. Sweeping it to get it to move. Got it. Rolls out.
Rolls
but
out.
Definitely got
Randy,
it out.
this comp from here. It's I don't think it's plugged in.
I see it too.
It's running in. That's his, he should be good. Maybe we have to.
I think they're calling for the come around here. Try to get buried. The other call, you could chip the yellow that shot, the only one in the house, and try to roll buried.
I'm not, that really, I picked up that one thing. I'm listening on your conversation.
Yeah, you could chip that biter out and roll behind all the corner, all the guards out on the left there. It's not an easy shot, but they have elected for, I believe, the come around to try to get buried.
I feel like WhatsApp is better than Discord.
Yes. Because of that, I was doing my successful
Definitely, the draw weight, the skipper here, Felix, has seen a whole bunch of rocks this way. Somebody else calling wide, so, but the sweepers are on it because it's light, so you got to drag it there. It is going to curl, just, it's all about weight now. Nice
Oh, I
and
think that's
buried.
buried. Yeah, that's great. Great judgment.
Probably can see a little bit with the ice conditions and the movement. You probably could get to that with hack
Oh, they
weight.
look confident right away.
If you can get there with hack weight, you can definitely get to that and tap it out and roll under.
We're all gonna be mic drop shots.
The skipper here, definitely hack weight. Weight looks pretty good. Gotta hold this straight here. Gotta hold it because it's gonna want to curl. They get it by the guard. It's definitely there. By the guard. Little chip. Nice sweep and buried. Wonderful shot.
Nice shot. That was great.
And that's impossible. I don't think you can get to that. So Team SA has a choice to try for a really thin double. You could try to chase that second shot and try to chip it out and roll buried, or you could come around. It would be a tough you're giving up a chance to give up 3 here. So if I'm Philippe or Felix, sorry, I'm hitting something, hitting one of the yellow. You're willing to give up. You're okay if you give up 2. You do not want to give up 3 here.
C'est nécessaire. Ah oui, je vois le 4.
Whites are a bit better.
Looks like they're.
Are they reevaluating the shot here?
He asked for a little bit more ice when he got down there, so I believe he's going to try to hit the a little chip and roll or a double. Looks like a control weight with that ice. Looks like we do have a final on sheet 5. It looks like the Curl Scouts won. That's wonderful. They've had a really good weekend. Call him wide. There it goes. Oh, just flashed it.
Completely through. Oh, that's unfortunate.
I mean, they draw for 3 here.
Oh yeah, 3 with the biter, eh?
Yeah. So, I mean, they gave up 3 in the first and came back in the second with 3. So, you can go back and put up another crooked number. Throw looks good. Sweepers are just giving it a clean. They're on it now. Weight doesn't look bad on it. Oh, they're calling a little heavy now.
I don't want to touch it at all. They need it touching the rings.
Yeah. It's there for 3. Beautiful draw.
All right. Demon with 3. So we're at 6-3.
6-3. Going into the 5th end.
Half of this team normally plays with our league president, actually, Steve Horwood. I think that's Andy and Brent here. Then Darren and Daniel are normally play together as well during our Sunday league, the Rainbow Rockers.
Calling for a center guard, and Sweepers haven't touched it. Looks like they're going now. Good judge there. Looks like it's going to be a good centerline guard.
On sheet 4, looks like they took 6 in the 3rd end, so they're just starting their 4th end. So that's Team Monker took 6 in the 3rd end for a total of 8-1.
Team SA is going for a corner guard here. Got to get a corner guard up to get some something to come around. Looks like it's heavy. The sweeper's backed right off.
Yeah.
Looks like that's through. And it looks like Darren's first one might be a biter up at the top of the house. I think he's calling for a centerline guard again.
Team Masse is going to need to really fight back. We only got the send and one more.
Coming around deep, trying to get it buried behind the biter. It's through, unfortunately, though. Definitely got to get a corner here. Got to have something to come around to work with to get 2 or 3 points here. It's looking like a good corner here. Just got to put on the brakes a little bit. Just stops in time. Got a corner there. You can't. Daniel's calling for a come around of that biter. Try to get something buried. Keep the pressure on.
I did too.
Sweepers. Oh, it's curling. Might be on top of. Oh, it lost its handle. That's unfortunate. It lost its handle.
Just trying to keep it under control here, doing the best he can, but looks like it's right on the edge there.
But I did my last book and gone. I stayed listening to the karaoke there with talking about karaoke and Jake gets to hear you before I left.
Oh yeah, no, your rendition.
Nice.
Corner guard or coming around? I missed the. Looks like corner guard. Try to get something high.
Even just talking.
You got to get some things around.
I noticed myself last night.
Yeah.
There you go. That's a good high corner guard. That's perfect to.
Drunk was saying, all right.
Yes.
You're not yelling for one day.
I'd be tempted to peel here. You're up 3.
Yeah,
You could hit that guard. Try to open it up.
Just got rid of the red rocks.
I was drinking more Saturday than or no, on Friday than I did yesterday. I mean, just having beverages generally.
I think they elected for the come around. Try to keep the pressure on. Get it buried behind
I've just been drinking
the
extra vitamin C so much.
yellow rock. Nice delivery there by Brent. They are calling heavy, so you could do plan B.
Oh,
and
they're right on it.
yeah, plan B is to definitely move this red, but you don't want to tap it too late where you're going to put 2 in. Push that.
And that is exactly what happened.
Yeah. Team SA is only sitting 1 still. Red's not in, but I think they're going to play the little. Just tap that red back, put it in for second. Nice delivery there. Sweepers like it. They haven't got onto it yet. There, Skipper's called them on and off, which is always a good sign, and starting to curl there. It looks pretty good. Nice shot. Tapped it right back. It's a little deep, but you can work with that.
It's in, yeah.
It's in. You're sitting 2 with hammer. You'll take that every day. It looks like.
we'll just do one round. Doesn't make any sense to do.
Would you want to do this draw the next one, or do you want
Yeah.
to do just this one?
No, we'll do this one and we'll do a couple.
Okay.
He's called for the hit. Like a control weight.
Yeah. That,
Oh, it's taken off. If they can hold it, it's there. It might be all over the red guard. All over that red guard, it looks like.
guard doing its job.
Ooh, did they catch the back one thin enough to push it?
It's
No,
biting.
it's.
Although,
is it
is it
second
yeah.
or third?
Yellow looks like it's second, actually.
Yeah. So you're still okay if your Team SA being first and third, because you do need to score at least 2, and second shot is wide open. So looks like he's calling for the come around. Gonna keep the pressure on here, trying to put up a minimum of 2. Would love to get a third.
So they're drawing around.
Drawing around, trying to get it buried behind that yellow corner guard, trying to sit second, I'm thinking. Sweepers are calling it a little heavy, but it's starting to go now. And as long as it's in there for second, and they're definitely going to try to get that to curl to move at all. And it's in there for second, and it's buried. You could chase it with the guard being so high, but it's definitely
Oh, he wants to hit and roll under.
yeah. It's control weight. With the ice, it's definitely there for the chase. It's tough.
Commentators had access to the same graphics, and they could update the scores and the names, and you could also.
Nice delivery there on the broom, but it looks like it's going early. It looks like it's going to be all over the yellow guard up front. Unless the sweepers can hold it. Caught the,
correct.
but you're going to catch a little bit of a break there. Oh, you caught a little bit of a break. Rolled the
There's some good and bads in that shot.
yeah. Rolled the yellow one in for third, but it's
So
pretty open.
are they gonna hit this yellow and try to split it out, or
You could hit the yellow, or what the skipper's talking about is a draw to the open side. If you draw to the open side, you're pretty much there's nothing guaranteed in rec curling, but it's a good shot to score 3 or 4 here. So he's calling for the draw to the open side, so you just have to be in the rings somewhere. Ideally, T-line, full 8 foot would be wonderful. Sweepers are on it early. They're on it early, so they've and the skippers come out to help. This is never fun for a skipper to have to come out and sweep, but it looks like it's good now. It looks like the sweepers definitely dragged it. You're okay with that. It's gotta just drag it a little. That's not bad. You do have the double.
yeah?
Or the hit and roll. Would have liked it a little deeper, but the pressure's on. Red sitting 1, 2, 3, and sitting 5th shot. So definitely have to make this shot. If they can get a nice hit and roll under or a double, it's going to limit the damage here. Looks like an update on sheet 4. It looks like Moncor took another one. It looks like it's 9-1 now, going into, and they're playing in the 5th. Daniel asked for a little bit of less ice when he came down looking from the hack. It's going to be pretty close. Ooh, it took off. Wow, that really took off. It really took off. It looks like they're going to catch not the one they called for, but they've caught something. Unfortunately, rolled out. That really took off. I'm not sure if he got the rock started or just not enough ice or not enough weight, but it definitely curled a lot.
Opportunity here for Massey.
You don't want to necessarily come around the yellow that's third because you want to be able to get rid of it on your last. So the other option is where the third Samuel is pointing is way over edge of the 8-12 and split the rings even more to give yourself a score, an opportunity to score a big number here. I kind of like splitting the house even wider. Forces another hit and roll, and you might have a double to put up a really crooked number.
So with a hammer, why not rip that top yellow?
Right now, if you rip the top yellow, Daniel's going to have a double on his second. His last. You're going to have the crosshouse double. You really want to score. You're down 3. You're in a really good spot right now to score 3 or 4 minimum right now. So if you split the house right now, it forces Daniel to make a decision how much you're willing to give up.
Right.
So right now, if you have a double there, you really don't want to give them an opportunity to make something and cut you down to 2. So if you can split the house even wider, anywhere in the rings, you're okay because it forces a double or it puts the pressure on. So I definitely do like this call of splitting the house, going wide over edge of 8, and put the pressure on the other team. Ideally, you don't want to freeze necessarily on your right over there on the other side on the 4 foot or the 8 foot. So you want to get it. Even if you tap your back, they're calling through, which is not necessarily great. Called wide and called through, which is never. It's never a good sign when they call wide and heavy.
Could not find that weight there.
So Daniel's going to have the exact same shot if he wants it. Even if he hits it on the nose, it's tough to give up. It would be a really thin double. So hitting on the nose is not the worst. The only concern you would have with the hit and roll if you don't make it or you don't make the double is you're going to leave him a double, a fairly potentially easy double for 3, which it's not wonderful, but you'd be coming home with the hammer tied, so you're not in the worst spot.
Is there a potential for a run back here?
You could make the double on the rock sitting on the 4 foot and biting and catching the one on the back of the 12 foot. That's definitely there, and you would only give up 2, which you're also ideally that's what you're okay to give up 2. You would rather not give up 3. You would love to come home with a lead of 1 or 2 with hammer. You're definitely in the best spot. Update on sheet 1. It looks like it's 6-1 for team McLaren. Let's see, he took a little bit more ice on this shot. It's a little different path than when he threw the first one. Ooh, they're trying to hold that. It looks like it wants to curl. You've got to catch some of it.
Brent's really sweeping it.
Yeah, hit and
Right into the yellow.
wonderful. I'm not sure how you make a double there for 3.
No.
I don't think there's a double there. I think you take your 2 and hope you can steal. I really don't think there's a double there where you can make anything for
It's like
3.
Yeah, it's stuck right to that red there.
You're gonna lose. You would lose your red. I'm fairly comfortable. You're gonna lose your red. So for 2, that might be the easiest shot to get 2. I'm not sure how much you can see from the hack of that rock that just was rolled over.
Alright, Samuel and Felix.
Looks like they're going for the double.
double.
You've got to score here. You can't give up a steal and be down 4 going into the last end. It's very tough to come back from down 4.
We gotta weigh the risk.
Not. It'll be, if it's there, it's very tough. So, be. Sweep. They're definitely trying to curl this. It's got to curl. It's got to curl. It's no, not going to curl enough. Gonna give up a steal 1.
Dang.
So
That's
Team NG will
unfortunate.
take a lead coming home in the 6th, up 4. So this is the position if you're coming home with hammer, you're up 4. You're in the driver's seat right now. So you might see some rocks coming through. Because just gonna start throwing some rocks through, because rocks in play are not gonna help Daniel right now.
Sheet 4 is shaking.
Oh, yeah, sheet 4 shake. It looks like it's Team Encore's 1, and they'll be moving on. Nice and through.
Nice and through.
Nice and through. That's what you like as a
They're
skipper
just-
when you're up a big number.
Warm up the ice.
Yeah, you're just throwing it through. Ideally, you would like one of your sweepers to stay along with it to make sure it doesn't grab anything. But as a skipper, that's what you like to nice and through. Just don't underthrow this. Team Essays, you gotta throw some corners. You might see double corners, you might see corners on each side. You've gotta be able to they need things to come around to get some points. Here comes another through. So just through the house again. So Team SA is going to go for the double corners. Sweeper's called heavy out of the hand, so if it's in the house, you'll probably see a hit. So it's got to stop. It's got to be out of the house here. It looks good. Came off quite nicely. You got your corners on each side, so Team Massey's done what they want to. So Daniel can call one of two options. You could throw it through the house again, force them to, yeah. So that's what he's called for. He's calling for it to come through. Rocks in play do not help the yellow right now. They've got to definitely more rocks in play help Team Massey.
Yeah, you don't want to give them anything to cling on to, unfortunately.
Yep, it's gonna hit the red
wow.
there.
And it cannot because the 5 rocker rule.
Yeah, you can't remove that
So
rock.
they stopped it early.
So, ooh, and Daniel took a spell.
The first death drop of the live stream here.
Yeah, and he just knew. He looked right at the camera as soon as he was going down. He knew, and he definitely checked in to make sure that it was live on TV. And so they're opting for another double corner, which, I mean, you could. That's
Gotta get some rocks in here.
yeah.
soon.
You're running out of rocks here, so they're just gonna start peeling now. So I was surprised that they didn't come in and try to get something buried.
Yeah, because you're left with.
You don't have many rocks. All your rocks from you have 5 rocks left, so 4 of them have to count. 5 for the win. So, ooh, wide. That's the miss that Team SA is looking for. So,
Yeah, an opportunity.
gonna come around and gotta get this buried somewhere. It's just gotta be in the house. Just gotta be buried. Update on sheet 1. It looks like Team Eddie Chow scored 2 in the 5th, so they're down 6-3 without hammer. Sweepers jumped this early, so they're feeling that it's light. They've got to get it by some of these guards.
Wow.
And it's really going. It looks really light. Got to get it, even if you're not there, you've got to get it light.
Daniel's gonna rip those out.
Oh yeah, just you're coming up. You're gonna find you've got to hit something. Hit. You've got to just remove rocks. Just remove anything. And he's got it started a little inside, but there's a lot of guards over there, so you're gonna be able to hit something, which is fine. Left a guard, which isn't ideal. At this point, you would have liked to just peel and roll out. So Team SA's gotta make all their last 4 rocks count
Yeah,
for a
Semrel
tie.
needs to find their way here. A little dance going on.
Yeah, we had a little
sheet
dance
1.
going on sheet 1. Not sure if the live cameras picked that up, but that was great. I really hope it did on that. It's just got to get buried. Anywhere in the house is what you need. Throw looked good. Sweepers aren't on it. They're just keeping it clean, which is always a good sign. Can't be heavy. Doesn't look it at all. Looks quite nice, actually. Here it goes. It's going to get buried. Gotta get this buried. Can't give an easy hit. It's buried. Buried top 4. That's now. Daniel had 2 calls here. He could do the freeze, what he's going for, or I probably personally would have just been playing something up front, just eliminating some guards. I would have potentially, if I'm yellow, maybe trying to just pick it clean or running it back. Perfect freeze here will take the end away pretty much. Sweepers are just walking with it. They're on it to try to get the sweep. It's looking heavy. It looks like it's through. Team SA's just got to put another one right on top of that, what they just threw. Got to get everything to count, so. Throw looks good. Again, gotta be in the house anywhere. Sweepers are calling a little heavy. It's gotta curl. It's right now all over that red guard, but here it goes. Gotta get this somewhere in the house. Gotta have it in the house, and there it goes. It's gotta stay in the house anywhere for them to have a chance. Daniel's really on that. Sticks around, so gotta make. There's 2 in the house and
2 rocks left.
Yeah, 2 rocks left. You need all of those to count. So Daniel has basically, if he throws a freeze, he can be heavy. He's just got to be on top of the red, right where Andy's pointing. That would take the end away, and I'm not sure how they would score 3. Corner freeze up top on the one on the forefoot would be okay as well. That would take the end away because I'm not sure. Well, you'd have maybe a slash to score multiples. Again, we want to thank our sponsors, TD, Stroked Ego, the Ottawa Curling Club, Skanes General Contracting, Man Lawyers, and U Homes. Oh, Daniel asked for just a little bit more ice. This is a critical shot. He's got to get it there. The sweepers are walking with it. They're calling heavy, but starting to curl now. It's starting to come down quite nicely. Corner frozen. Don't really want to bump this much. So corner frozen. That's nice. That may end the game.
Yeah, hard to get rid of that.
You could follow it down maybe with like back 4 weight kind of bump. Maybe not even back 4. You got to bump your red that it's corner frozen to just back a little bit and sit corner on the red. You be kind of your only shot here to try to still score. I think that's your play. Like that's what they're talking about right now. Yeah, that's the shot I think you would be calling. They're calling back 8. Back 8 maybe would be the maximum of the weight you could throw. If you can get there and tap your red that's shot right now back to back 8 and stay frozen on it, you might have a shot on your last for the tie. Do you see anything?
there's no promotion. Oh. We have some listeners in from home.
Some of our Rainbow Rocker are listening and watching from home, which is wonderful. It's definitely, they're definitely talking back 8, which I think is kind of the max weight you could throw without losing. You cannot lose any of your red that are in the house right now. That's kind of, you've got to move your red back a little bit, stay corner frozen, and you cannot lose any of your red in the house. So if he goes through, that will be the game.
Yeah, and then they're shaking hands and getting more coffee.
Should be quite close. Back, no more than back 8 weight. Back 4, if he's a little light, he's like back 4 weight, he'd be okay. Oh, they call him wide, which is not a good sign. You don't want, wide is not good. Trying to get that to curl.
Yeah.
Looks like they're starting to. They're really getting that thing to go.
They're really.
I'm not sure how they score 4 now. Daniel's just going to hit something. Even if Daniel threw this rock away, I'm not sure there's a shot there for 4.
They just gotta hope and see what happens. There's no risk in playing it out.
No risk at all.
Just gotta hope something happens to move things around.
If you remove
hope,
anything,
opportunity.
You've got the win. Delivery looked wonderful. Sweepers along. They're trying to get this to curl. It's on the guard. Looks like it's on the yellow guard. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no. Wrecked up front. There is...
There's
how much
opportunity.
you could see,
There's
there might be
opportunity.
a double there for the tie.
This is what they wanted, an opportunity, and there's something here.
So it looks like you got to make the double and stick for the tie. So they're lining this up. It's very tough to. It's tough. It's there. You can't remove any of your red. Anything in the back of the house. It's got to be there. And you don't have to move the yellow kind of top 8 far to score your 4 for the tie. You've got to remove the one sitting biting the 8 foot, and you just have to move the one. I think the other yellow may be a rock and a half. So you got to stick around. You got to make solid contact, and we're gonna have draw to the button potentially. Oh,
Felix with his
whoa.
last rock.
It's close. It's close. It's close. No.
Oh.
Jam. Oh. Well, that's a
Good
wonderful
attempt,
game.
Great game. Both sides.
Yeah, wonderful
Really
game.
well done.
That was a wonderful game. Well played by both teams. Shaking hands and
Yeah. Thanks, Team Safe, for coming out all the way from Montreal.
yeah, it's wonderful to see the teams from all over Canada.
And we'll pick up again with the next game, which will be Team Douglas versus the Bosses.
So we'll see you, I think,
In a few minutes.
yeah, very shortly. Thanks for joining us. leads here. I'm trying to think. Trying to look to see. Oh, Team Peter Douglas has yellow and has the hammer. So this will be the lead for Team Bosses, Jacques Fortin.
Yeah.
Looks like the skip, Stefan, is calling for a draw of center guard. Sweepers are calling heavy.
So the colors are off on the screen. Don't look at that. Oh yeah, Douglas is not throwing right now.
No. And, split the house. Wasn't the call, but it definitely works.
Yeah, as long as you keep that rock sort of close to the center line, you're going to force play there without the hammer. That's fine. Peter Douglas doesn't want any of it, so they're going to hit it right away and try to roll maybe in front of that red off to the side and protect their stone.
And this is Peter Douglas's lead, Paul Forrest. Sweepers are just along for the ride here, which is always not a good sign.
Maybe make this accidental double here? Almost.
Almost got it out.
Yep.
Now, in the first game, if you're with us, me and Xander were talking about Wes's triple that he made.
What triple? Hello?
Yeah. So yeah,
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm Wes Forget.
yeah.
I play with Team Chow.
And we were talking because we got very distracted by your triple. We were.
Was it on the stream? Can I go back and watch it?
Yeah, a little bit. You catch the end of it, yes.
Perfect.
And we'll give you updates on all five sheets on what scores. So this is second, Colin Heeb. I think again calling for a center guard. Now this looks quite heavy. It looks like it's probably gonna go. No, it's gonna stay, but it's really deep.
Yeah, so Team Douglas is always trying to figure out a way to score 2 here. So are they really worried about rocks behind the T line? My answer is no, but they're going to hit them. You could just throw a freeze for fun, into any of those 2. And then if, the other team jams, you hit the other one and then you probably get 2. But they're just trying to keep things open in the first end. The ice does change quite a bit from end to end, so
Found
maybe
that
they're just
out.
trying to keep it simple early.
Found that out yesterday. It's gonna just miss. It just over curled. So definitely, it's tough there. Sorry, this is second Ivan LaRue from Team Bosses. Calling for centerline guard. So they're calling heavy again. At worst, with it being heavy, it's going to create a little pocket, it looks back. Oh, stopped just in front of the T line, but now if you're Douglas, you've got to start removing rocks.
Yeah, or think about what you've done up until this point. Is there a way to maybe bump that back and roll and create like a little basket at the back of the forefoot, just to start ensuring that your rocks can't be removed?
If you were to do the little tap back, probably like back 4-way, just to keep it kind of on like a line, like start creating a wall back there.
Yeah, manufacture an opportunity from the rocks that are in the house instead of just trying to hit your way out of it. Because right now what we're seeing is, a little bit of over curls. Maybe if we keep our rocks in play by throwing a little bit less weight, we'll have an opportunity later in the end. Because now the other team is the Bosses. They're just looking at guarding their rock. That's pretty much in a perfect spot top 4.
Yeah, this is Chris Copperwaith. He does play in our Rainbow Rocker League. He's playing with the Team Bosses from Montreal.
Yeah, anyone else tuning into the stream would know that the out turn, going away, that counterclockwise turn is really curling quite a bit. So you need to take a little bit extra ice on all those. The in turn, not as much. We'll we'll see if these teams can pick up on the difference in sides throughout the game. This one looks like I got plenty of curl either way.
Yeah, over curled a little bit, so you still have access to shot rock here. I don't. You can almost see all of it. It looks maybe edge on edge, but you probably can't play a lot.
Yeah, and I don't think you want to play a lot of weight. I think you want to throw one of those softer like board weight takeouts, try to get a little bit of a flip under, and then use this newly minted corner guard that for to your advantage and try to get your two that way.
Looks like he started it. The sweepers are on it, trying to hold that. It looks like it might be all over the corner guard that was just there.
Which is fine. You're opening up the scoring area, opening up access to the shot rock. And so the bosses are just going to look to rinse and repeat here and make sure they get good solid coverage on that rock top 4, and then force Team Douglas to make that tight draw of the button on their last.
Sweepers are on this a little early. It looks like it's light. Quite light.
Oh, still has some legs?
No.
It just got a little wider of paths they've used, and so it was running a little bit slower. The sweepers recognized that. They swept it right away, but still a little bit too much to make up that distance when it's a fresh path. You really need both sweepers down the whole way to give it a chance early.
We've had wonderful ice all weekend here.
Absolutely.
Our ice maker here, Rick, and his ice team have kept all weekend from Thursday night on. Gives us great ice. We always have great ice here at the Ottawa Curling Club.
It's really nice because it's really consistent. It doesn't really change. Like, we were throwing basically the same draw weight every game so far.
Yeah,
we're being really nicely treated here.
Which is wonderful. That's all you can ask for as a curler, rec or professional. Something consistent that you can at least.
And then it's you when you made a mistake. It's like, oh no, I did that. Yeah.
And we all do that.
In the ice. It's too good.
Yeah. And for us, it's all the time. Oh, in rec, yeah, I was wide or I was light. Like,
yes.
You know. So asked for a little bit less ice when he got down to the hack. I'm guessing he's just trying to throw up a guard to cover shot rock.
Yeah.
Shot rock is behind the tee line, so Team Douglas could freeze to that and still get his double, as skippers do.
I think if this guard is made, you will see Peter Douglas walk up and throw the draw right around it, make it, and then just dare the bosses to make a better draw against the two.
And this is skipper Stefan, so he looks wide.
So these sweepers should be thinking about, if this is not going to be guarding anything, we have to be in the rings, because then we at least can force our opposition to a single if it's good. Leaving this short is not great.
So I think you're going to see Peter try to hit and roll under, or almost all the way under. What do you think? Edge on edge would be?
Yeah, the problem with rolling behind the corners, you do kind of hand your opposition a loaded gun. They can freeze around the situation we were just talking about, but in favor of the other team. So even if you hit and nose this, then you make them play the perfect hit and roll. At this point in the bond spiel, it's no longer a point spiel. You're trying to go for the win. So the nose hit or a hair of a roll away is probably good, because then their hit and roll back is much harder. That being said, if you feel good about them not making that draw, go for hit and roll dead buried. Just dare them to make that freeze and then get your two.
Now on this side, if he was to get buried, it would be tough, because this is, I think, the first or second shot down this area.
Yep.
So
Another good argument for just make them make a really tough shot early. And he's made the nose hit there, so he's pretty happy with that. They have to make a really good hit and roll back to avoid the blank.
And it's tough to read the ice when there's first rock or two down. You know that it's going to be a little slower. It's fresh ice out there, so you're not necessarily you tend to overthrow it just knowing that it's going to be slower, and that's where you will see some flashes or hit and rollouts pretty easy and quick here. He looks like he may have got this started.
And remember, this is the side that gets some extra curl.
And he's,
It looks like a flash.
yeah, he flashed it. Peter Douglas is going to have a draw for 2 here.
And 5 minutes ago, I wouldn't have said this
No.
was going to be the case or the layout of the rings, but the game changes so fast. And there you go. Make your opposition just make some simple shots, and eventually you'll get a break. And Peter Douglas has a nice open draw for 2.
He's got to remember that he is taking a wider path too, so he does have to keep in mind that he is going to take a little wider path. He's definitely going to need to add a little bit extra weight than what you normally would call for a draw.
I agree, and because this side does curl that extra, let's say half a foot, it is traveling a little bit farther as well. So you
Yeah.
need a little bit more weight because it's traveling a longer arc to get to its destination. And they can also run into their own yellow and bump it a bit. They can be a bit heavy and diffuse some of the weight because there's no other reds in the rings that they're trying to outscore.
Yeah, and yesterday when we were throwing this turn, when I was on the sheet, we were outside of 12 for draw to the button. Which
Just
is
waving to myself on the camera, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, they're on it now.
Yeah, you definitely want to keep a broom down on these ones, even if you think they're close, just in case you hit a fresh spot and it slows down. But it looks like the sweepers are pretty confident that it's in the rings or a little bit heavy. And so we'll just watch this one come to rest here.
Got his
Looks
2.
just about perfect, yeah. Well judged by the sweepers to not oversweep that.
So that's 2 for Team Douglas, and see if there's any scores up on the other sheets.
On sheet 1, we have the mic drop against Team Francis. It looks like Francis is looking at throwing a little freeze or tap for 2, or at least to sit 2. There's still a couple more rocks to come there.
Sheet 3, they're in the second end, but I can't see a score yet.
Nothing's been posted.
Yeah. And on sheet 5, I can see that, which is it's Morphin Time is up 1-0 against. I can't see the other team. I am so sorry. The way this angle is, it's tough to sometimes see who you.
Corbet from Montreal.
Corbet. So Peter Douglas is calling for was calling for a center guard. It's a little heavy and a little wide, so it's come in top 8, which is.
Yep.
You're okay with that as well?
Yeah, you have that lead. You're not too worried about the center guard being in first because you know the other team is going to throw a corner. So a lot of teams are either going top 4 and then throwing a tight guard, or you can throw the tight guard and then go around. Both are acceptable.
This looks very heavy. It looks like they're going to call for plan B, which is the hit. They've got it.
Yep.
If I'm Peter Douglas, I'm still going to throw the centerline guard.
Oh, I might hit this if I was Peter Douglas.
He's calling for the hit. It's only your lead second rock. I might call for a centerline guard and keep some pressure on.
Yeah.
It's going to be early, so it's even if you make a centerline guard and they come around, this rock's going to be wide open still.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you have to think about your goal for each end. If it was me, I'd be like, oh, good, I can probably blank this end now because they've missed the corner guard. But now we've got the delayed corner guard situation where there's no rock in the 4-foot, there's no rock above the T line, and we should be calling a corner guard here, but we're going into the rings.
It's definitely. You have to have your plan as a skip going into each end, and these are 6-end games, so it is a very quick 6 ends. They called heavy. I think they're doing plan B again on the hit. It looks like it's going to flash.
Yeah.
So if I'm Peter Douglas now, I'm splitting the rings. I'm going to split the rings here, and it's going to force Team Bosses probably in for. Will force.
The force very much on. If they can split the rings here.
And
see, this is a moment where I might actually throw the center guard you suggested, because then you can force play and make it a little bit more complicated for the bosses.
it 8 ends? Oh, sorry, we were just corrected. These are 8 end games.
We are in the playoffs, right? Okay, so it's 8 ends. It's not points anymore.
Yeah.
So it's a long game. Team Douglas just looking to force here by throwing a nice easy shot, splitting the rings.
Please. Looks quite nice.
Yep.
Split the rings.
Yeah, the team that figures out the weight first in this event is going to be, they're going to get the lead early, and then they're going to be able to hold on to that lead.
Now, would you freeze, or you try to hit and roll somewhere?
Well, both of those rocks are at the tee line or a little bit below the tee line, it looks like. So you have a couple of options. You can try to freeze, and then if the other team hits it and they roll out, or the blast, as we would call it, you might get away with the blank. Right now you're getting forced, which is not ideal. You can also throw a corner guard on either of these two shots. And then unless they make a perfect draw around it or peel the corner, you can try to get your 2 that way.
Oh, this is a flash. He missed it. He got it started. As soon as he threw it, he got that rock started.
Yeah, and this is that spot that curls as well.
So if you're Peter Douglas, what do you do here?
Well, now you're kind of thinking about, how do I not leave some sort of weird freeze opportunity? I think you might see some teams freeze to one of these rocks or be close to it, or just throw one top 4, let them make a double, and then nose the result to split the rings again. But what you don't want to be is grouped side by side with any of these other existing yellows.
Could you throw one? Could you throw one to the button?
Sure.
To
Yep.
put
Absolutely.
3 across the board and.
Yeah, because imagine if you threw this rock top 4 and then they flashed and then you guard that. Now you're thinking to steal it too.
This looks light, but it could be okay. Just get it over and get your guard any of this. This rock is fine. It doesn't necessarily look like it's going to get over there, but it's not.
Yeah. I mean, game on in terms of the deuce being alive for the bosses.
This
They
is
can use that.
This is the curlier side, and he just flashed it. He got it started, so tend to find, especially at least on my team, got it started again. And it looks like it's all over the guard, I believe. Yeah, all over the guard. It's gonna make. That wasn't terrible. That was, it's that's rec curling. Like that's what we like to call the rec curling. Oops. Okay.
Yeah. Once the skip knew that the hit wasn't going to be made, you start to readjust and kind of look at the situation. And be like, oh, maybe we can make the double on the corner guard and the rock in the rings, and they almost did. They've opened things up again. Simplified the situation again. But again, trying to generate 2 is what the goal is. They kind of like this call from Team Douglas. If this corner guard is short, they can throw the intern around and try to freeze to this rock on the side of the 8-foot. So we saw how quickly things changed in the last end, so we'll see if it goes the other way this time.
And that's what rec curling's all about.
Developmental curling.
Yeah.
We're developing our skills here.
Yes, we all have a plan, and as a skipper in developmental or rec curling, you have to have plan A through E or F. It looks like on sheet 1, Team Francis took 2, so they're up 2-0 in the second against Mike Drop.
Yes, Francis made a really good out-turn, like hack weight, chop and roll to remove a really nice thrown LaForge stone, but it wasn't quite good enough, so they were able to dig it out and get there too.
And so it looks like they're going for a nose. I don't think you can make the double. Maybe hit and just sit right there,
once
right on top.
See the overhead again, we'll be able to tell, or maybe they'll just make it and show us if it's possible. Oh, it was definitely there.
Yeah,
any more of that rock for sure. Yeah, the goal there obviously would have been to make the double on those 2 yellows and roll the shooter closer to the 3rd yellow to, again, group the stones. Or maybe play a soft hit on those 2 and keep your shooter right above it. So then instead of them being frozen themselves, you're frozen to their rock.
And
then it's tougher to remove, yeah.
So Peter Douglas is called for corner guard. It's looking a little light. Sweeper should get on this pretty quick. Got got to get it over. It's looking pretty good. It's there.
Okay, now what do you think the next call is going to be? What do you? Yeah.
I mean, you could hit the one in the 8 foot and try to get a piece buried under and try to get your deuce. Yeah, because really you're going to be forced here. You're pretty much at this point with the 3 rocks in. You're going to be forced. So now you're trying to figure out how you can get your deuce. So you could freeze.
Yeah. Yeah.
It depends on your team and like who's throwing and what their skill set is.
Yeah.
What their better shot. The freeze is good if you make it.
I like the freeze because even if you're anywhere close, you don't even need to be shot, but your rock is difficult to remove because there's this yellow cluster. Unfortunately, it does look like it's a little heavy, and so it will be going through, but if you were to have run into that or bumped it, you would have had some sort of backing at least that might preserve your shot.
It looks like Peter Douglas is going to throw a corner here. Or he's going to come in, I guess, top, like biting the 8 foot.
Yeah, try to maybe block that freeze or that hit, but also leave your rock in a spot that doesn't give the other team an opportunity to freeze. Or
He just can't be light. A light and set up a guard.
Yes, it was the same thing we talked about last time. You're giving them an opportunity to just draw around and get their 2.
I might be tempted to go the other way and try to put it over towards your other rock on the other side of the 12 foot. Just open it, keep everything 2 rocks on each side.
Yeah, just apply pressure
yeah.
wherever you can.
Peter looks, can't see. The sweepers aren't on it.
It's a little tight, but sweepers aren't on it, you're right. There it starts to curl now.
It's really going to go, and he's going to be light, so he's definitely going to give him a corner, which is not exactly ideal at this point. Now, Stefan does have the opportunity now to try to hit, get under, and try to get the skipper's deuce.
Yeah, that overhead shows a good, indication. If they get that red anywhere near the yellow, that's just kind of at 7 o'clock there, 8 o'clock, it's very difficult to remove because they can't come at it the other way because that guard is now kind of in the way.
Do you like the freeze here, or would you call the little tap and
I
roll
think you're
under?
just throwing the freeze. Just get your rock somewhere in there. The hit, it looks like it's kind of close to the guard. And again, if you hit and you roll anywhere to the middle, you leave Team Douglas just a wide open hit. I think you gotta start calling some precise shots here and start making them.
And I guess you don't necessarily have to be 100% frozen as long as you're...
No, just in front of it, somewhere close to buried. You can be half open, and it's really tough to remove.
Sweepers aren't on it yet. There they go, and it's going to start to move here. This side definitely moves.
This looks really good.
It's looking
If the
fairly
weight's
close.
It should be close. Still coming in like a little. It's a little heavy.
As long as you're on that, you're pretty close.
It's just gonna
No,
slip just by. Wow.
So
You couldn't fit a piece of paper between those two, I think, when it came by it.
So if you're Peter Douglas, are you freezing, or are you going to throw, tempted to throw something maybe top 12, biting the center line, just to really make the draw hard for one?
Yeah, take stock and see kind of what the situation is. You can't really leave a quadruple for 2. So you can't. There's not a bad place you can put it, but where's the best place? So the bosses and teams in Sasura just kind of threw that path. So if you put a rock in the way of that path, kind of biting the 8 foot, there's no hit for 1. They have to draw around wider into a different path. We know how much this spot's curling, so if you can make them get around something, you maybe wreck on it, they might nose it, and then you're looking at a big steal. So you're looking to put something in the way of the draw path. So you don't need a guard, but you also don't want to leave like a wide open nose hit into this basket, into this other yellow. So this looks tight and over curling again, so they're not going to change anything. I would expect the bosses to just throw that same draw again.
I mean, it was force of 1, which when you don't have hammer, you're always looking to force. And
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. It's a victory either way for Team Douglas.
as soon as they split that house, you knew pretty much the force was on. It would have taken some hit and rolls and some misses to not give up
Yeah.
the force here. So.
Yeah. And they did kind of get their miss on the Team Douglas on Peters first with that kind of almost corner guard. And if that freeze was made, it was probably going to be a 2. But let's see if we can bounce back here with a nice little draw right to the button.
Now, do you find when you or teammates have thrown heavy or light, the next one is the opposite? They overcompensate?
Our team's always taken the strategy of, we try to debrief each shot if there was a miss. Like, why did we miss that? Very quickly, just in like 5 seconds. Oh, I overthrew it. I gave it a little bit too much at the end. Confirm what the speed of the ice is with the times and the data that we're collecting throughout the game. And then we're less likely to make a mistake, but no mistake there. Looks like they just ran into that yellow, and it was a score of 1 for the Bosses. So
It's a nice way to, even though you're forced, you're on the scoreboard. You got 1. Now your goal is, you're going for the force now. You try to really keep pressure on.
and they did a good job of that in the first end, really. It was just that a couple shots near the end of the game that got away. So you're looking to replicate that, force play to the middle, make Team Douglas throw against a couple, and that's how you get your steals. It's not about, getting 8 rocks in a straight line. It's just about making them throw against 2.
So here's the lead for Team Bosses, Jacques Fortin. He called for a centerline guard. Looks a little hot. Sweepers are really backed off on that. They're on it now. Maybe they'll. Oh, no, just out. It's a tight corner.
Yeah, Team Douglas is going to like that rock. They're going to probably try to swoop one in around there. Set up there too early. But the good news is for the Boss is that it's a short run back. If they ever do get into trouble around that corner, they can hit that and have a pretty big wide range to catch something that's buried around it.
So this is Paul Forst, Team Douglas's lead. Sweepers are with it. They don't seem to hate it, and now it starts to go. Definitely on that now. It looks like it's fairly good. It looks like it's...
This looks perfect, actually, yeah.
Buried perfectly. Yep. That's a perfectly buried. It's gone. So, Bosses are definitely going for a freeze. That's quite a bit of ice.
It does look like they're going for the freeze. They're okay with something ending up in the middle because when we're playing with a 5-rock roll, Team Douglas can't remove the guard. So an okay miss would be some sort of center guard that you could then go around.
But looking, if the weight's not bad, it's pretty close.
Oh, this is really warping in here. The line looks really good.
Yeah, and the sweepers are on it, dragging it there.
They would love to be just 3/4 frozen on this shot rock. It's going to be really close. Wow. Game on.
Yeah.
Those are 2 great shots in a row.
Now, if you're Peter, are you corner freezing to this again?
I mean, if I'm him, I might try to chase it and tick off the corner guard because right now the corner guard is kind of guarding both of those shots. So if you just throw like a nice little draw and you happen to wick it, you'll wick it to guard your own yellow, and then your rock will go into the rings. You can't remove that guard yet.
So you don't want to be heavy or wide. It looks like it's both on this.
You want to make contact with one of the 2 reds with this shot, just to make sure you open it up and destroy the angle that the Boss has created with that freeze. Because right now that red rock cannot be removed without throwing a run back.
So it really warped. That really went.
Yeah. There's no shortage of curl here.
No, that got really buried. It's third shot, I mean, they're going to call for... It looks like the bosses were calling for a corner freeze there on their red originally, or maybe tap it back.
Yeah, he's going through the options here. So they're either looking to freeze to the rock that was just thrown, that rock that's now back 8, the yellow, and then they're kind of frozen to both yellow stones. And then the advantage swings pretty wildly to the team bosses. And even if they end up freezing their own red and bump it, they're still queued up well to jam. And so Team Douglas will have to start getting creative to open things up and make sure they have a shot.
And sweepers are on it now. It's really starting to go. The weight looks not bad at all, actually. So it looks like it's going to be fairly close. That's quite nice, actually.
They opted for bumping the top one because it was a little tight, and now we're sitting 2.
Now, if you make the hit here, are you okay if you pick your back one out the back of the 8? Because that's not really helping you at this point, I don't think.
I think acceptable outcomes here are killing the yellow that's sort of T-line that's frozen to right now, because that one's the first problem. I'm wondering what... I didn't see the call, but I...
Take out on this red.
On the red and maybe roll behind the corner and take care of the other yellow a little bit later. I don't think you want to jam it on the back one.
Not jam it, but if you...
I don't like that.
Well, no, but if you if you would have lost your if both went, if you made the double and they both were gone, that.
Yeah, I think it was a good call to try to jam that on the top red, as we're looking at it right now, and try to splash them all and kill your back yellow and just remove all that backing, so you could eventually kind of make a play in there later.
So the bosses are going for the hit. Looks like he got it started again, and it's. Oh, is he going to catch it on the wrong side and push it? No. Oh, he did. That's not great.
Oh, dear.
That's not a great...
Wait, can we do instant replays? Are we there yet? Or no?
No. It just got wide. He got it started, and he hit it on the wrong side and just forced the yellow back over. And
I mean, yeah, not the best outcome, but not terrible, because you still have nice pockets and stuff to freeze to if you're team the bosses. So... At first glance, yeah, not great, but still lots to work with here because all the rocks are behind the T-line.
It looks like on sheet 1, the mic drop took 1, so it's 2-1. And in the third end, Team Francis has hammer. Looks like it's 2-1 on sheet 5. Corbet is beating them. It's more from time.
I think that's our other
the other A
matchup. Yeah.
Yes.
So we'll be watching that one closely.
And then can't see the scores on sheet 3 or 4 yet. These are C and D and E matchups. So do you like your bosses? Are you tapping and rolling under? I don't like the roll away.
Certainly not.
I'm not a fan of that. I kind of like the hit and roll under. You don't have hammer, so you really got to keep the pressure on. I think hitting and rolling away is going to make it easier for Peter Douglas.
Yeah, because Team Douglas wants stuff just around that corner.
Oh, made the double.
Or make the double. That works too.
That also works. That's a nice little double there.
You're forcing Team Douglas to keep making this in turn come around over and over again. Yes. And if they ever do miss it again, you might have a double, just kind of like they just did. But yeah, I think that you're right there. You could have made the double the other way and maybe kept your red somewhere, shot rock, but then it would have been backing. So pretty good for the bosses. A good little bounce back there. It was looking a little messy.
Now, could you, if you were Peter Douglas, you're sitting 1 with hammer, could you not just split the house? I mean, you're on your first rock. You could split the house, almost guarantee yourself a 2 at this point.
Yeah, you definitely could. I think they're a little worried about how deep that their existing yellow is, because there's a freeze available for the bosses to kind of get away from the end. I think both calls are acceptable for sure.
Looks like it's a little heavy here.
You
Got to
definitely-
stick around. Stopped at the back of the house, so it's in play.
It's relevant, yeah, because they can definitely remove that red at some point. Oh, it looks like we're going to hit the red right now.
Bosses are going to try to run their red rock in, and
Yep.
I don't think a double's there, but you can definitely.
Yeah, it's tough to tell from here, but looks like it goes over the top. But they would love to just jam their red right there buried, or a piece buried.
It's looking,
It's tough for
it's looking pretty close there.
Oh no, it overcurled.
Did over curl. Now if you're Peter Douglas, you're hitting and rolling away.
I mean, it's hard now because you've got that yellow back there. You don't want to jam it. You might have to play the nose hit. Or throw a little more weight and try to get the roll a little thicker. So some of the options are, you always want to throw like board weight at everything. It's just easier to manage and sweep. But if they throw like something like normal or firm at this rock and hit it closer to nose with the in-turn, they'll get a little more action and hit more of the rock.
Now, do you want to explain kind of to some of our viewers who may not understand all the curling terms, like what would the difference between like a board weight and a firm weight?
Yeah. So in the game of curling, obviously, the rocks will curl a little bit more the less weight they have. They'll curl more early. Over the life of the rock, they usually curl the same amount. But if you're throwing it hard, it's if it's 3 parking lots away, you don't get to see the curl at the end of all that journey. So it runs a lot straighter in the short time you throw that hard weight. So like a firm weight is kind of like one of the higher end levels of hit weight. So if it were to go through and hit the backboards, it would bounce back pretty far, and you could easily make doubles and triples and move a lot of granite with that weight. Board weight is more about that soft kind of just enough weight to kind of bounce and hit the backboards. So you can, because it's less weight, it will curl a little bit more between like as it comes into the house, and so you can sneak around a guard or bump a rock and roll and not roll out if you hit like a little bit of the rock. So there's a time and place for each weight, and you have to kind of think about what your best outcome is and what you need to throw on a given shot. So back to that example is that there was a yellow at the back that they didn't want to jam onto, but they also wanted to roll away from the rock they were hitting, which naturally looks like it's going to jam. So if you throw a little bit more weight, you can hit less of the rock and spin and roll off a little bit further to get away with that and try to get the best outcome. They ended up over curling, but they could have thrown more weight at that, and maybe it would have run straighter. And if they had nosed it, fine, you're still sitting 3. If you make it a hair high, great, you make the roll.
So it looks like the bosses, they're sitting shot on the button, so they're definitely going to just, I think they were calling for a centerline guard. The sweepers are walking with it, which looks like it's heavy. I think you're pretty frozen, but I don't know if you could make the double. It's tough, but you could hit and sit right on top and force the bosses to make their next shot.
And this is another example where, like, do you need to make the double? No, not really. Like, what if Peter just plays the perfect nose hit or something close to a nose hit? Then he's frozen to the red rock.
Oh!
And there's a shot for 3. Oh. Someone just took a little fall on cheat 3, but they've gotten up and they're being helped by their teammates.
He looks okay.
Yeah, he's ready to throw.
I'm not sure if you saw in the first game while you were playing, but the skip from Team NG took a wipeout right in front of the camera, and he looked right at the camera. He was fine, and he knew as soon as it was live, and he knew. Did Peter get this? They're on it right away. It's going to be a nose hit.
It's really close for the double.
Made the double. They got rid of their yellow, but it left a freeze. It's buried. They're gonna chase it.
Oh.
You only can see a small sliver of.
The run back might be easier at this point.
Maybe that's what they're going for. He pointed for the pick, but
I mean, Team Douglas is going to be really happy with that result. They made the double. If if this shot is made, they're pretty happy with the blank.
So the skip's looking down here, looking around, just reassuring in his mind that he sees it right, which is always the catch.
Well, looks like there's a bit of discussion. They're going to change the weight call down to hack and take a little more ice. And so this is what we were talking about earlier. They're gonna ride the arc of this curling rock a little bit more than if they were gonna throw like that straight heavyweight hit right at it. So they're gonna throw hack weight and try to just curl into this rock and punch it out and keep their shooter.
Weight looks pretty good. It looks like he started it early though.
It's okay right now. I think he threw it pretty clean. Sweepers are just staying close. It actually needs to curl.
Wow.
It looks like they've said it's a little bit too heavy.
So Peter Douglas has the draw for 2 here.
Yep.
So that's when you have hammer, that's what you want. You always want to try to get at least 2, and when you don't have hammer, you're trying to force your team the opponent to 1. Easiest way to win a curling game is take 2 every time and force to 1. So
yeah, and once Team Douglas makes this, if they make it, they're going to be pretty happy with their 3-point lead, and they're going to really love forcing their team. They're really going to love blank ends because they're just going to run them at a time.
Sweepers say it might be a little hot. Might be a little warm, and no, it's gonna be fine for 2. It's a nice 2 by Peter Douglas. So after 3, they're gonna be up 4-1 over the Bosses. So I do like this call. Coming in the rings, top 8. If you're a little light, you're center guard.
Yeah, all Team Douglas cares about here is just rocks kind of on or touching near the center line. Just that if the Bosses ever do try to get player on the corner, keep it open, just apply pressure, shrink the scoring area. What Team Douglas has done pretty effectively here is, keep their rocks in the rings and keep the Bosses out. The Bosses really need to think about getting up a corner guard, getting their rocks in behind. Team Douglas cannot remove their guards until after the 5th thrown stone, so they have to start taking advantage of that.
They're coming around. I guess if you're a little light, you're getting your double center, double corner-ish. It's not. I would probably be playing a corner. The ice has so much movement this weekend that you definitely can pretty much get buried most of the time. There's not too many spots where you can't find a spot to get hidden behind. This looks heavy. It looks like it's going to make contact. You can't remove this rock. You can tap it back into the house.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, it's an interesting outcome for a couple of reasons. Is that number one, at elite play, you actually can't even throw that shot. You can't tick that rock because it's touching the center line.
Yes.
What I would have done there, calling the line, is try to hit a little bit less of it and roll this rock, the red rock top 12, to a corner guard. You could have bumped that and rolled away, so that you are going around a corner and not just leaving a center. But at least now the rock is yours.
Yes.
And the other team, the opposition stone, is wide open, and you don't really need to worry about it.
Now, do you think that no-tick rule that they call it in the elite level will ever come to a rec side, or?
Well, I'm going to say no, and the reason is that you're going to get really, really harshly punished if you miss a come around. So if you're throwing a draw top 4, just like we just saw, and you happen to have rubbed that, your shot goes into the backboards.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to take well-thrown shots away from people who are developing and they're like at this level, we're all working on just hitting the broom. We're working on our weight. We're trying to make, be a little bit more precise with our shots. Where at the elite level, you should be punished.
Yes.
For missing a shot like that. You should be able to make, a come around and not rub into the guard and bump it off center line. And I mean, the game has never been more sort of like engaging or aggressive than it is now because there's always rocks in play because of taking away that tick. Personally, I love the tick. I think it's the smartest call you can throw. If that rock is off center line at all, I think you should be ticking it because it's in the absolute worst spot for you as the team with the hammer. So taking the ability away from the likes of Lisa Weagle and Scott Chadwick and these other big ticking names, Steve Gould out there, that were on teams that really, really benefited strongly from throwing the tick. And everyone threw it. It wasn't just popularized by a couple of people. Certainly is deflating to the team without the hammer when that center line is gone.
Oh yes.
So the last ends of games have never been more exciting than they are now. And I think if you look at the line scores and the outcomes of games, like there's more stolen games than any time in history than right now.
This is looking not bad. You're gonna get a corner freeze here. If I'm bosses, I'm not hitting it.
I think this is a very interesting opportunity because for the tick, and I love the tick, but I'll tell you why. If you tick this red guard the same way they did earlier and tick it down to the yellow that's back 8 and roll yourself to a corner, now you've got a corner guard, you've got a basket of yellows, and you've got a red in the rings that might be frozen or near another yellow, and all of a sudden you've set up a 3-point end. I think removing this rock with weight is unnecessary and risky because now we've overthrown it and we're going to flash everything.
I was thinking you could have come the other way and even just froze
or
to
you
it.
could have thrown the other turn
and just froze. Even if you tap back one or two of those,
or if you tick, or if you tap one of those two back, at least your rocks are staying in play. I think throwing a hit there when you're down 3 was a little bit too defensive.
Yeah, you've got to score. You've got to try to, if you're the bosses, you've got to try to find a spot to get 2 here. You can't give up a steal. I know it's an 8-end game, but you can't really give up a steal here.
Yeah. And you want to start filling the hole up, not digging it deeper.
Yeah.
Steals are unacceptable. Even when you're at the best of times are unacceptable, but when you're down, certainly. Yeah, so I would have liked to see the bosses there try to manipulate that that guard instead of ripping it. Just try to bump it into the rings, roll your shooter somewhere, split them, and make Team Douglas kind of address it.
Well, now Douglas is going for a corner to block everything. You have the exact same shot. He's calling the exact same. Now it's a run back. I personally would still come the other way.
Yeah.
Just a freeze to it into that pocket. How does Team Douglas get rid of that rock if you freeze into the pocket?
Yeah. Yeah, it's something we were talking about the other day is like you don't need to make every shot, but there should be some sort of miss available. And if you throw the other turn and you're wide, at least you're going to make the double on the rocks and the rings.
Yes.
This way, if you were wide, you were going to flash everything and not improve the situation. Now, we made contact there. The situation's better than it was. We've got rid of the center guards. We got a red in the rings. It's kind of guarding the double on the yellows, but you're going to see Team Douglas ignore it, actually, and just guard up their rocks in the 4-foot.
Do you like the guard, or?
I think up 3, I might just play the hit on that red and peel it and just roll out. But there's nothing wrong with applying pressure. The bosses are a couple shots away from getting rid of those yellows, so the guard is fine. But you never want that red to come back and be like the 2nd or 3rd point and bite you. So we'll see how this plays out. I'm always a big fan of, the goal of the game when you don't have the hammer is to diffuse the other team's opportunity to get to. And so you're not diffusing that by leaving a 2nd point in the rings. And now we're getting a big overcurl here, and
it looks like you're going to actually guard their red, which is now if I'm the bosses, I'm not hitting anything. I might play a tap back on one of these ones that are top 4, but I'm not playing anything more than maybe back 4 weight.
Yeah, the bosses kind of think about how to get rid of the left yellow as we're looking at the one top 4, because it's partially buried. So we need to make a couple shots. The nose hit on this red or manipulate it, like you said, with like a softer weight is fine. We might see the double get made here, actually. We want to sweep this, no?
I mean, it's behind the tee line now.
Yep.
But with the curl, it definitely moves. So you could have thrown. I would have been tempted to throw back 4, even if you just moved 1 back behind the tee line, kind of where it's sitting now. You have something to freeze to. You need to get some points, like we said. Peter Douglas is going to hit now the red. This is the right call to pick that if you can get it. I might even be tempted.
Now I don't like the hit. You know what I mean? Like, it's late enough in the end now that why don't we just kind of like draw one around that? We're already sitting 1-2.
That was my other thought, is come around even that and just be there.
Because imagine you hit and roll, and then the bosses are like, okay, great, now I'm going to draw around my corner and set up my 2 that way. Now if you make it, no, it over curled.
Yeah. Now I'm coming around as the
now
bosses.
I'm coming around that corner and setting up the 3. Because there's kind of a double on these 2 yellows back 4. It's not easy, but you have to kind of, again, like load the gun and just try to get a couple around the corner and then make the double for 2 or 3 on your last. I think throwing it now is a little bit too early. It's got a chance. Needs to curl up a bit. It's definitely finishing. 1, 2. Oh, just a little bit too thin. Yep.
Now, if I'm Peter Douglas, I'm coming around those 2 corners, and the force is on at this point. So,
yeah, you kind of want to, it's what we call the choke, and kind of draw full 8 half open, because then the bosses can't get around everything.
And
if you're
freeze it.
buried, they could go around it and potentially be second shot. So yeah, I think the Team Douglas options here are just peeling the guard, just make it wide open, so there's nowhere for the bosses to hide. You could draw open side 4-foot, kind of where
he's pointing.
Yeah,
right
he's
now.
about to indicate right now. Yeah.
Is there a risk though if you peel your guard of jamming somehow and picking it and then having a blank end here?
You love a blank end.
You're running out of ends, but also
I
you've
think-
got them forced right now to 1. So I'm thinking a blank end, yes, is great because you're taking an end off the board, but right now you're forcing the 1. You get the hammer back, and you've had success your 2 hammers.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Team Douglas has succeeded both with and without the hammer so far this game, and so I think both are good outcomes. I completely agree. Forcing and giving up 2. I'm going to go back to my earlier comment. Have you taken away the deuce? Are you diffusing the deuce by throwing a rock in the rings here? And the answer is no, because the bosses can go around the corner and be shot rock right now. So you got to be careful with where this rock goes. It has to be in a good spot. Or else you could see the 2 show up just as quickly as it did in the first end.
Yes, we've seen that a couple times where we definitely didn't think.
Yeah.
The weight looks pretty good. You can't be short.
No, because then you're going to see the bosses just loop one around, top 4 buried, shot rock.
He's going to hit it. He's going to hit shot rock.
Okay, well, this rock's in the ring, so... Okay.
Do you like this hit?
I think you go with your strengths. Obviously, if you know the ice and you think you're confident you're going to hit and roll exactly 2 feet buried, sure. My worry about, even if you make this rock perfect, is Team Douglas can just drop a freeze and then the end's over again and you're drawing to the button against 1. Whereas you're probably throwing a draw on your last anyway, so you might as well throw it now and make it good. But again, both are not wrong. You just have to play your strengths. If bosses like to hit here, then that's fine.
Yes. Looks like it's curling.
Yeah, we're a little tight. Can we try to curl and maybe pick the top one off, or we might find the hole here?
I got it.
Oh, we did. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Opens it up for
Your last.
the last shot. Yeah, you should have a better chance at scoring.
If I'm Peter Douglas, I'm throwing pretty much the same spot again.
Yeah, something, again, in the way of the draw path. Maybe, like, guarding a piece of that yellow, because I think that the bosses have revealed that they like to hit.
Yes.
More than draw. So yeah, force him, take away the hit, make him draw somewhere maybe uncomfortable, and then you might get that that chance steal to blow the game wide open.
Yeah. So sheet 1 update. Team Francis took 2 in the third, so they're up
Wow.
4-1.
Big triple takeout from Mark Richardson to just open everything up.
That's gonna help.
Yep.
That's gonna breathe a sigh of relief for the skipper. And on sheet 5, one of the other A semis is it's Morphin Time is up. I cannot see the score right now because someone's in the way. I think
Morphin Time is up by 1. They took a 2 in the third, and now they're drawing to sit 2 in the fourth. It looks like this is Morphin Time's Phil Dunville's first rock.
This is looking not bad. I would probably have a broom down.
Yeah, this is the kind of ice where you should always have a broom down because when the curl starts, you've already missed it.
Yeah.
You should be ready to kind of, sweep it and get ready to. You can heavy clean in front of a rock and not affect the outcome, the weight, and then kind of just getting closer and closer as you think it's good. But they'll be really happy with that. It's in the rings. It's a pressure shot now. If the bosses elect to hit, they can't roll very far, or it'll be a steal. So
looks like they're going to go for the draw.
yeah, and they're going to opt to draw to the backing, just in case if it is a little heavy, they can kind of bump into the yellow that's back 8.
Peter Douglas will be very happy with this, and again forcing another force.
Yeah. Basically a perfect scoreboard right now.
Yeah.
For the Douglas team.
Heard the bell. It must have been a double on another sheet. It's pretty standard here. If you hear the bell going, it's someone's made a double on one sheet.
How many bells should we have rung on sheet 1 for that big triple?
Oh, that would have been at least a 5 or a 6 bell. This is looking pretty good.
The ice is nice and quick. You just got to keep a broom down, keep it moving if you think it's close. Looks like they're confident it's there. Needs to put the brakes on a little bit. It looks to be perfect to me. Well judged by the sweepers. Yeah, perfect T-line weight. Excellent. Okay. So that gives Team Douglas a 4-2 lead going into the 5th end, and they will have the hammer.
We want to thank our sponsors again, TD, Stroked Ego, the Ottawa Curling Club, YOU Home Team, Man Lawyers, Skanes General Contracting. All of those sponsors have sponsored one of the sheets here. They've helped put on the money or sponsorship here to help us put on a wonderful event, and we've got to thank our committee here who's been doing the Over the Rainbow Bonspiel committee for the last year. Co-chairs Kevin Martin, Russ Francis, the Rainbow Rocker Curling League president Steve Horwood, the Rainbow Rocker Curling League treasurer Chad Buffle, the volunteer lead Kevin Verbeen, the registration and draw master Russ Francis, Jay Landerville, and Sean Boyer, which were helping with the draw master. They're the assistants.
Huge shout out to Xander Fernandez, who's been just running around, seemingly catching all the balls that could be dropped at the event. But primarily he's been in charge of sponsorship and hospitality, which has been great so far.
He's had Sean Addis, who's been helping. He's been one of the photographers all weekend. Mm-hmm. Mark Davidson's been out doing photography. All the volunteers who have put in time all weekend to help.
Yeah, they've pretty much been here from like 8 a.m. till like midnight every day.
Yeah, it's been a long weekend, but it's a lot of fun. I mean, we've been here. All the sponsors in kind, Ministry Coffee for the Coffee, Independent Grocery. There's a ton of sponsors and time and effort that go in if I've missed anyone, we're sorry, but it's all appreciated. All the volunteers, open to close. We had Brad Thiessen here this weekend.
Yes, yeah.
It was great to do. We had a Q&A. All the teams had a Q&A with him, which was great this weekend. He's been around all weekend, hanging out, answering questions, taking photos, which is always wonderful.
Yes, he was very personable, and yeah, he was everywhere. He was just hanging out, just being a regular guy, and everyone really enjoyed that.
One of the perks about curling is even the professional curlers are just, they sit around and will hang out and talk, and it's just like regular people at the curling club. where baseball, basketball, hockey, you may not be able to sit down with pros.
And that's exactly what Brad said about curling, is that he played hockey and did all that stuff, but curling really drew him in because you have that opportunity to kind of, you can go beat someone and it's like, oh, cheers, have a little chat and talk about the game after together.
Well, how often can myself, a rec curler, sit with someone who's gone to, the
6
Briars,
two Olympic trials, I think, maybe 3, countless Grand Slam victories. They don't come to the Ottawa Curling Club very often.
No, well, even right now, on contrary, yourself, you've been to the Olympic trials, you've been to Briars. I know you're not going to brag, but
no, I will not.
But how often in other you don't get that.
Yes,
So that's what makes curling unique, and we all enjoy that.
It's like that you're an amateur sport that's still a celebrity, so you can kind of walk both lines, and you're not going to be mobbed by the paparazzi, or well, he might have been mobbed by certain individuals here, but it's been a lot of fun.
But even here, like today, we've got on sheet 1 Team Francis, who's the reigning gay national Canadian champion.
Yeah.
Joey Taylor was here, who won the silver last year.
Yep.
And it's a fun weekend, and games on here. Bosses need to try to steal. It's N5. There's still a lot of curling, but do you want to try to get steal here?
Yeah, think about the scoreboard right now. So you're down 2 with half of the game expired. So you need to outscore your opposition by at least 2 more than what you've already done so far, just to get tied. So yeah, it's going to be about, again, eliminating that chance for Team Douglas to get 2 and bouncing back with the 2 or 3 yourself to get things tied up.
The Bosses are sitting 1. It's buried behind a corner that was just kind of tapped, which they played draw, and that's not bad to... I don't think that's bad to kind of tap a little. You're frozen. You've got to force. You've got to keep the pressure on here. Peter Douglas has got 2 center line rocks, which... I think he's going to try to tap one of them. It's not your ideal situation with Hammer at this point, I don't think.
Yeah, they're happy tapping any one of those yellows anywhere into the rings and then rolling the shooter somewhere out of the way so that they have some ingress into the forefoot. Right now they're a tap away, which is a tougher shot, obviously. But they would love to just bump something out of the way here, maybe get shot out of it. Looks like they're going to be a little light, but they might find the hole and get the draw out of it. Yeah, wow. Just gonna get that.
And it's buried.
Wow.
I mean, it's
and shot.
Yeah, behind tee. The Bosses. If you're the Bosses, I don't know if I'm peeling up front. I think I might come through, try to throw that draw, try to follow it down, and try to get behind.
Yeah, I don't know if I like the peel. The nose hit on this is not the worst call because then you could tap up. It's your stone, but then it almost assumes that Team Douglas is going to miss it completely because Team Douglas is going to just walk up and peel whatever you throw here. So this is taking away their kind of coverage in the middle.
And you just peeled your own red that was buried. It's open now. You do have potentially, depending on what Peter does, you will have potentially a hit and roll.
Yeah, now you're flipping your thinking well, there's no way I'm going to get, rocks around the center guard frozen and make it junky. I just have to find a way to sit 2 so that Douglas has to throw against 2, and then the steal of 2 is in play. Things are coming flying across us in the commentary booth here. We're okay.
My thought there would have been maybe throw the draw, try to follow it down that you just saw Peter Douglas. It was behind the tee line. If you could have followed that down, get it.
Yeah.
It forces Team Peter Douglas to make another draw round.
Yeah. You could have also tried to angle tap one of your corners. You don't want corner guards. You don't have the hammer. You might as well tap one of those into the middle. if there was a way to do that, just to get something moving and get something closer to the forefoot that you can tap up.
Looks like a seal of 2 on sheet 1. It's going to be 6-1 going into the 5th.
And that's Team Francis over the Mike drop. So shout out to Mike McGuire. He's no longer here. So for those who are wondering why is their team called the Mike drop, it's because their teammate Mike has been dropped. And he's in some other sunny destination that's not here. And so they picked up Mark Richardson to be a super spare.
And Mark Richardson is going to Gay Nationals with Team Eddie Chow, I believe.
Yes, he is on that team, yeah. So this will be a good tune-up for them. I know last year the Nationals was right after this Bonspiel, but it's a little bit later. We're a little bit earlier this year, so they'll have lots of time to rest and get ready for that.
Do you like the hit and roll here?
Yeah, let's have a look. Can you hit and roll and sit shot? We're about to find out.
You could have.
You could have, yeah. So I didn't mind that. You do have to always strike the balance between, okay, let's not give up 5, but also try to manufacture, a steal or getting, things a little bit messy in the forefoot. So that hit and roll, if made, would have been a really good outcome, for sure.
Because it looked like a lot of weight. Like, I'm thinking if you were going to maybe like a hack weight, try to hit and just, just get it behind everything.
Throw the weight that you can make the hit and roll. You had to roll. You had to roll somewhere there. Because now it's just like a wide open hit, and even a nose hit here should be fine for Team Douglas. But if they hit and roll behind the corner, you're freezing for your life against 4 or 5.
Yeah,
which is not great for the bosses.
Peter's opting for the hit, and ideally he wants to roll either way.
Yeah, just get out of the way, leave nothing for the bosses to come in off of or hit and roll. This looks really good, actually, for the roll. Just want to stick it anywhere over there is perfect.
Yep, which is...
They're going to be really happy with that. It's just a threat.
Yeah.
Just be threatening with where you leave your stones.
So the bosses, I think, are pretty much going to have to come around here.
They're all or nothing freezing against the 4. They could, if they were feeling ambitious, play the run back on this corner guard. We'll wait for the camera to show back the high guard on the right-hand side. You could run that back into the 2 yellows in the rings. And even if you miss, it's open, and you can throw the double takeout on your necks just to limit the damage. But they're electing to just kind of go all in and make this freeze. And you don't have to be anywhere perfect to make this a good shot. You just need to outcount a couple of these other yellows.
That picked,
It does look like it's picked. It's starting to curl the other way here.
I'd be taking it. Take it all the way back to the yellow way over there. If you can get it over there, at least you're...
Sometimes it double picks and it curls back in your favor, but this one's just curled off the sheet. Yeah, that's unfortunate. The most undeserved punishment in sport, I think, is the picked rock. There's nothing you can do.
Because the weight looked pretty good there too. It looked like it was like it was going to be close. So now, if you're Peter, are you drawing around this corner?
Just load the gun. Yeah, make this draw good. Just bite the 8-foot, maybe show a piece so that they can't freeze or draw around, and you're probably going to take 5.
Could be 5 in handshakes, maybe.
It could be 5 in handshakes. Yeah, just put your foot on the gas.
Yeah, that's pretty much at this point. You're trying to, knowing if you win, you've got to play again later.
Yeah,
you've got to hopefully try to get off the ice a little early. Try to get some lunch in.
Oh, we were down 3 in our game in the last end, and I heard some members of their team let us rest. And I was like, no, we're playing this whole game. We'll play a double extra end if we have to. But yeah, no, you're always looking for a break on these championship Sundays when you have to play 2-3 games pretty close together.
Now,
so I don't know. I don't like where that ended up because you've got a hit and roll buried. You've got a freeze. You've got a couple of options to get out of this end for the bosses. They were about to be demoted there, but now that we're back, we've got a chance at a promotion.
If you're throwing this, would you prefer the draw or the hit and roll?
I might play the double because I think it's easier. And if you make the double, you're jamming. It's virtually unmissable if you hit and roll into the yellows. Once we get a view of the rings, it's a little bit easier shot. Throw the easier shots. Especially when you're down. And if you kind of make the hit and roll frozen, it's a very tough rock to remove. But the freeze also has merit. You're kind of, again, putting all your eggs in this one basket. But if you make it perfect, the rock really can't be removed in one shot. It's going to take 2 shots to remove it.
Yeah, Peter's last 2 shots will have to be removed. If
Yeah.
he's even if you get it over if you get it behind the
Again, just try to out-count some of these yellows. Whatever you got to do that.
It's looking a little heavy.
It hasn't curled. Everything else is curled, but so I agree. It's probably heavy if it hasn't finished.
It's wanting
It's
to.
starting to. Just get it in front of it. Oof. It's still interesting because
Yeah.
the yellows are behind T. The bosses can still make one good freeze and the end is over.
Peter's debating. I'm probably hitting and trying to. I don't know. I don't know if I'd hit that red and try to roll over and push the.
Yeah, you almost want to hit your yellow on the way by.
Yeah, and just
roll and spin up and bury behind this other little mess of yellows on the right, just to leave no chance for the bosses to make the freeze.
Yeah.
So yeah, throw as much weight as you want. Get rid of that red. Try to go make this double almost on your own yellow and remove the backing and get it out of the way, and make him make something really, really good against 5 or 6.
Yeah, because if you just hit on the nose and sit there, you just give the bosses a shot to freeze and take your big end away.
Yeah, yeah, and you did it to yourself. Hitting and rolling anywhere is a good outcome here. Nose is not great.
Ooh, he looks a little. Oh, there it
This
goes.
should curl. This spot's been curling. He's got a piece for sure. I think you should be sweeping it because we're almost nosing it now. Okay, we're gonna
That's.
roll. All right.
That gives the bosses an out.
There is a chance. There is certainly a chance. If you can get frozen on the nose or a hair on the low side, you're shot, and there's really no way to remove it.
No, Peter would be drawing for 1. If you get to the nose, I think you're almost still shot.
You're shot. It looks like you were just shot if you make it the freeze. Yeah.
Even if you are second shot at this point, you cut him down to. You would like to steal, but
It's all or nothing at this point.
yeah, you're drawing against 5 for.
Yeah.
So
You're drawing against 6.
well, yeah.
Yeah.
So you'd be drawing against 6, which
And the
I would-
game,
yeah,
you could
that,
say.
I would think that's handshakes if you give up a really large crooked number.
Yeah. But you know what? Just threw it. Had made the draw in the last end to get the 1. So just kind of make that adjustment. Give it a chance.
I think you got to go. That looks a little light.
They're saying heavy with the sweeping. The sweepers are indicating that. Definitely needs to curl. Starting to make the move now. Okay.
I would be
It's
on
really
it now.
starting to curl. Just make sure you get it to T-line. Don't worry about the line. Just make them make a shot. It looks like it's going to come up a little bit short. They left it too long. Oh, here we go. Second shot. There we go.
Yeah,
The
that's
end has been taken away.
Second
It's a
shot.
2 max now. Unless
And-
Peter wants to take on this risky run back to try to get 4 or 5.
I don't
think
is
so.
the run back there though?
Oh, sorry. I thought that was a yellow guard. No, you're drawing for 2.
yeah.
Draw for 2. Nothing else. Just take your lumps.
Yeah.
You're not getting 6. Just make this draw to the button for 2. You have a 4-point lead. You're really happy with that. I'm not sure what they're looking at.
Could you?
I mean, they might be wondering if they can touch it to get 3. But it looks like it doesn't go far enough out of the forfeit to bring the back one back into play.
And would you want to potentially risk that and somehow tap it in and give up
I mean,
one?
it's curling so much there. Yeah, you could nose it and bump it, and it could spring off. And yeah, I don't know.
It's from our
You
vantage
might
point
be
here.
able to touch it and get 3.
But
I mean, yeah, it's
if you're heavy at all, could you ever spring that in to give up 1?
well, I think if you're heavy, you're not going to hit it up. You'd have to over curl it to bump it in, to have it spring in. But I think your worry would be just hitting your own yellow and bumping it weirdly
Back.
Yeah, I don't think you can do that if you're just throwing like T-line or back 4 weight here to try to chop off the red. But again, I think they're going to be pretty happy with 2. Play the scoreboard. You've already got a lead. Just extend it. Continue your perfect game of taking 2 and forcing the hammer. Or the other team when they had the hammer. I think if you were desperate, yeah, you could give it a go. Maybe throw one of those like 50 spinners and kind of come to the side of it and try to spring it up and get through that way. But
Sweepers are just with it.
still want them to clean it. Like, no one's cleaning it. And then when it starts to jump, it can die. You gotta just keep that path buffed and ready. When this comes up short, they might kick themselves. It looks close. There we
2.
go. Yeah, 2 for sure. It does look like the red's touching the 4 and the back yellow is not, but the overhead camera could be lying. But they seem to all agreed.
I guess maybe with a little bit more weight, that tap was there for 3.
Maybe, yeah.
I don't know if I would have wanted to throw it.
No. Not if there was any risk at giving up a steal or only getting 1. You don't need to do anything fancy with the lead. You just need to just keep scoring.
So Team Douglas is up 6-2 in going to the 6th end here.
Yeah, they're just thinking about our previously stated goals of trying to force or blank, especially in an even end. It's just one less hammer for the other team. You could argue that the bosses have 2 hammers. If they score in this end, then Douglas scored in 7. They get the hammer in 8. So they're looking to score at least 2 here.
I think if you're the bosses, you have to score 2.
Yeah,
You
2
have
minimum.
to. You almost have to take an extra risk to get 2.
Yeah, I you know what? I'm already starting to I'm going to contradict myself, but in the 5 rock rule era, you almost don't, because if you look at our game earlier, we were down a similar situation. We were down 4, and we were trying to get 3 back, or we might have been down 5. And we only got the 2, but it was kind of like, well, we can throw 2 guards. They can't hit them. We can get 2 around those easily enough. And then, sure enough, we had a shot to sit 3 in the last end. So, and force the opposition to make a shot against the tie. So it's never over, but you got to score. The steal is unacceptable. You'd love the 2.
Just came up light there.
Yeah.
It looks like there was a double made on sheet 1 there.
Yep. The bell. Where's the double bell? I think people have forgotten the double bell.
Yeah.
I heard someone clap their hands. That counts.
Do you like this come around?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just you got to come around, crowd the plate, crowd the button, and again, force your opposition to address the middle, because all they're thinking of is keeping it open. Yeah, I think most teams are, until you're up kind of 5 or more, your rocks are better served being kind of top 4, top 8 to start, just because you don't want to allow your opposition to just kind of go around the corners for free and not have there be anything to address in the middle later on in the end. They called the hit. This looks like to be running a little wide.
Yeah. I think he threw it just a little outside.
Yeah. I still think I would have thrown less weight at that, just to make sure you keep your rocks in play. So you could have thrown kind of back 12 at that and try to bump and roll, or just throw the corner again, just so you have something to go around.
Because you just want to put that yellow rock somewhere back 8, back 12, just something that they can run it, be jammed onto later.
People forget sometimes that if you have a rock back 8 or something, you can always freeze to that. That's an extra guard for you, because there's a chance that it could jam when your opposition goes to remove one of your stones. So yeah, just bump those back. Just throw little taps and bumps to create something that applies pressure to your opposition, so they have to make something precise. And then if you get a miss, then there's your 3 points.
Looks like Peter Douglas is just throwing up a guard here just to protect. It's got to curl a little bit. Came a little deep. It's in the house. It's pretty good. They're throwing bumper. I probably would go with a little less weight and just get something behind the T line right now.
Yeah, I like the hit. That's fine. I like your idea of bumping the second yellow back. I love being able to nose it and leave your rock right there, because then it's tough to remove. You're frozen, and then you can kind of hit it at your leisure later on. It's a little heavy and a little wide. You might see the angle triple made. It's curling up a little bit. Just a nose hit on the guard.
So yeah, I don't know. I probably would have played some just tap that back yellow back that's just by the 8. Try to sit right on top of the yellow that's still there. You need rocks in play at this point, being down by 4.
Yeah, it's just that theme of like throw the minimum weight necessary for now to keep yourself, in play. Your rocks above the tee line. Because now Team Douglas is kind of just like, well, we'll just keep loading up the 4-foot. No real risk here. Oh, and it looks like we might have gotten a pick as well.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. It's definitely... So if I'm bosses now, I'm coming around. I've got to try to get behind some cover here.
Yeah, I think they have a couple options. They can go around. That's still seconds throwing. They could also throw that nose tap again and try to, bump that yellow back 12. So then they can always hit it later and freeze to the rock back 8, just trying to manufacture that multiple points.
It looked like he was calling...
You have to stick around. You have to just keep your rocks in play.
I thought he said peel, but maybe firm.
But he's good. Showing like normal weight here.
He was going for a double, but it looks like it's going to over curl, I think. I think it's all over the guard right now. Unless the sweeper's held that in.
There, that's a great shot.
Yeah.
That red cannot be removed, and you can bump it and hit it whenever you want.
Yes.
And try to roll in the rings. You've got that yellow catcher you could bump and roll down. And whatever Team Douglas gets around this mess, you can potentially contact or run back the situation you just made. So the bosses should be happy about that.
I'm kind of surprised Peter Douglas isn't coming up to peel that red guard. Because the red guard, at this point, I don't think helps Peter Douglas. The more guards and stuff that the bosses can come around, that's just giving them places to hide right now.
Yeah.
It is center line, but I'm almost tempted to peel it, and you're limiting the places for the bosses to hide rocks.
Yep. Absolutely.
Because right now, it's tough to say. That looks like it's all over the
and this
guard.
might be bumping the guard into the rings as well. It's got plenty of weight to... Oh, that's very interesting.
Yeah, so you have the tap and... to sit 2 or 3, right? So, do you think about the same weight? Maybe.
Well, now we're starting to get cozy and get creative with how we can get our 2 or 3 points here. So we can try to find a way to hit the top red, and get both our shooter and the guard into the rings. Like we could throw the nose hit, clunk, 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 but it might leave a hit back for Douglas that won't leave a red in the rings. So we might be able to throw some weight at this rock and hit it thin and try to make the hit on the yellow and promote it into the rings and get our shooter to come in off the side yellow.
Board.
This looks a little heavy and a little wide.
Could you catch the pick rock somehow?
I think it's already curled too much. Yeah, contact there would have been a really great outcome. Because once we got rid of that yellow, then we can split the top red or the shooter, and there was a lot of options there to, again, get creative to try to manufacture your 3rd point. Because now Team Douglas is kind of in some trouble. There's really no way to get rid of any of those reds. But I do think the key to the boss's success is going to be some sort of hit on those reds.
So right now, I'll give you kind of an update on the semifinals. Sheet 1, Team Francis is up 6-1. Sheet 2, our sheet, Douglas is up 6-2 over the bosses. Sheet 3, which is a D semifinal, it's tied up in the 4th end, 4-4, Christian and Knight. Sheet 5, that's sheet 3. Sheet 4 is an E semifinals. Robbie Tremblay, who was on commentary a couple times yesterday, is up over John Whitaker 3-1 in the 5th end. And a B semifinals, Corbeil is up over It's Morphing Time 4-3 in the 5th end. So we got it buried. I don't know if that helps or hurts.
Yeah,
Douglas,
it's kind
though.
of, it may be irrelevant because once we make the hit on these reds, this yellow should kind of drag back and kill the back yellow. This looks really good. I'm excited to see what happens here.
Made the double.
Can that red stay in the ring? Spin back, spin back. Oh, not quite.
Not.
Yeah. If they had that any thicker, the red would have stuck in the top 12 foot, and then they would have kind of guaranteed there's 2 points.
There's the bell for the double. It was just rang. Now Peter Douglas just has to come up and just kind of, you don't really even have to stick, 'cause I don't think there's a split on the red on the right-hand side as we're looking at it for us.
It's certainly very difficult, but yeah, you always want to stick around, and you'd like to leave your rock right there because if the bosses ever do make the draw around the center guard, you have an angle raise that's fairly short. So yeah, they're just looking to make the nose hit here and force the bosses to make this wide in-turn draw.
Sweepers got on it really early.
Oh. It's a little heavy, so I think they thought it might have been air tape, but it should make contact. That's the requirement there. Yeah.
Now, are you playing the split?
So now we've got some options here. Like, do you play the hit and roll on the yellow to make the split possible, or can you split now? Because if you throw the split now, the rocks are going to be pretty close together, and Douglas just can hit one or both of them. If you're not sitting two as a result of the split, it's not great.
Looks like he's just going for the draw.
Yeah, the draw makes sense. Make this good top four. If Douglas wrecks on the guard or throws it through or something, then you can probably take on the split.
I think the split also might be tough with the ice. How swingy it is.
That in-turn is curling a ton, and I don't think anyone's thrown the out-turn into the wall to see how much it's curling, so it'd be a bit of a guess for
Do you
sure.
want to go out there and try it?
Yeah.
Tell me how that works.
No. I don't want to throw the first rock down any path the first time. It's just too hard to know what it's going to do.
Sweepers are on it. The skipper thinks that it was heavy. Chris the third is in the house. He's telling him to stop, but it's looking.
It looks really good to me.
Yeah.
I think it needs to just curl.
I'd be on it trying to see if we can get it to move.
Oh,
at
there
all.
it goes.
Yeah.
Oh, it might have gotten a little bit of late frost action there. It just kind of swung in, but still somewhat open here for the Douglas rank to pick it out.
You almost could throw, I don't know, board, peel,
Yeah.
whatever you're most comfortable.
Stick it in the ring so there's no split.
Even if you roll out,
Yeah.
he's got his choice to try for the split and give up a steal one, because you still have the yellow rock up at the top at 11-ish or 10 o'clock-ish that is counting. So even if you roll out here, do you take on the split and potentially give up a steal, or do you take the blank end? Neither are great.
Yeah.
Down.
Down four, you gotta take one, then you can't. You have to steal no matter what. You steal, finish. So
neither are a great option when you're down.
yeah,
this
it's
late
either
in
you
game.
take your one and then you gotta steal a 2 and a 1, or you blank and you gotta get a 2 and then steal a 2. So, but you know the odds with the hammer of getting a 3 are always pretty good with the 5 rock rule. So you might see them just walk up and blank the end. I think most teams would.
This is looking wide and
This is
heavy.
looking like a split for 3.
Yeah. I think you have to play the split.
I mean, you're only ever throwing T-line weight, right? You only need to bump this rock like 2 inches. You could throw back 8 if you wanted to, and then if you miss, if you nose tap it, if you flash it or just feather tick it, you're always scoring your 2. So pick your weight. 2 is mandatory.
Oh,
No, we've given up on the tick. We're just split. We're just going to take our 2. Smart call.
Yeah,
Nothing wrong with that.
I wouldn't want to be the first one to throw that.
Yeah. You could try it with the in-turn and try to just cross the face. Again, not easy with how much it's curling out there.
Maybe if you have Broom onto sheet 3, that's there, but I don't think there's enough for that across the face little tap back. I mean, he just threw this draw.
Correct. Yeah.
He
Again, simple shots. Like getting your 2 here, you can go hard for the 2 steals of 1, which is a lot easier than like the steal of 1 and the steal of 2. Or
starting to move. The weight looks fine.
good here. They just made it.
Yeah, it's right there.
I think the sweepers like it. Should just come right next to the red and just bump off it.
Yeah, that's a wonderful shot. Right.
Right to the pin.
Yeah, right to the pin around. That's
Wow. Right
So
to the hearts.
The bosses are back in this now.
Yep. Game on. 6-4.
6-4. This is where it's gonna be.
Yeah, this is where champions are made. It's
Yeah.
like it's close. You know, we're trying to put a point on the board here either way. Let's try to set up a steal. Just make Team Douglas throw against 2, no matter where they are. Apply that pressure.
I mean, my first game this week on Thursday, I was down in 6N, down 1. We didn't get the freeze perfect, but we were sitting 2, down 1, and the skipper on the other team had to make a double.
Yep, just make them make shots. Make them make shots.
If you never know what will happen. So you've got to just force to make shots. Got to be a guard here. There's got to be a center line guard. Sweepers are on it early. Got to get this over. You got to get a guard. Just a little short. On the sheet 1, it looks like on sheet 1 there, the mic drop is just coming around.
Yeah, they're actually looking at getting 3 here to get back into this game as well.
And it's like, that's from our vantage point probably buried. It's definitely gone. Peter Douglas calling for draw to, looks like the 12-foot. Once the Ontario.
Yeah, for those of you following the Ontario Tankard right now, Team King is up 3-2 over Team Epping in the 7th end.
Winner goes to play Glenn Howard in the final,
In the final,
to represent
correct.
Ontario and
Yep.
the Briar.
Yep.
Today's a fairly big day for Scotty and Briar
Yes,
tankers
this
all
is
over the Canada.
what they call the longest day in curling. Yeah, this is from coast to coast. All your Tankard and Scotties provincials are being played, starting in Newfoundland all the way to BC. So,
And it looks like we're gonna have some new faces that we know for sure at the Scotties from Ottawa. Team Danielle English won,
yes,
which was
absolutely.
wonderful
Yep.
to see.
Yep.
There's going to be new blood definitely at the Scotties and the Briars, which
Yes, it's gonna be fantastic to watch.
probably remember the highlights of watching Scotties and Briars at home. You know, always wanted to be there. Never was there, but like last year when the Men's Worlds was here, I volunteered there all week, and that was something I'll never forget.
It's an electric atmosphere. Yeah.
I was watching Nicholas Adine spinner.
Oh wow. You saw that?
I was
live?
behind.
Oh,
I
wow.
was watching it, and when he came down, we were all thinking, he's just gonna throw this away.
Yeah.
And then he started sliding, and and the crowd just erupted in that place. That was one of the most.
It's maybe the greatest shot ever made because it's just so farcical to
Yeah.
think about, and just to like have had the broom in the right spot, and have you had like one more rotation or one less rotation, like was it going to happen? Yeah,
And-
nothing short of incredible.
And even being there and watching Brad Gushu, Team Canada, I don't know if it was opening, but the building was rocking.
Yeah.
In the semifinals, that place was jam-packed. The building physically felt like it was moving the whole day. It's one of those things that, never forget. And hopefully Ottawa up here will get another fairly large event
That'd be
soon.
great.
Love to see even a Grand Slam up here. That would be a nice event.
And I think the events have all been really well attended as well.
Yeah,
So I think
yes.
we have a good argument there.
Maybe you'd love to see a Scotties up here.
I would love nothing more than to be able to go to more. Like Scotties Tournament of Hearts is my favorite curling event. It's the most exciting curling event. It's just fantastic. It's electric. My dream is to coach at the Scotties Tournament of Hearts. So if it was nice and close to home, that'd be great.
Is there a team that you would?
Any of them. Just ask me. I'll be there. I'll drop everything. I'll take all the time off work. I don't care. I will do anything you need to help you be successful. All right, but back to this game.
Yeah. We get ourselves to go and sometimes on talking about
Curling's
things.
just so exciting. We can give an update on sheet 1. So the mic drop has set up their chance for 3 here, but Team Francis is using their last rock to try and eliminate one of the stones that's kind of around a corner. It looks like they will make that hit, and so they made the hit and roll behind a guard. So the mic drop. Skip Matt LaForge will have a little out-turn tap here for 2 to try to be within striking distance of Team Francis.
Again, a 2 puts you back in. It's
Yep.
you got still some ends of curling left. Coming around, it looks like coming around a guard here. Nothing. There might be a yellow just nibbling up at the top. Here it goes. It's starting to curl now. If the weight's not, looks like it might be a little heavy, but it's really diving, and it's going to be buried. It's shot. It's going to be at the back of the house, but it's shot and lost behind everything. And that's a ton of curl there. That's
this side has been curling about 5.5 feet, 6 if you're soft handle all week. So Team Douglas knows that they can just kind of follow that down and just throw a rock behind their little double corner guard situation. Try to set up a 2 again. There should be no shortage of curl on the shot. It should start to make the turn here. And the mic drop was also successful in making their little out-turn tap for 2, so they will head into the 7th end with a 3-point deficit, so it's 6-3 for Team Francis.
Team Douglas came around, a little tap. I can't. They're shot, but ask me who's second right now. I couldn't tell you. There are 2 nibblers on the front and the back, and I couldn't guess who would be shot right now. Who would be second? Third's first here with Chris Copperwaith. Weight doesn't look too bad. Here it goes. Got to really be on that. This side will swing and go quickly. So if you're not prepared, you're caught off. You're past it.
Curl right past everything, in fact, because of how much it swoops in there. Yeah.
It did. Guarantee yourself now your second shot.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. Once it goes on this, it's you've missed it. Once it starts to curl, you've missed it.
You've missed it. Yeah. You have to be, just as a sweeper on this ice, you got to be close and cleaning it always. So Team Douglas pretty happy about that result. They'll just keep lobbing rocks in there. Everything's wide open. Even if the bosses managed to get a couple behind those corners, you'd see Peter just draw the button for his 1. He's happy about that.
This is looking pretty good here. It's tough to tell.
Heavy.
Could be behind the T line, which is not wonderful. But you're setting a pocket up there for the bosses. You're 1-2, but you're so deep the bosses can just freeze right to it.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect those rocks to score. If the bosses can get a couple more in front of the T line here, or even frozen is fine. Again, find a way to make Team Douglas throw against 2, because then the steal of 2 is in play. Just keep crowding that 4-foot.
And Chris just threw this, so he should be fairly should be fairly close. There it goes. You gotta get it there. Even if you're deep, I think, and you're frozen to it,
That's
you're
acceptable at the moment. Yeah, looks like
gonna
they're gonna wreck on the
crash.
tight. Nope, they hit the first one.
And got a little spin. Ooh, that makes.
It complicates things for Team Douglas, right? It's in the way. If they try to hit it, there's a jam opportunity.
He is calling the hit. Unless you're kind of picking it clean sideways.
Yeah, they're going to leave a rock in a good spot for the bosses. The bosses are going to ignore everything and probably just loop right around.
And even with Chris just tapping that over just a little bit, that guard, you can always. It's probably made the draw a little easier to come around.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And if you
Where this rock ends up is what's important.
Ooh, it's really curling.
I think it's pretty good right now. They're going to get a little roll underneath. Okay, well, you know what? It opens it up. It's not terrible. They're just thinking about scoring here.
Yeah.
No steal for Team Douglas. So
can't
they're
give up a
pretty happy with
steal.
that. The good news about actually for Team Douglas is that the lineup of these two yellow guards has changed. So even if, things went belly up and the bosses got something good going on in the forefoot, they might have an automatic angle raise to remove the shot rock. So we'll see how this plays out.
I mean, I don't like having to play one of those against a potential steal. Those are ones you're like, oh,
Yeah.
I've called an end there. Now, he called top 4. Top 4 is good. I'm thinking top. If you freeze, it's not the worst. I don't think you got to be there.
You kind of want to be, I guess, a piece open but fully buried, just shot. Ideally, you're not deep because then again, you give the Douglas team a chance to kind of make the freeze first.
It's not. It hasn't.
It hasn't curled, so I would say it's probably heavy or right to the back one right now. Should just
It's starting to
tick
move
off
now.
the back 8 one. Yep.
That's again deep. It's open, but if I'm Douglas, I don't know if I'm chasing because that's just another rock behind the tee line for them to freeze to.
Yeah, if you were to nose it for any reason or be deep, you'd see the bosses just kind of lob a draw in there, and it probably couldn't be removed. So probably just gonna make this draw good first and try to get 2 with the skip 2. And if that red's wide open on the next shot, then sure hit it for 4.
Yeah.
And kind of end this game. But you don't need to force anything here.
It's looking pretty good. Sweepers are with it.
Yeah, I like this a lot. If the weight's good, it should hook right in there. It's starting to curl now. If the weight's good, it should easily be buried. But it is
Starting
looking a
to
little
go.
heavy as well.
That's very nice. Buried.
Wow, nice shot. Yeah.
How do you like you can corner freeze?
You have to make that perfect corner freeze like we saw in, what is it, the third end maybe.
If
That rock is fractionally too deep.
yes,
So there is a chance, but they've got to be awfully precise here to not give up 2.
there's a chance, but it's not one that I'm.
Yeah.
If this is me, I'm not. This isn't the shot I'm thrilled about playing right now.
You can see him just confirming the weight with his teammate just to see.
Taking less ice.
Yeah, the nice thing for here with the bosses is they can bump it. Like you can probably, it curls enough, you can probably bump this rock and get 3/4 of it with kind of back 4 weight, but you don't want to overthrow it and just kind of tick and roll away because then it's just an open hit for 2. So they'll be careful on this one.
Sweepers are on it, so I'm not sure if they think it's light.
They were trying to make it curl, it looked like, because they thought it was a little wide. Definitely needs to curl. It's running like it's a little heavy.
It's starting to move.
Yeah, there it goes. If the weight's close, it should be good. Just a little bit too heavy.
But your shot,
Yeah.
and Skipper's not happy, but I don't know if that's. It's a nose hit, but the way it curls,
Nothing's a gimme.
no.
So they need to just remove. They're thinking remove the shot, so they won't have a piece of the rock out of their hand. And
Can't catch it. You can't catch it on the wide side though, because you're jamming and you're giving up a steal.
there is definitely a jam if you feather tick this over. Yeah, to steal a 2 probably.
And I'm not sure if it's a steal potential. If you were to jam this, if it would be a steal of 1 or 2,
I think it would be 2.
which then really game on coming home
Yeah.
in the last end. That's
I would expect Peter to make this one. They've thrown a bunch of this out turn. Over curling is fine. Just looking for a straight nose hit. It's probably throwing just solid control weight here.
It's looking pretty
It's looking perfect
good.
to me.
Yeah,
Doesn't
there
have
it
to curl a
goes.
hair, but yeah, you know it's going to curl there. He's got basically a perfect nose hit.
Did
Yeah.
he make the double? Oh, for two.
As best he could, but yeah,
Yeah.
that'll be 2 points for Team Douglas, and they'll take back their 4-point lead heading into the 8th end.
Yeah. It's full pressure now if you're the bosses. You're either throwing two corners, corner on each side. Everything's kind of got to be there. And even if I don't think if it's me, I'm not throwing a hit. I don't think until maybe my skips first.
Until you have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to throw the 2 corner guards. You know, with the theory of how the corner guards work, you should get 3 points.
Yeah.
Because you can throw 2 corners, they can't remove them because of the 5 rock rule. And once you go around one, if they peel that, you can just go around the other one twice, and you should get 3. Now that's not enough to tie.
No.
So they do need a miss at some point to make this tie game happen.
I'm surprised Peter's not just asking his lead to throw it right through. He's asking for top 4. You're up 4. Last end.
Yeah, every team should have a plan going in. So at what point are we throwing our rocks through the rings? Up 4 in the last end. It goes either way. I think you'd see some teams go top 4 and then through, or top 4, top 8, because then the rocks around the corner guards aren't scoring points.
But this is what could happen if you're calling top 4.
Yep.
You now have
Yep.
a center line guard that only helps the bosses. Anything out front only helps the bosses right now.
Yeah, you're gonna have to follow that up with a good draw top 4, and then start looking at again diffusing the 4-ender by peeling guards.
Yeah.
But
They're calling heavy.
this rock cannot be in the rings. Absolutely not. We should be sweeping this to try to touch the guard.
They are. They're going to touch the guard. Get a little roll. And it's in. Peter Douglas is going to come up and...
We have
I'm
one of our
assuming
corner
he-
guards now.
Yeah.
We like that. You can throw another corner guard on your next, and then start making some draws.
Hit's got to be made, but it's there.
Yep.
So Peter Douglas is definitely... If I'm the two teams, I'm happy with hitting it. Peter, got to make the hit though.
It looks really good from where I'm sitting. I'm kind of right behind this rock.
I can't see
They
it.
should
I
make
got
the hit
2
roll
skips in
pretty
the way.
good. Yeah.
And
Just make the straight peel.
I don't even think if you're Peter Douglas, you would even
Oh,
care if you rolled out.
Okay, this is interesting. Yeah, rolling it was better than this because now they're going to go around. They could actually freeze that rock.
Yeah.
And if they get 2 rocks behind that, there's a double jam scenario that can play out, and now you're looking at 3 or 4.
It gets a little more interesting if.
Yeah. Yeah, imagine 4 red rocks in a straight line now, send a sandwich between these 2 yellows.
It's looking a little light. It's curling.
We need to sweep the line here a little bit. We're gonna back bounce on the guard. It's fine.
It's you now have more things to come around.
More shrapnel.
Yeah. I can't say what I call it on when we're throwing. It's a 4-letter word, and that's what we want. When you're down, you want as much of that in the house, or preferably behind the tee line, or guards to come around. You need stuff to score multiple points.
Oh, there's just a confirmation of the 5 rock rule being in effect,
Yeah.
so they actually can't remove that red rock.
Do you like the draw to the button? You call draw to the button.
I don't mind drawing wide open in the forefoot because then, again, they have to address that rock for them to score. But, I mean, I might try to tick their red rock into the rings, and then you can hit it on your next one. And then there's less and less place for it to slide.
It looks like it's going to come up a little light. It looks like it might be...
This looks perfect. Kind of top 4, half buried. This is that choke rock.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much perfect, actually. Try to get around that.
gonna
Oh,
run
dear.
it back.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know if I'm a fan of this call because this guard is kind of your lifeline. What I do like is trying to like bump this rock to be frozen.
Yeah, like kind of tap it back, kind of put it in the pocket.
Yeah, the pocket, bump it through the hole if there is one, just get it somewhere that it can't be removed. Or just throw the draw around everything and let Peter start wailing on these guards and he might get a jam or something. But if this rock isn't stuck in the rings, you've just kind of ended the game for yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, that's tough to.
Now, what do you think Peter should do here? Walk up and throw it as hard as you can.
Yeah,
Get
yeah.
rid of any of these yellows. You do not need any of these yellows in play.
I'm not even if you're not taking out your own yellow, which sounds odd sometimes. My other shot, if you're not going to peel your own yellow, just throw it through.
Throw it through.
You're on.
You've already taken away the corner guards. There's no. I don't even think there's a 3 in play, except for freezes and bumps on these remaining stones. So.
And I think there's 4 rocks left, and the bosses need all 4 to score.
Yeah. So why take any risk? Just wail and rip your own yellows out of the rings.
Yeah. Well, even if you throw it through, what do they do?
There's nothing else to freeze to.
No. How do you freeze? Even if you freeze to the top,
Yeah.
how are they making enough shots to make things go away?
Yeah.
Because right now, that's going to be,
It's jam bait.
Well, you could play that. I also don't mind just coming right around to the back. You need all 4 points to score.
They're trying the triple takeout. I
But-
don't know if that's necessary. I'm back to your thing about bumping. Like throw
Yeah.
back 8, back line. Just bump this rock back 8, and then you could get a jam, and that's how you get your 4.
You
You
force.
can't throw a hit weight because if you roll or you remove this, then there's a big path for it to be removed.
Well, you're just giving an easier shot for Peter. You need this rock to count.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's frozen or like not shot. You just need it to come into play eventually. And it's not in the rings now, so.
And it's not splittable.
It's very hard, and if it's only splittable if the other 3 yellows are not in the rings by the time you go to throw it. So you have to get rid of all these yellows and be sitting 3 and go to throw that split for 4.
There's some excitement on one of the other sheets. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what is going on sheet 5. It looks. Can't tell. I'm not sure if it was a shake or. I'm not sure. The game's over. I just don't know.
Yeah, the score as we see it is still 4-3. It looks close.
And it would have been the 7th end. I think. Yeah, it would have been the 7th end. It looks like. So I'm not sure. Once we get an update on that semifinal, we'll give it to you. Not sure. So we're okay. Perfect. So red would have been.
Red was the Montreal team. I think.
Yeah, Corbet.
Corbet,
Yeah. So it looks like.
I think I'm on sheet 1 again, so we'll have to wait for that to be done anyway.
So Corbet moves on to the finals against still to be determined. I'm not sure. I mean, at this point, you need a lot of help to score 4.
I think if I'm the bosses there, I would have thrown the draw around everything and freeze to that rock that you just removed. Just again, try to preserve your stones, because now this is just a wide open hit. I think to end the game for Douglas.
It's tough to. How do you even make the tap or the split over there? Anyways, at this point, it's quite far over, and that's a.
No. Well, you needed to remove all 3 yellows and keep yours in the rings, and then make the split. But they have nothing to sort of block this hit from being jammed. So.
And you don't have to stick around. All you just eliminate it.
It's just eliminate, and it looks like they're actually
wide.
flashing. So game on. But that rock again. How do you preserve that stone? It's just a wide open hit for the win. The next 2 shots. So I think they're probably going to see the freeze or because it doesn't matter.
No,
Just hit it.
there's going to be a rock
You need two
wide
flashes.
open.
Yeah. You
So
need two flashes. Anyway.
I'm thinking hit and roll, even hit on the nose, make it.
Yeah.
Even though it's an open hit, we've seen flashes. You know, put the pressure on.
Yeah.
Peter's got to make one of his 2 hits.
Yeah.
You've got to throw enough. You've got to throw enough weight to remove the yellow, but you've got to be comfortable enough to wait to stick. You can't roll out.
Correct. Yeah. There's no room for error here. You have to stick around. This should be good. I think we should put a broom on this and clean it just to make sure.
Yeah.
Sweeping it now. Just really whipping off that wall hard.
Looks like it looks good.
Yep, there we go. Lots of surface area for Peter on this hit here. It looks like there might be a hole, but if you throw the out turn and just kind of whip it, should be hard to miss one of those 2 rocks. And then we'll see the split get thrown.
Yeah.
I think for fun, you have to throw that to try to get to sit 4, and then it's a double or an extra end.
I don't know if it's an extra end or a draw the button. I'd have to look.
Oh yeah, dear. We may be getting some bonus action here.
Yeah.
I'm on sheet 1 after this, so we're
okay.
gonna wait for the end of the Francis
It's like, oopsie.
mic drop game, but it looks like
It's
Francis
6.
is up 2 with the hammer. There are 2 guards in play, but nothing in the ring, so they're looking to just hit every rock here and blank.
Can't flash if you're Francis at this point.
Can't flash, or you're going to be throwing against the extra end. And it looks like we have a beak on... Oh, no, we made the angle run back.
Yeah, but
Oh, it was on their own rock.
Yeah,
Oh, dear.
sitting.
So, game on over there.
Yeah.
There will be rocks in play. Maybe we can get some camera action over there if this game comes to an end. See how that finishes up.
This might find a hole. It's starting to move.
It's got lots of weight on. It's holding right now, but you're right. The hole is definitely in play. Okay, he just
Gotta
makes
sweep on it.
and he
Sweep
knows.
it.
He's shaking his head and laughing. But that was enough, I think, to end the game.
I'm quite surprised they're not playing the split.
Oh yeah, they're gonna try. They have to try the split. That rock has to come into the rings. So I'm not sure.
I'm not sure if they've realized that they've got to play the split yet.
Yeah. You might as well do it now. I mean, you have to make it on one of your next 2, and Peter's gonna have a contact hit.
Yeah.
The nice thing about this split is, like, even if you were to bump this rock into the rings, your next rock then might be the one that's splittable.
That's easy
It might
in a
not
split.
it might not be possible, but if you can kind of hit like 3/4 of that with the in-turn and get your thrown rock spinning towards the rings, the next one, the split will be there for sure.
Yeah, you don't have to move far. It looks
No.
like it's fairly
Like
close.
1 foot.
Yeah, because it doesn't have to be. Doesn't have to be the prettiest. It just
But you
has
just
to
have
be.
to hit it on the inside to move your shooter closer to the rings.
Yeah. We have another final on sheet 4, which was a D division semifinal. I'm not sure on who's won yet. There's handshakes, but we'll.
There's 3 red rocks just in the ring, so I'm assuming whoever's on the top of the scoreboard there was the winner. And you can check the scores online at OTRB 2024.
Yes.
We have a great website set up there. All right, so we're just discussing how to make this split here. They're going to opt for the out turn. So they're going to try to hit it a little bit thinner and try to chunk the shooter into the rings and bump this rock and just try to sit 3. And
Is
then
that
they need a
what-
flash from Team Douglas.
And would that be your turn on this? I mean, this doesn't look like it's a fun turn either way.
Well, I don't know if it matters because, again, you don't need to roll very far. I think at this point you're trying to throw it the way that you know, and I don't think anyone's thrown this far out, so it's a bit of a guess. You need to throw, like, the argument for throwing the in-turn is that if you hit it a little bit thick, you still would spin your shooter off. With the out turn, you're not going to get as much of a roll, but it might be easier to come across the face here.
And on sheet 4, it was John Whitaker won over Robbie Tremblay, so he'll be moving on to the D Division Finals.
It's curled, so
but
unfortunately it looks like a little bit heavy. Yeah,
and
so this is going to
there's
go right
definitely
through.
no shot for 4 now.
No, so that we should see some handshakes here.
Yeah, there's the handshakes. So congratulations, Peter Douglas. He'll be moving on to. I just lost. I want to say, was it C Division? Yeah, C Division finals, which will be at All the finals are at 4:30. And they will be playing the winner of the Kevin Verbeen and I think the Knights, or the winner of the game on sheet 3. So that's we've got some finals. We've got one more round
Yeah.
of semifinals coming up around 1 o'clock, maybe a little bit after 1 based on timing. We got to get some the ice ready and clean. Not a problem. Oh, Lord. Okay, good luck. I'll be watching. What street are you guys on?
But it was actually fun. I think it was actually
Dave Moncour going for the corner guard. Team Perrant is going to attempt to draw around the corner guard. Now, as this is a semi-final, it's going to be an 8-end game. If you joined us earlier in the weekend, the qualifiers were all 6-end games. These are now 8-end games. So it gives you a little bit more time to come back if you fall behind. Donald Walker is getting ready to throw for Team Moncour. Going to try to go around the corner guard.
We thought we messed up. You've been there too many.
Looks a little heavy. And this will sail through the rings, I believe. Team Perrant second is going to try to go around the corner guard. I want to correct myself earlier. I think I said this might have been the E semifinal. This is a D semifinal. I know Team Moncour was very happy when I saw them this morning. They did say that they're E semifinalists, so congratulations to them. And congratulations to all the semifinalists. Again, want to take this time to thank some of our sponsors, TD Bank for running the streaming and for all their support of the Spiel, and Stroke Ego, Man Lawyers, YOW Real Estate. And let's not forget Skanes General Contracting Incorporated, another great sponsor of this event. Nice draw by Team Moncour. They're sitting one buried. Team Perrant's going to try to freeze to it. And I'd like to announce that I'm joined by Stephen Sauvé. And nice to have you here, Stephen.
Thank you very much, David. I obviously missed the first little bit while I went to grab a bite to eat between the last couple draws. Do you know who's got the hammer right now?
It looks like Team Moncour has a hammer, and they're lying one buried. They're trying to split the rings. Looks a little heavy.
I'm gonna guess Team Patteron is going to go for the corner freeze there. Sweepers are on it a little bit. We must be close. There it goes. We've seen all yesterday and all today. Once it breaks, it really goes on this ice. We've been, again, blessed with excellent ice all weekend here.
Oh, and they make contact with the yellow shot rock, but it stays back 12, and the red rolls wide open. So the third rock thrower for Team Encore, Steve White, is going to try to hit and flop here.
No, curl, always curl. Just get there. Line's good. Line's good. Yep, hard Scott.
Looks not bad. Maybe got going a little. Got to hold that for sure. Make contact.
And he's going to double out his own, but no harm, no foul. They're still buried behind those two guards there.
Gives Perron a chance to get buried there, but definitely draws there. It's a tough draw though.
Skip for Daniel Perron is going to try to draw to the yellow one. He's taking about 5-6 feet of ice here. I want to echo what Steven said. The ice has been excellent all weekend here, as it always is at the Ottawa Curling Club. So kudos to Rick Allen and his excellent ice crew. And I get to mention that I helped mop one draw, so hopefully I did a good job mopping. Takes me back to my childhood days. My first job was doing ice at Tim Heather Country Club in Scarborough. What a nice shot there by Daniel Perron. He's frozen, buried.
So Dave's definitely with that ice. I think he's gonna try to chip that out. That's a. It looks like it might be there. The sweepers are definitely talking. So here comes Andrew Bork, who throws fourth stones for Team Encore.
Team Encore is shaking up their lineup for this Bondsville. Dave Moncore usually skips and throws last rocks, but I'm not sure if he has an injury or whatnot that he decided it's best to throw lead rocks for this Bondsville.
He had an injury over the Christmas break. It's just starting to heal, so they kind of have the same similar setup this weekend that I play with on our team. It's starting to curl. If they hold it, it's there. Definitely.
Is he going to run it back? Oh,
just
no.
on the top, but now if I'm skipper Daniel Perron, I'm splitting the house here. You're gonna you've set up a force for one. If I know it looks like they might be drawing in and trying to get in for second. You just don't want to be light and give Team Encore a shot for two here.
Yeah, I agree. I would be splitting the rings. Looks like with the ice there, they might be throwing down the middle.
Looks like Skipper was telling the sweepers there, like top 12, kind of center line. It gets in the view of the draw. For the way the ice is, we've got enough curl in the ice. I'm not sure that it blocks the curl on either side. Sweepers are on it right out of the skipper's hand, so tells me it's light. And third's coming out to help. That's not a good sign for the third to come out and serve to help.
Sometimes that third just gets in the way too.
It looks like now they're just trying to get it over for a guard.
The hog line.
Yeah, he hogged that. We've all done that.
Now that red shot rock is fairly exposed. I wonder if it looks like Team Encore is going to call the bump and hopefully save their shooter.
That's what it looks like. Probably with that ice, I'm thinking hackish. What do you think, Dave? Like a hackish weight, maybe back 8, back 12.
I think hack would be good here.
And we'll give updates on all 5 sheets. These are all semifinals across the board, so we'll keep everyone updated with all the updates and scores.
Sweepers are on it early. Oh, now they're off. He looks close.
Gotta let it curl a little. There it goes. It's starting to make its move. Gotta get it to curl just a little bit more.
What a shot!
What a
by
shot!
Andrew Burke. 2 points for yellow.
So give you an update across all the sheets, kind of the games and where they are. Sheet 1 is Team Eddie Chow versus Team BDE, Big Draw Energy. It's a B semifinal. Sheet 2 is the D semifinal, Parent and Moncourt. Sheet 3 is an E semifinal. It's Curling Scouts versus Team Johnson. Sheet 4 is the C semifinal, Team Verbeen versus Team NG. They are up 2-0. And sheet 5 is an A semifinal. It's Team Newell versus Team McCleary. And we'll keep you updated all across the board on all the games. Winner of this, all the games get to go to finals, which will happen at 4:45, I believe.
Yeah. Fun thing about making the finals at this Bonspiel is you get to be piped on the ice. It's always a fun experience.
I believe the closing ceremonies, I think, will be live streamed as well. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe they might. Oh, yes, they are. I'm being told, yes, they will be live streamed. So if you've never been to a Bonspiel where there's a pipe and all the fun stuff, it's a quite an experience. So nice start with the corner guard. Here comes, it looks like the way to come around. Got to get it there. Got to get some of it buried. It looks like it's buried. It's quite nice. I'm thinking, yeah. Calling for the run back. Here comes the run back with Dave Moncourt. Sweepers are on it now. It's looking pretty good. It's got to curl just a little bit. Just gonna miss it, but
rolls for a corner.
So the skipper here, Daniel Perron, has a choice. He can either split the house, what he's choosing. He could have thrown, don't really want a corner guard. I mean, you could throw a corner guard here, knowing that more likely you've just seen Dave Moncourt call a run back. So looks like the sweepers are just along for the ride here. So it looks like it might be a little heavy.
Sweepers might call the plan B to rub on their red rock in the rings to try to sit 2.
That's actually is plan B. It would be tough for any sort of double.
Just an update on some of the sheets. On sheet 1, Team Child took 2-ender over BDE, Big Draw Energy.
No update yet on sheet 3. Gave you the sheet 4 already. It's 2-0. And sheet 5 is Glen Newell. It's up 3-0 in the after 1. So we'll keep you guys updated. We'll give you all the sponsors information. Without them, definitely this Bonspiel would not be possible.
Thank you to all our sponsors. Don Walker here, the second for Team Encore, trying to hit the Red Rock top 4.
It's looking pretty good. Gonna catch it, might get the little rollover. Oh, it's gonna roll out, unfortunately. Cut it a little thin. So it looks like Team Perron's gonna put another one right in there. I'm thinking you want, he's calling like top 8 T-line. It's looking pretty good. Starting to curl. Sweepers are on and off, so that's always a good sign.
Okay shot there. Might have left a double there for Encore.
Don Walker's. How much weight do you think? Probably.
That ace, I think we're going to throw control weight at it. You want to save your shooter here.
Yeah, you definitely. Yes. Sweepers were on it right away, so it tells me probably a little inside. Got the hit. Oh, just missed. So it looks like maybe a little hit and roll over. A little outside. A little outside here. Looks like it was a little outside, a little heavy, so it's just wouldn't come back. So I'm guessing Dave might.
He's calling the hit on the second stone, which is an okay shot. The aggressive call here would be to throw the guard on your one that's on the pin, and she might be switching to that call right now.
I like the draw or the guard. Yourself when you're skipping.
It depends on what the comfort level is. You skip if you're more defensive, you like it open up. There's nothing wrong with hitting the second rock and trying to sit 2 at the force that way. If you're aggressive, which Encore seems to be at this call, throwing the guard, try to get your steal.
Looks a little hot, but you're on your other, and they're gonna tap it. Maybe even tap almost like a corner. Tap almost corner frozen. That's good plan B. If I'm Team Perron, I'm trying to hit and trying to roll over. Gotta clean it up so you can access. You gotta score. You can't give up. So you gotta hit and kind of roll somewhere.
Perron going for the double here.
Not sure if the double's necessary. Hit and roll would be.
And they want to save the shooter. It looks like they're going to roll out.
So discussing right now whether at this point in the end, I'm not with the shot rock being behind the T line. I'm not necessarily. I'm not loving the call of a corner guard here. You're just asking for the other team to come around it.
Yeah, I would be inclined to split the rings here or hit the second red rock. Again, that's me as a skip. I tend to be more on the defensive end.
I find myself more offensive, but a corner guard, if you're ever light, he's not. Like, if you hit the guard, you're just asking for them to come around, and you're giving them stuff to freeze to. I mean, at this point, you're forcing them to one, maybe two.
It's not a bad result, though,
No.
but it sets up a little pocket there for Team Parent.
Yeah, I don't think this is. I'm playing on this ice yesterday. I'm watching it the first two games. For the freeze, I don't think this is enough ice. There's a lot of curl here, so
Sweepers are just watching, and he might be a little heavy.
it's starting to go now. You almost have to be on this just before it goes, because once it goes, it's hard to keep it from over curling. It's really good. Put it right in the pocket.
Oh, what a shot there
Yeah.
by the third for Team Parent.
Now Dave Moncourt's just going to follow it down. Well, Dave's calling for the follow it down. Definitely the shot is to follow it down, cut him down to one. You're okay with giving up one. You don't want to give up two.
Well, actually, it was. I think what happened is after I started shooting, like, you started to see some machines go north.
About the same ice as Team Parent just called.
Yeah, Andrew, you could tell this weekend when he's getting serious, he takes off his hat when he's really focused.
Yeah,
he's done for this shot.
Looks light. The sweepers were on it right out of his hand. It's light and over curling. So I'm not liking. I wouldn't call the freeze here. Back because you're behind the T line. You're giving Team Moncourt to draw right in.
Yeah, I would call top 8 here. Just kind of guard and sit 2. You don't want to come to it and set up a big pocket to get Moncourt get out of jail free card.
You could almost go T line, edge of 4 on the other side. Set your 2.
Set your 2 that way, yeah.
And it would be a really thin double if they wanted to try it. The tolerance on this shot will definitely need to be light. Heavy is not ideal. You're setting up a bigger pocket. Sweepers were on it fairly quick.
They're going for line here. I think weight's all there.
I'm almost, even if it over curls and let it over curl a little. It's close. Red's definitely won. It's close for first and second. So Team Moncourt, Dave's calling for just a straight freeze into the pocket there.
I just want to give a shout out to Jen Skanes from Skanes General Contracting, one of the sponsors of this event, who's also doing a lot of volunteering selling the 50/50. I just bought $10 worth, and hopefully one of them is the winning ticket. Is that a guarantee, Jen?
Well, no. Good luck, Dave.
It's been a very busy weekend for all of us volunteers helping out. We appreciate everyone's involvement helping. 2 big 50/50 draw winners the last couple days, both over $1,000 take home. So
That could just about pay the bar tab for the weekend.
yes, the bar was quite busy all night last night and all weekend. It's been nice. Looks like a very nice tap back here on sheet 3. I got a little distracted there for it looks like 3. That was a beautiful tap back for 3. Andrew was just a little heavy, so there'll be a draw for
3.
I'm coming right down to the yellow, and you just have to move it back a very small smidge to guarantee your 3.
Yeah, or you can even play down to your reds too.
I would just be afraid. I would be afraid how close it is for second. I don't want to move my red at all. I'd be trying, if I'm gonna play down, I'd much play down to the yellow, move it back just a little, guarantee your 3.
Shots like this as a skip, you have to tell yourself you have the backing, but you don't want to play to the backing necessarily, because then inevitably you end up throwing it heavy and sailing right by. But you can use the backing in case. The ace has been excellent in about 4 seconds, I'd say, for a draw to T-line, back line to hog.
They're on it right away. The weight looks good. I'm wondering if they were just on it for line. Gotta hold it.
Looks a little heavy. They might want to play to the yellow, as you suggested, Steve.
That's what it looks like. Can't hit your red. There you go. For 3. That was a really good call. As soon as they realize it might be over curling or a little heavy, you got to jump that to make sure that you get 3. You could never really come down to your red and potentially only get 1 or 2. So
yeah, it's a good shot there by Daniel Perron. Now I'm going to leave momentarily. I'm just coming off the ice. We were on the losing end of the game against Team Whitaker. Congratulations, Team Whitaker. So it's my time to buy the drink back for my opposition. So I'll be right back.
all right, well. And so Team Daniel Perron's calling for a center line guard here. Sweepers are on it now, just making sure it gets over. Holding it out there. It looks pretty good. Now just trying to drag it as far as you can. Very nice throw. Nice guard. Team Encore is coming around. Looks like probably, I'm thinking top 8. And that top 8 would be, I think, ideal. It's coming around. It's all about weight now. It's looking very nice. Very nicely buried. Very nicely. Top 4, very nicely buried behind the guard. Team Perron's called for the corner freeze right on the corner of this. Great call. Cut the scoring area down fairly quickly. The sweepers are on it now. weight's looking pretty good on this. Just gotta drag this. It looks like be a little short, but that's still in a good spot. Top 12. Can't really see much of that rock. Maybe a half a stone.
Or maybe
A few moments here, I'll give you some updates on the scores around all the sheets here. Sheet 1, sponsored by Stroked Ego. Eddie Chow is up 6-0 over BDE, Big Draw Energy. Sheet 3, sponsored by Skanes General Contracting. It looks like Curl Scouts scored 1 for sure. Looks like they've tied it up. Sheet 4, which is C semifinal, it's sponsored by YOW Home Team. It's 2-0 Team NG. What it looks like, and on sheet 5, sponsored by Man Lawyers. Looks like it is 3-2 Glen Newell. So Dave came up a little light there. So looks like skipper Daniel Perront's calling for kind of a tap back, board weight, just pushing that red rock or yellow rock behind the back 4 somewhere. Weight looks fairly close. It's just they're holding the rock straight. Now there goes the curl. That's looks like it's going to be pretty good. That's going to go there. Quite nice. Are you going to stick around for second shot? It's stuck around. That's nice weight control right there. That's exactly what you want. Without hammer, that's quite nice. You're forcing the team with hammer now. Dave Moncor is asking second Donald Walker for a come around here.
for like 15 feet on the ice, and Ryan just turned white. He was
Here comes the draw attempt. Sweepers are on it now. Weight looks pretty close. Looks like it's got a curl. Looks like it's got to curl a lot, but it's starting to want to move. And there it goes. Like we've been talking about all day, we have wonderful ice here with wonderful curl. So definitely got there. You can see about probably half to 3/4. Skip Daniel Perront is asking for a freeze in there. Definitely the good call. Got to, as long as it's close. Weight's pretty close. Line's a little wide. It's got a curl. Definitely got to get this to curl a little bit. It's got to curl quite a bit to get there. It's not gonna get for the corner freeze, but they're gonna come around and get it buried, which is also very nice. It's behind the tee line, but it's quite buried. From my angle, you only can see about a quarter of it. So Dave Moncor's asking Donald for a freeze right to it, maybe even a little tap freeze, just move it back just a little. So it's sweepers are on it fairly quick. They might have thought it was light. Now it's really got a curl. If the weight's there, it will curl, but it looks a little wide. Probably much more of a fresher spot out there, so definitely didn't get the movement like they probably thought they would. It was a little slower. Can someone go listen for the 50-50 for me? We're doing a 50-50 draw now, and I had to go get someone to listen see if I won some money. Missed the call here, but it looks like it's probably going to be some sort of corner freeze. Really put the pressure on Team Encore here. Sweepers are on it. They've just got to drag it a little farther, protect that any sort of run back or tap, which it does. The hole's there still for the draw to come around and through. Again, with the ice we have, you can definitely get there for this. So Dave Encore's asking Stephen White to come around and sit right on, maybe tap freeze, just move it back just a very little bit. With the curl here, that shot's there. They're on it, so it doesn't look light. It looks like they're holding it for line right now. Looks very good. If they've got it past, it's quite nice. Beautiful shot there by Stephen White. They got it off. Their Team Encore sitting 1-2 with hammer. So they've definitely now. They're calling a corner freeze.
Didn't really get together.
Looks like Andre Marchot is throwing for a corner freeze here. Looks potentially a little heavy. Maybe they're gonna get a little rub and roll. Oh, they got a buy. It really moved there. I didn't think it was there. It still is Team Encore sitting 1-2.
Chris and Matt again.
So we were just finding out who won the 50-50. Definitely wasn't me, I was told.
Not me. Jen lied. She told me she sold the winning ticket.
Dave asked Steve, I believe, for come around everything there. Normally I would not be 100% sure if it was there, but with the curl and the wonderful ice we have, it's definitely, with the right weight, it's there. I think they're calling for plan B for a little bit of rub and roll. So looks like he's lining up some sort of angle tap back, angle bump, just to start limiting some damage here.
Daniel Perron giving his sweepers some instructions there of what he's looking for.
With that ice, I'm guessing a control weight. looking like a control weight hit. Maybe gotta move the red that it's the red onto the yellow. They're on it early to hold the line for sure. Gotta catch it on the outside. Beautiful shot. Get it. They've got a sweep to get that out, or at least get it behind. Beautiful shot.
Still leaves yellow Team Encore lying 1.
Team Perron does have that rock he just threw there for a tap back. You do have the whole other side to draw around, so there's some options here for Team Encore. If this is you, Dave, are you calling the come around? Are you kind of hitting and rolling? What's your...
I'm be a little nervous if I'm Team Encore. Those reds are in a good spot there on the top 12.
I'd be almost tempted to hit on the nose and just sit there and make it your rock there for a tappable or a raisable. So it can be tapped or raised depending on what you need. Right now they're just playing the come around here. It definitely can get buried and lost behind all those guards. So there's Andrew's first rock he throws. He's throwing fourth. It's definitely taking off.
I think he's on the yellow guard already. Yep.
Yeah. Is he gonna block the tap? If the hole's there for the tap, that did make it a little harder. They could have jumped it to try to get it to curl a little more, maybe to get it over a little farther to take the tap away. Looks like the skipper Daniel Perron's going to come around, draw, try to get it lost behind all those guards.
That seems like the right call here.
The tap is there. It'd be very tough to come through a port for a tap. The sweepers are on it and off, which is sometimes it's just started to go. So now they're trying to hold this for line. It's looking close. Looking very close.
You just rubbed that top yellow. Gonna try to roll in for shot.
Got shot. It's open. It's edge on edge. Can still get there for 2.
Andrew Burke doing some house cleaning. He must have seen something on the ice that you want to be careful that you don't run over with your rock and get a pick.
Last game we did see a few picks here. Rocks just went sideways, so there goes the hat. So he's in serious mode now.
Just a waste of his time.
Guessing a control-ish way.
It's a little outside the broom. It's got a curl.
It looks
starting to curl. Is he going to get a piece?
It looks like he's going to get a piece of it. It looks like it was a little less weight than what it was called. He's going to get 2.
Good shot there by Andrew Burke.
Wonderful shot. A little outside, but it was less than control, so it definitely moved. So got 2. give you kind of an update here around for scores. Sheet 1, Eddie Chow's up 6-2 over BDE in the going into the fourth. Sheet 3, Curl Scouts and Johnson are tied 1-1 in the third. Sheet 4, Team NG's over Team Verburn in the fourth end. And on sheet 5, the AA semifinal, it's Glen Newell 3, Team McCleary 2. So, Team Mountain calling for a center guard here. They jumped it pretty early. It's a wide path, so I don't know too many rocks that have been out there. So definitely sweeping to get it over. Ing. Got it there. Wide path, slower.
So it is now 4-2 for Team Encore, playing the fourth end. Team Perron will have Hammer throwing red rocks.
This is looking a little light. Gonna have a double center guard here. I expect to see it come around here yet for Team Encore here. Put it top 4.
It's 4-3 for Team.
4-3, yeah.
For Team Encore.
I can't imagine.
So that Dave shot came up a little. I didn't see if it picked. It definitely went sideways. So Team Perron's coming for a come around, try to get this probably top 8. Sweepers are on this fairly early. Might be a little light. The weight's there. It's going to curl just like it is there.
Can they get a bite of the rings? Sweepers are on it.
Just a little short.
Not a bad miss, though. You hate to have those behind the tee line so early in the end. You can definitely use this rock.
So Dave Moncourt's called for a come around to get this buried.
Oh, okay. She's a real
Oh, looks like Donald was wide. And
they're calling a plan B here, trying to raise their yellow guard. Oh, he might come around it.
he got a bite of the back. Looks like he got a bite of... Ooh.
Oh, it might just be out by that camera angle.
Just confirming with Dave Moncourt, it is out, he said. Sometimes the overhead can be a little off-centered, so just want to double check. Here comes Team Perron for the come around. This looks a little heavy. They're definitely sweepers backed right off.
So a few more updates. Sheet 3, the Curl Scouts are tied with Team Johnson, 1-1. Sheet 4, the C semifinal, Team Ing is up 3-1 over Team Verburn. And Team Newell is up 3-2 over Team Acklear on Sheet 5 in the A semifinal. Kudos to Team Verburn, who had a bit of a comeback last night. They were down 6-1 at one point and came back to win on the draw to the button. That's why you keep playing. Sweepers could have let Dave Moncourt know that rock was a little heavy and they could have swept it to get a little rub there.
So, another come around attempt here. Weight looks better. The sweepers are on it right away. Looks like looks heavy. They backed off of it.
Dave Moncourt getting ready to sweep it past the T line. Is it going to grab a piece of the back 12? It looks like it will.
It's behind everything. It's back 12, but it's there. That could become a second or third point. You never know. In the rings, is there. This is looking a little heavy again. Looks like it's
going to sail right through. This ice, you have to believe that it's 4 seconds backline to hog and let your sweepers take it.
Yes.
Sweepers can't do much just watching it sail by if it's too heavy, but if you give it to your sweepers, it's excellent ice here. They can sweep it and get it there and bury.
I was trying to you almost want to just throw T-line and let your sweepers take it. Or like top 12, sorry. Throw the thing top 12 and have your sweepers take it, everything else, the rest of the way.
I always tell my teammates, I'm a bigger guy, so I need the exercise, so don't be afraid to throw it a little late and make me sweep.
Another one behind the T-line here. Give something for Team Moncourt to freeze to. Team Perron's sitting 1-2 with hammer, but not sure how much you can see from the hack. Dave's elected to hit this. Looks like a control weight, so he must be able to see at least, thinking at least half of the rock, I'm guessing. Dave called them on right away, so he must have been a little inside. Looks like it's on the... They're going to hold that? Just... It opens it up, so if Team Perron doesn't set something in a good location, it will be available for a hit, for a double.
Team Perron is predicting that they're going to score 2 here. I saw that they just hung up 2 for the fourth end that we're currently playing.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. Just threw a long guard. I can't tell how much you can see of it with that long guard, but I'm guessing they're going to try to freeze to it.
And just an update, the Andrews hat has come off, so he's definitely into serious mode right now. Going to focus on making this freeze on the red rock back four.
Do you think they're calling a freeze, or you think like a tap back? It's looking... It's got a curl. I'm not sure if you got it a little started outside. If you got it outside, you got to get a little rub, I think, off of this wide guard. Gonna get the rub.
A little too much. Red is going to still sit 2.
Is... Now, if this is you, are you coming all the way around and trying to get it buried like top 4 around everything, or are you gonna? He's calling like top 8.
I would definitely come top 4, top 8. Set up a 3.
He's calling like top 8, but kind of open, so. He's giving instructions to his sweepers before he kicks out. Nice throw. Gotta get it to move. It looks a little hot. Looks a little fast out there. Here it goes. It's starting to curl. It's wanting to go. Sweepers should be on that, dragging that in, trying to find. Sweepers gave up on that. Little sweeping. You probably could have got it a little closer. Depending on how much you can see, you might have a double attempt there. I'm not 100% sure.
So Team Encore is going to, they're calling the takeout on that red one back 4. Throw a good board weight here, get the curl, roll buried. And again, the Andrew Bork hat update, the hat is off, so he's going to be really focused on this one. Seems to be outside. Dave Moncourt is not liking it so far. He's going to raise it in for another rock.
Dave's got to sweep that. It's through. So Team Braun's going to have a draw for 3. Sweepers were on it early. He's right at the skipper's hand there. Looks like they're worried about weight. Third's coming out. Doesn't look bad, actually. Got to drag it. You only need full rock. Nice shot for 3. So Team Braun's going to take a 6-4 lead going into the fifth end. Or yeah, 6-4 going into the into the fifth end. That's a
They all seem long to watch. But it gives them.
Kind of forget.
Almost normal.
so Team Perron's calling for a center line guard.
This is Ronnie Moores throwing lead rocks for Team Perron.
Get over, nice little, just over the hog line. It's a long corner, but so they're gonna come around that long corner, try to get something. Thinking top 8, maybe top 12. But they're going aggressive, so if you're a little late, you have another corner to work with.
Update on sheet 5. Team Newell had a big end and is up now 7-2 over Team McAleer in the A semifinal. Winner of that gets the defending champion Team Francis in the final, which we will have live for you at 4 o'clock or 4:30.
So it looks like Team Perron's calling for a come around here. David's a little light, but they have the double corner now, which with Hammer, you definitely need to score some points, so it's not bad at all. It looks like this one's going to come up light as well. So Team Montcourt has a lot to work with the guards out front here. Here comes Dave Montcourt for draw just to get it around everything.
Has lots of room.
It's gonna curl a lot, so it's all about weight. If the weight's there, it's gonna curl. There it goes. It's gonna be dead buried here behind everything. Beautiful shot. Above the tee line, lost behind all the guards out there. So Team Perron's gonna have to do a come around here. I'm thinking maybe try to get corner frozen. Maybe if you can just get a piece tucked, put a little bit of pressure on Team Montcourt again.
And this is Romina Fontelaval throwing second stones for Team Perron.
Mine's actually quite nice. It's all about weight now. If the weight's there, it's gonna curl. There it goes. It's all about weight. It's curl. It's going. Just trying to drag it there. It's actually quite nice. It didn't get shot, but it's behind everything.
Cuts out the scoring area a bit for Team Montcourt.
I was thinking there. So I think Dave was pointing to like a top 12 like center line to kind of cut that come around down. Second, Donald Walker. Weight doesn't look bad. Skipper, the sweepers want to go a little bit. Starting to curl. It's looking quite nice. It's gonna almost be exactly where it's a little higher than where Dave wanted, but that prevents it chokes up that come around there. It forces them a little wider. Forcing a little wider path this time. And that's a nice rock. It's tappable. Sweepers were on that right away. Thinking for line, not wade. There it goes.
This looks like it'll be a little heavy.
Looked like Dave was asking for another just outside the rings or top 12 shot here. Sweepers are on it now. Weight looks fairly close.
It's got good line if the sweepers can get it there.
It's going to get behind everything. It's going to be, looks like it's going to be quite nice. Second shot, beautiful shot.
Excellent shot. That was Donald Walker throwing second rocks for Team Montcor.
Looks like he's calling for the tap. From our angle, I can't see any of it. We're not directly behind the hack, but he's calling the hack weight.
This is Andre Michaud throwing third rocks for Team Perron.
Weight looks pretty close, I think.
He's got a lot of curling to do.
Just stayed very straight. I think Dave Moncor is asking for a come around here. Try to get it buried. Another one.
Stephen White throwing third rocks for Team Montcor.
Sweepers are on that. Line looks pretty close. All but weight now. It's starting to curl now. It's all but weight. It's looking quite nice actually. Kind of a little exposed, but it looks good. Team Perron can ask the third there, Andre Decamp Marchot with, what do you think? With that ice, you think firm?
Normal weight here. Try to hit what you can see, get the double takeout.
I'm thinking even if you're a little inside, you're gonna peel the guard off. That's not the end of the world either. Are you gonna get?
Oh, and he got a little fortunate break to remove one of the yellow counters. Yellow is sitting 2, and that's fairly wide open for a double takeout for Perron. Moncor is going to call for the guard here.
Do you like the guard, or would you come around and try to put more pressure on it?
I think you've got a guard here. Those rocks are fairly automatic double if you leave them wide open.
Line's nice. It's all about the weight now, how the weight is. Looks like it's a little heavy, so
Might want to sweep it in there for third rock. It's still fairly exposed. I think you can get the double.
might
I'm wondering
jam.
if it's lined up on that back red one.
Yeah, I'm thinking it might jam on that back red one with just the drag effect there. I'm not 100% sure.
Just make sure it's in. Take a look, man. Whoa!
Thinking normal weight here. Just a normal weight. Looks. They're on it right away. Right out of his hands, they were on it. They can hold it. It's there. Looking like they are. Looks like they're gonna. Wow. Made the double. Got the jam.
He gets away with it.
Yeah.
And red's line 2. Excellent shot there by Daniel Perron.
Now Dave Moncor might have the double back. So if Team Moncor can make this double back, they'll be sitting 5. So even a little hit and roll under should be fairly close.
And again, the Andrew Burke hat is off, so he's going to be really focused on this double takeout attempt.
Looks pretty close. They're on it. They gotta hold that. No, it looks like it's over curled already. So I think Dave's gone for plan B. Wow. Plan B caught the. That's a very lonely red right now.
Yes, if I was red, I would draw another one in there. I think your best guard is to sit second shot, because otherwise you miss the guard. It'll be a shot for 6 for Team Encore.
I might even be tempted to some sort of hit on the one at the yellow, kind of sitting at like 2 o'clock, Dave, and try to roll over maybe. Try to hit and just roll. Try to hit
Gotta
this
make
and
the roll. I think they're calling the guard with that ice.
I don't. That's not gonna be enough ice if that's the guard, unless they're gonna try to get all the way under everything. Trying to get it under. Got to get it there. You got to be second shot. You've got to be second shot. You can't be light. You got to be second shot. You got to give yourself not to give up a fairly large number. That's a beautiful shot.
Excellent shot there by Daniel Perron. It's completely buried. I think Moncor only has the shot for 1.
Yeah, I don't see anything else
could if you might see a sliver of that second red shot and make the double. But the scoreboard here, 1 would be pretty key. Keep yourself in the game.
They're lining it up, but it's from my angle, I can't see any of the shot that Daniel Perron just threw. So I'm not sure how you can chase it with any sort of weight to get the rollover. So they're really lining this up. I'm kind of with you. I probably would take the 1. Keep yourself, you're in this game. You're only down by 1. It's an 8-end game. And there goes the hat. Seriously.
Oh, they're still debating what they're calling here. Dave Moncor is going to come down and have a discussion.
I think Dave's going to come and look from the hack. I think Dave wants to play the double for some sort of large end. I think the team is trying to convince him just to take the 1. Go for the 1. I'm with the team on this one. Take your 1. You're down 1 and go in the 6th. Yeah.
That's what they're calling for, to hit the open 1. Take their 1.
Hit the nose, take your 1, and just keep playing. Still quite a bit of curling left.
Keepers are on it early.
I think it's just for line. The weight looks good. I think they were just worried about the line. It looks good.
I think
Got to
it's
stick
gonna
around.
roll out. You steal a 1 for Team Perron. An excellent draw there by Daniel Perron, facing a possibility of 6. Gets the steal. So it'll be 7-3 for Team Perron after 5 ends. Again, a reminder to our viewers who might have been with us earlier that these are now 8-end games, so plenty of time for Team Moncor to come back. Ronnie Morris throwing lead rocks for Perron.
I think they're going to have a corner guard here. Tight corner guard.
Updates on some of our scores. On sheet 1, the B semifinal, sponsored by Stroked Ego. Team Chow is up 7-5 over BDE, playing the 6th end. On sheet 3, sponsored by Skanes General Contracting, the Curl Scouts are up 2-1 over Team Johnson, and that's the E semifinal. On sheet 4, sponsored by YOW Home Team. Team Ing is up 3-2 over Team Perburn. And on sheet 5, the A semifinal, sponsored by Man Lawyers. Team Newell is up 7-2 over Team Accolade.
And we just saw handshakes on sheet 5.
So that will be, looks like Team Newell will be advancing to the final against Team Francis. So a battle of Toronto in the Ottawa final.
And Dave Moncor with a beautiful come around behind the corner guard. Looking a little hot. It looks like it might go through. Definitely on this, trying to get this as deep as possible, if not out. Another come around here, just trying to get another one around the corner guard, get him behind and lined up as much as possible. A little light, but it is fine. You have the double corner guard. If you're Team Encore, you need to get. You're really trying to push for at least 2 here. So he's skipper's asking for a corner freeze here. Come around everything, corner freeze. Really shrink the scoring zone.
Romina Fontelaval.
Weight looks fairly good. It's all about line now. Sweepers were on it early. They've backed off a little now. Looking pretty good. Might get a little tap. Shot, which is great. I think the sweepers got on it a little bit early, so definitely made it, pushed it probably a little bit farther. Weight looked wonderful. Line was great. Called like a board weight hit here with Donald first. Weight's looking pretty good. He's got the sweepers on now, so it's all about line. Wonderful shot. Got it by. Not going to over curl. Wonderful little tap.
Nice little pick there by Donald Walker. Team Encore is sitting 2.
Got the little. He even got a little rub on the red. Just pushed it a little farther under.
A smile from Dave Moncour behind the glass. He's happy with that result.
Oh, I didn't even know.
Called for another corner freeze. The sweepers were on it early again. Line's great. It's all about weight here. Little heavy.
It's going to leave Team Moncour line 2. Again, the score is 7-4 here in the 6th end for Team Moncour. For Team Perron.
So he's calling like a top 12, maybe a just short guard to protect that come around and give him something to tap if needed later. Sweepers are just saying it's a little heavy, but it's a wider path, so it might be a little slower, so it should start to come down. It's starting to move, and the weight's starting to come off of it quite nicely, actually. It's actually going to be a little deeper than they wanted, but that's...
Sitting 3, that's a pretty good shot there for Team Encore.
It looks like it's pretty open, the rock Donald just threw, so I'd be tempted to some sort of hit there. Without hammer, you're giving, right now they're sitting 3, so he just called back line, so I think he wants to tap that red back. But sweepers are on it now. So it's all weight now. Looks a little wide. Well, here it comes. Thought it was a little wide there to start with. Still was, but that shrinks the scoring area a little bit, but
Team Encore is setting up for a big end. It's calling the guard on the shot rock.
call for a guard. It's looking a little fast coming in. So I'm thinking plan B, trying to get right to the button now. With that weight,
yeah, sweep it by, sweep it by. Team Encore sitting 4. But there's a hit and flop there for Team Perron.
if you could have if they could have communicated a little quicker, got it, known that it was a little heavy, you could sweep that by, get it kind of to the button area, really make this hit and flop hard. They're on it right away. I'm guessing it was a little tight for line. I think they're going to get the rock that was just thrown in.
And worst case scenario, they bumped it top of the button buried and leaving Team Encore line 4.
Your situation right here, Dave, what are you calling? I'm thinking calling a guard on the boat.
The out for Team Perron is to freeze on that one on the top of the button. So you might want to throw a guard there.
You have the freeze on the other side as well to cut down. So I guess you kind of got to leave yourself. If you have to throw something on your lap, what do you prefer? Like, I like the guard there. Depending on which turn you prefer. Sweepers are calling heavy. It's starting to curl now. It's starting to go. It's got to put on the brakes for a guard pretty quick here.
You might want to think of the plan B, draw it in there for...
Wow, the weight came off of that fairly quick there.
Excellent shot there by Steve White.
Dave's letting us know it was a little wide. That's why the weight came off of it. Caught some of the fresh pebbles, so the weight came off of it fairly quick, which is good. Looks like Team Bronze run back double. That's what they're lining up.
Still be setting, leaving Moncor line 1 or 2, even if this is made.
You've got to hit the nose, or close to nose, I think, to make this double. What do you think, Dave? Pretty close to nose?
Yeah, hit as much as you can see.
I think you can see it all, or almost all of it. They're on it fairly quick. It's got a curl. It's a little wide. This would not be good if you pick your own.
He gets one Moncor rock. Moncor is sitting 3. Shot rock is now open for Team Perron, so Moncor is going to throw the guard.
I don't mind the guard here. You'd have a tap on both of your 2 close, tight. Well, you're going to have some taps here if you need for extra points. Sitting 3.
That's why I assume we'll never get divorced, because I'm like gonna go, are we gonna
Team Moncor calling the guard here from Andy Quigley. Just the hat remained on there, so he's maybe not feeling quite as pressured on this one.
They've got to get this over.
It's over. It's got to sit down.
That's going to protect Shot Rock. They are going to have access to second shot for, probably a little hit and roll if you should have a hit and roll here.
It's a fairly long guard. They could probably play backline weight and get to the Shot Rock there.
Yeah. It's a thin, the double's not there, I don't think. It's too thin of a double, I think, to... It looks like he's calling for a corner freeze. Corner freeze on Shot Rock.
I think that's the call. Really cut down the scoring area for Team Moncor.
I would be inclined to hit something. They're sitting 1, 2, 3, so if the corner freeze isn't made perfect, Team Moncor might have a shot for a 4. I kind of like your shot there with like a backline weight at going after Shot Rock. They're definitely trying to get this to curl a little, I think. It's got to move. It's definitely hanging out there a little bit. Starting to move now, but it looks heavy. Andrew's on that. So
it leaves Moncor line 2. You'll have a draw for 3, or if it's looking good, sweepers can sweep it for a little tap back for 4.
Yeah, I think you 100%. I think you go for the draw top 4. If it's there, you take it all the way back for your 4. They've got to make you call for the draw, and if it's there, if you've got the line, you tap it back for 4.
So would you go up on the red?
Call for the draw. If you've made it, take it back. You've got to take your 3 points to tie the game up. Going to 7, you can't really chase that last rock with any sort of weight based on where it's sitting. But if the draw's there, once you've made the draw, you know it's there. You can sweep it all the way and tap for your 4.
And Andrew's hat is off, so he's really dialed in for this draw for 3, possible 4.
Sweepers are on it right away, so I'm thinking it's a little light.
He's got a curl. He's on the red corner.
Starting to curl now. They've got to drag it. They've got it. There's their 3 points. Nice draw.
Excellent shot there by Andrew Burke. So we are now tied at 7 after 6 ends here in this D semifinal.
So Dave Moncourt's Andrew's calling for center guard, center line.
An update on some of our scores on sheet 1, sponsored by Stroke Ego. The B semifinal, Team Chow is up 9-5 over BDE. Sheet 3, the E semifinal, sponsored by Skanes General Contracting. Team Johnson is up 4-2 over the Curl Scouts. And on sheet 4, the C semifinal, sponsored by YOW Home Team. Team Verburn is up 4-3 over Team Ing. And on those just tuning in, there's the final of the A semifinal on sheet 5. Team Newells won 8-2 over Team McAleer.
So the center guard just slid a little far. It's in the rings. So I'm throwing a corner guard.
You could also play for the blank here, hit that one in the top of the rings and try for the blank and come home tied with the hammer for your team pair home.
Yeah, looks like actually they're coming around. Yeah, depending on what your skill set is, if you could get the blank, have the hammer coming home is always a nice thing in a tied game. Look like, got
that rock was hogged.
So it looks like they're gonna split the house here. So Dave Moncourt wants to force them, Team Perron to score 1. Oh, it looks like maybe they changed the call. It looks like maybe they're coming around. Weight looks quite nice for a come around. Their sweepers are on and off it, which is good. Backed off of it now, so it's looking quite nice. It looks like it's going to get buried.
Be behind the T line though.
Without a hammer, you're okay with that. You're dragging the play into the middle, shrinking the scoring area. He's called for a hit. Just a board weight hit. They're on and off now. Got rid of one of their Dave Moncourt's rocks just in the button. He's gonna call for I'm gonna guess a centerline guard, maybe just tight to the rings.
It's Donald Walker throwing second rocks for Team Encore.
Sweepers are on now, a little on and off. Weight looks pretty close, I think, weight wise. They want to just a tight guard. Looks fairly good. Looks pretty close to where Dave asked for his broom. Yeah, right there. That's where he asked for it. Nice throw.
A little stagger there, making it all the more protection for that yellow rock back four. Team Perron's going to ask Romina to draw behind it on top of that yellow shot rock.
They were on it right out of her hand, so must have been line. The weight looks really good, really close. Starting to go now, but weight looks pretty close. If they got it by, they did. It's a beautiful little tap back. Yeah,
Excellent shot by Romina. Team Encore is going to look to duplicate that shot.
Probably what? Hack weight? Looks like probably hack weight ice.
Another shot there is you could double off hit the other red that's top 12 and try to double them off.
It's got a curl. Looks a little wide and a little more speed than what Dave asked for.
It's going to sail right by. Now, Team Encore's in a bit of trouble here if Romina can sink another one in there.
They're on it fairly quick. Line looks pretty good. Weight looks good. Wow. Just a little tap, but spun back. It's a not sure which one Dave called for the hit, but that ice I'm guessing kind of a hackish way after the back one, and Steve was a little inside, so plan B, try to run back. Here it goes. It's plan B shot. It's made on a plan B.
Those are ones where you might want to apologize to the opposition because that wasn't what the call was, but excellent result for Team Encore.
Usually turn around, have to say sorry to the other skip, and no, you got lucky with one. It looks like Team Perron's now going to just start cleaning up the front. I'm thinking going for a blank if they can get there. At this point, it's going to be tough to score multiple, so it's going for a double, run back double here. Caught his own, but it rolled over covering his, their rock about half.
Not a terrible result there for Team Perron. They've opened up shot rock and they have second shot rock half buried. If you're Team Perron, you wouldn't love giving up a steal of one here, but it's not the end of the world. You'd be down one with hammer going to the last end.
Looks a little heavy for the shot. You don't want to pick off your own.
The spirit of the NFL playoffs, that's a field goal going right between the two rocks.
Put it right through. Pretty sure Buffalo's going to beat the Ravens.
Buffalo's not playing. Steve, where have you been? Did you not see the hoopla of the Kelsey brothers celebrating Taylor Swift?
I was watching my 49ers win.
Since it's a gay league, do we gotta talk about Jason Kelsey?
That's very true. Ooh, hit and
Ooh, excellent
roll.
shot
Wow.
there by Team Perron to roll buried. Now Team Encore's in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah. Your other option is a wide come around freeze. I do like this. You've got to hit something up front, I think.
So you're a 49ers fan, so I think everyone else outside of San Francisco was cheering for the Detroit Lions.
I know. My landlord's a Detroit Lions fan, so I've heard all about it.
We're all coming out now. We're all coming out of the closet.
As a Leafs fan, I like as a Toronto Maple Leafs fan, I like seeing teams that don't usually win have some success.
Won't tell you my hockey team then, Dave. That might ruin the rest of your day. Bruins.
I knew I liked you.
Oh, Steve's a Bruins fan, so he's probably going to rub in the 2013 playoffs when the Leafs had the 4-1 lead.
I would never do that. This is very close on weight.
He's got some curling to do. It looks like he's going to sail right by.
Just it. So 3's in play.
4 is even in play for Team Perron.
Yes.
Don't get me too excited here.
He split the house, so anywhere in the rings is great. You could actually even have a 5 in play, depending on what Dave Moncourt does. There is a red split there as well with that guard. Right there, you could have that split for a 5. They're talking about the draw. With the ice curl, it's there.
Or is he going to hit the wide open one? I don't mind trying the double that he just tried for.
Just take a little less ice and you throw the same weight, it's there.
Looks like he's going to try to draw around everything there.
It's I'm surprised he's not hitting something to eliminate rocks. Are you? I'm a little surprised that he's going for the draw, not a hit.
Well, there's not really much good from the hits. You're still going to be wide open for a shot for 3. So he's going all out for the steal here.
Sweepers are on it. It's all about gotta get this buried. It's pretty just short.
Oh, it's going to be a draw for 4 for Team Perrant.
Are you going for the draw or are you going to play the split?
Go for the draw. Yes, go the in-turn so you're the out-turn so that you're not coming close to that yellow rock.
And you could tap if you're heavy or somehow make the accidental split for 4. Definitely a draw for 4. Starting to curl. They're gonna have, depending on the weight, they're just getting on this now. Split 4. Just 4.
But a big lead for Perrant there. That's up 4. And they are going to shake hands.
And there's handshakes. So we got Team Perrant moving on to the
D finals against Team Knight.
It's okay. You'll be back in Montreal at midnight.
We will be back here at 4:30 for the final of the A event. Team Francis versus Team Newell.
4 o'clock for the closing ceremonies.
And 4 o'clock for the closing ceremonies. And some of the scores that are still on the ice. Team Chow is up 9-6 over BDE. Team Johnson is up 6-2 over the Curl Scouts. Team Ing is up 6-4 over Verburn.
remember what you ordered?
Last prize.
Good curling, ladies.
It's like we've never played it, so
No, who are you?
Where do you guys
Is there a rule for him?
So you're just being given away.
We'll take him.
Okay.
buried.
Definitely 1-2. He's calling for the hit to take the guard, center line guard, or move over. Definitely a more conservative call, I think, but after playing them, they are a very great hitting team, and they do make a lot of doubles and triples. I can speak for that personally this weekend. Hit may almost made the double, but it's left it open for the come around now.
What are they calling here, Steve?
The run back on all the guards, running everything right back into shot rock, basically to clear everything up to try to get in. Oh no, yeah, hitting right on the nose. Making.
Oh, what a shot there by Jeff Junk. Third for Team Francis.
And
goes from sitting 2 against his line 2 shot. Team Francis is breathing a bit of a sigh of relief. Team Newell is going to try to replicate that shot with the run back double.
It's definitely there. Looking pretty close. They're just on it now. He's getting to curl. I want to get to. There he goes. Pulling it straight. Not going to get it. Not going to make the double, but did open it up a little bit. Team Francis is sitting first and second without hammer, so they're going to split the rings right now. Bill Francis is going to draw open side, and basically the force is on at this point, pretty much. He just has to hit the rings, and you're pretty much, there's a force there.
There's still the skips deuce available for Team Newell if they can get around that corner guard and the shot top 8.
There is a skip deuce. It will be tough because there's the two red rocks are already pretty bare. Well, the one red rock's definitely buried. They're just keeping it clean. They're just going down. Just getting it. Can't be heavy. Can't be through the rings. Looks good. It looks like it's going to stay in the rings. He's going to hit the open one. I'm thinking trying to.
You might be able to roll buried and still be shot behind those corner guards.
Yeah, there's definitely that. Try to roll under. He wouldn't. Definitely, I would think the roll. It'd be tough to hit and roll and get shot. I think behind everything. Straight. It's really wanting to go. It looks like they have.
It's going to stay for shot. Not quite. It looks like, ooh, it's close.
Close. They might be shot. He may have gotten the roll. It is open. Bill Francis can come down and just tap it out and hit it right on the nose and sit there, sitting 3.
Be a nice force for Team Francis to get things started.
And based on that ice, I'm gonna say control. Maybe I don't see it being maybe hack. Do you think hack, Dave, with that ice?
The way he's coming out here, I'd say that's board weight.
Trying to hold it straight. Oh, it's really wanting to go. Oh, it's really starting to take off. They're really trying to hold it. Looks like they're going to make contact. Don't think you're going to keep the shooter.
Be a draw for full late foot for Team Newell. It's tricky the first end with no practice. You don't know quite what the speed is. But knowing Glenn, he's an excellent curler, so I'd say if I had to put money on it, I'd say he's going to make this shot.
But if you're Team Francis, you're quite happy with this end, forcing Glenn's team to a single. You're quite happy with just giving up a single at this point. Without hammer, give up the single, get the hammer, and go for two next end. Sweepers on a little bit. I think it might be a little light.
They seem to like it out of his hand. They're on and off, on and off.
Yeah, on and off is a good sign usually. Just keeping it clean. Just keeping it clean. It's exactly. Ooh, really got to go now. Oh,
He's got it. Good shot by Glenn.
Great shot.
Good end by both teams.
I would not expect anything less than a great game here. Two high quality, high caliber teams. Centerline guard called for.
Let's go.
This is to rebuild.
So this time,
Just nice centerline guard is called for. And we'll see what the ice is like after last game. It seemed like this side ran a touch straighter than the other side. It changed a little bit halfway through the game. So it's fairly straight. Into the rings.
Well, Team Francis is going to ignore it, calling the corner guard.
Here's lead Ian Casper throwing this corner guard. Just keeping it clean at this point. Nice curl there. Like we've been saying all week, or all weekend here, ice has been beautiful. Just really nice curl. Calling for a guard now on the center line. The first one from Adam Johnson slid a little deep, so want to keep that a little higher. Keep it into the center line, definitely outside of the rings. You don't want Team Francis to be able to hit. Much better rock. Glenn definitely liked that one better than the first one.
It's half exposed, and Team Francis is going to look to play a hit and roll behind the corner guard.
It's looking pretty good, just keeping it clean. It's asking for some curl now. Gotta catch a thicker
Gonna
part.
hang on for shot rock? No, it's
No,
just gonna
just
roll
by
out. I think draw around the center guard is in the cards for Team Newell.
Definitely. He was asking David Jensen which turn he preferred. They've seen this will be the third rock they've thrown either guard or come around, so they should know the ice and the weight pretty close. Good communication. The front end's talking to the skip, which is great to hear. That it's going to help the skip make any decisions or anything changes they need. It's looking a little heavy.
Is it gonna slide through the rings or just grab a piece of the back 12?
Gonna grab a piece of the back 12.
Francis is going to utilize that corner guard. Stephen Courteau throwing for Team Francis.
They're calling it heavy, so they're trying to hold it straight to try to get a little rub and roll. I think they've missed that, so looks like it might be through. Just overthrew that a little bit. Another come around, get buried. Should be closer weight wise. They just threw that like a few moments ago, so and you can see the front end communicating with Glenn, letting him know what the weight is so they know if they need to make any changes. It's starting to go now. Gotta probably get a little curl. There it goes.
Oh, it's really going. They nailed it. Get it by. Oh, they're
Wow.
by.
And
what finish?
Yeah, and buried. I think you're now going to see Bill Francis call a run back. Yep, and here comes a run back. Can definitely get the guard and the one just biting the forefoot. I think you're just gonna get the guard. Glenn's calling for the guard up top, really putting the pressure on. Here's the thirds first, Lawrence Mudrick. I think this is the fifth rock down this path for these guys. They should know the weight and the line. If it's there, they'll know. It's got to curl a lot.
Sweepers aren't liking the weight. They're not sweeping to finish it. It's going to set up a fairly easy double for Team Francis.
He's looking for the double and a little bit of a roll behind the corner guard. Try to get a deuce out of this. You got to try to get something buried under some cover. It's looking fairly close. He's asking him to hold it straight. It's usually pretty good when they're on and off. Double's made.
Oh, and
And
Is he going to hang on?
And he shot.
Yeah, literally.
Excellent shot there by Jeff Junk.
You can see it all, or almost all of it, I think, and it might be a little slow because it's a fresh path out there, so I'm not sure how much extra weight they're gonna have to throw with it being such a fresh path. You don't want to throw it too light and it's gonna catch the curl or slow down really quick. Tolerance here is to peel the guard. If you're going to catch anything, you've got to peel the guard. Can't flash. Don't think they have it. Looks like he's going to get the hit and roll. It's rolled open.
Good shot there by Lawrence Mudrick.
Great shot. It is open, so it's edge on edge, I think, or maybe completely open. So he's calling bumper. He's going to hit and roll in front of the other yellow rock, the back 12. Try to set something up to. I think they're going. Give themselves a shot for a blank at least. It's on and off. That's usually a fairly good sign. It looks like it's over curling here, though. They really have to go to get by. They do. What a great sweep. Hit right on the nose. Still. I think Glenn's going to try to just hit it right on the nose. It'd be okay if you hit on the nose. You don't really, I don't think you really want to, you can't roll open. You can't roll towards the button. If you can get under, it would be great, but definitely on the nose at the worst case scenario.
First skip shots here for Glenn Newell.
Oh, they're calling heavy. Calling heavy. There it goes. They may have waited. They may have waited too long. They're really going to get by the guard. Wow.
Oh, he's just gonna
wreck. So,
split the rings for Team Francis and try to get your two.
So you can't be, you want to be even with this rock. You don't want to give Glenn a chance for a double at all here. So it's got to be fairly close to even. If you give him a chance, I think you will find that he will play the double. If it is heavy, like I think the front end's saying it's heavy, they're going to come back to the back yellow. They need to get it to move, and they're starting to. It's going to be all over the back yellow, which is fine. Ooh. Got there. Can you make the slash double?
I think that's what Newell is lining up.
I think the slash double will be there for the slash double's pretty close to being there. So you see the third right now, Lawrence Mudrick lining it up, making sure he knows where it's got to hit the rock when it's coming down to make that slash double. And you'll definitely see in this game a lot of really, really high-end technique, which is to be expected here in the state final. It's pretty close. They're on and off. It's pretty close to make the slash double. Oh,
Not
just.
quite. So it'll be an open hit for 2 for Team Francis. They go up 2-1 after 2 ends. It's a little tricky. You can't throw it outside because you can risk the jam and roll out. Now, as some of you may know, I have a love-hate relationship with Team Francis. We played them in the final a few years ago, and they ended up stealing 8 against my team. Thankfully, TD wasn't streaming that game live, but yes, it was a steal of 8 against us.
I kind of want to ask how that happened, and I'm not going to give you PTSD from reliving that, though. He flashed it. He flashed it.
Steal of 1 for Team Newell. A little unforced error there for Team Francis.
Which is very uncommon for these guys. He's normally quite accurate with those hits. He must have just got it outside him right away, and it just wasn't coming back.
So it is 2-0 for Team Newell after 2 ends. So again, this is the A Division final of the OTRB Frozen but Fierce Bonspiel, sponsored by TD. It's 2-0 for Team Newell.
So you're going to see center line guard halfway, and I think you're going to find Francis might push a little bit to try to get a couple here. This is looking a little high. Looks like they're actually going to bring it in. Gonna top 4. No, fight of the 4. See what Team Francis does here. Ignores it and just goes for the corner guard. Probably the right play, being down 2. Lots of game left. It's only the third end, 8-end game. Lots of time left.
Like I said at the beginning, I think this is going to come down to the last shot. These are 2 good Toronto teams.
There you go. It's starting to curl. It's going to have a nice corner guard.
They're bringing it in.
I think it was heavy, and they knew it was heavy, so they're going to take it as deep as they can. So Team Newell just called for a hit, just hit right on this. See what Team Francis will do. Perfect, right on the nose.
It's hard to tell from that ice. I think he's ignoring everything and going to throw the corner guard.
I think you have to at this point. I mean, a blank is okay, but you shorten the game, so it's still so early. It's only your second last rock. You still got lots of time here to still get your 2 here, or at least 2. Sweepers are just along for the ride right now, and Bill's moved his broom back, so I'm wondering if it's a little heavy, and they're going to now get a freeze. Gotta go to get there for freeze. I think they were just caught in between. They wanted the guard, and I don't know if they told Bill quick enough that it was heavy. So Glenn just asked for a hit, and they're trying to hold. Ooh, they're gonna get it, and picked off their other Yellowstone. So be interesting to see what Bill does here. I think he called for a corner guard on the other side now. I think they're going to go the other way, hopefully to try to get a corner. It's Team Francis's first shot. Steven here. I feel like, pretty sure that's what they're going for. Yeah, nice. Just a corner guard, I believe. Trying to communicate if it's heavy or not. There it goes. Looks pretty good for a corner guard. It's over and it's halfway. Gives them something to come around now. Got to try to get some points.
Team Newell's going to ignore it and throw the centerline guard on their shot rock.
Keep the pressure on. I mean, they could come up and peel the red rock, the red guard. But they're just gonna throw a centerline guard, and I mean the shot rock. Their first rock is sitting, biting some of the white, so you're in pretty good spot. Centerline guard, it's got to curl a lot, at least like Dave, and I don't think it's not going to get there. It's another corner guard for them to come around. Bill's calling a little hit and roll, bumper or board. Got to get, he can hit and get under. It's pressure, then it switches here over to Team Newell, and definitely that's what Team Francis needs to do, get some pressure on the opposition, and throw looked really good. Weight looks really good. It's going to want to curl here. There you go. They're going to want to hold this straight as long as they can. There it goes. They've got a good chunk of it. They're going to get that nice little roll under.
Not quite fully under. Good attempt.
Now, Team Newell's asking Lawrence Mudryk for a bumper weight, try to get hit and under. Gotta hold it straight because it's really starting to move pretty quick. And now he's asking for the curl because it's not moving as much as I think they expected. I actually thought that was going to move a little more than it did as well. Same shot now called for Jeff Junk, the third from Team Francis. It's definitely there with the curl's there, so just got to throw the appropriate weight and it will go. Looked pretty close. There it goes. There's the curl. They've jumped it, which is good. They're trying to hold that straight as long as they can. Definitely got the contact and got the roll. I think. Oh, it's gonna stick around. It's open.
It's half open, but be tricky to take out for Team Newell.
Yeah. Gonna ignore it and come around. He's still shot, so he's just gonna keep the pressure on. He's gonna come around and try to get something top 4, top 8. Keep the pressure. Bill's gonna hop on that and try to drag that. Keep second. It was just a little hot. We're right through. Or, just caught maybe a back, better of the back.
Francis is going to ignore it and draw around the corner guards.
Shot rock's wide open, so at any point, really, it's accessible. So he's trying to set up for a minimum of 2 right now. Sweepers are thinking this might be a little heavy. They're just walking alongside of it. They're calling up. They're trying to get it over. Trying to get it to the back. Back yellow is just thrown. There it goes. It's deeper than they wanted, but it's in play. Could be a counter later on in this end.
Team Newell is going to look to replicate that shot, draw around the corner guard. First skip stone for Glenn Newell.
So trying to get buried, I'm going to guess top 8, top 4. Got to get this buried. Right now, depending on where Glenn puts this, it could be an easy 2 here, with the shot rock being so wide open. He's got to get this buried to make hard shots for Francis. The sweepers went on it right out of his hand, so they really thought it was light. So they're trying to drag this, and it's looking pretty good. It's wide open.
I don't think that set up a double for Team Francis.
There's no double. If you threw a double, I think you jam it on the back one. So I think he's just gonna guess, maybe hit and try to get underneath of it. Try to hit and get under the guards again. So it's definitely. It's there for probably. I'm thinking he's trying to get under. He could try to roll on top of the other yellow. Not nice release. Sweepers are just there, just keeping it clean. Now they've asked. Now really trying to hold this straight. Yeah, they're trying to get under to get under those guards. Got under a little. It's exposed, but so Glenn's. I think he's going to call the draw to the back. He's going to call draw to the back.
Oh, it's a gutsy call. 3 red rocks in the rings and 1 lonely yellow.
You can see the red rock. The red rock looks like it's probably buried. So, and with the swing, I don't know. The guard's so high, you probably could chase it. I don't know if you could tap it. You couldn't tap it out, I don't think, but you probably could put it out. But you're potentially giving up a. You don't make it, you're potentially giving up a 4. Any sort of draw weight behind everything, even if it's back to the back red, you're only going to give up 2, probably a 2, which you're tied in the 4th end then, so you definitely have to be second or third shot minimum. Sweeper is called heavy out of his hand. it's starting to look good. They're on it now for the curl. They need to get this rock to curl. It's taking its time to get over. Now the third's on this. The third's got to drag this.
Looks like it's going to be a wide open hit for 4 for Team Francis.
Yeah, wide open. Yeah, wide open. Hit it right on the nose for 4. They're not the. I don't think you're going to see Bill miss this. He had a wide open hit in the last end, and he flashed it. I would not put money on that he's going to miss another wide open hit. They're holding it straight. Gonna hold that straight because it's gonna want to go. Held it out. Now they're just holding it straight. That looks really nice for 4. Bill got up about half. The rock was about halfway down and started turning, coming back towards the camera. So he felt it was there. And nice end for 4 for Team Francis. So
a way to make sure you forget about the last end. Nice take of 4 for Francis to go up 4-2 over Newell after 3 ends.
And looking around, it's great to see some of our competitors from Sunday. Rainbow Rockers are coming out to watch some of the finals. It's great to see. It's been a lot of members who couldn't get a team in or couldn't for work commitments or other reasons have come out to watch. It's been great. Everyone's been well attended here. It's been a very fun weekend.
Yes, speaking of someone who sang some karaoke last night, it was a fun weekend, indeed.
A lot of karaoke was sang last night, and so they're calling for a center guard. It's a little wide though, and it's got to curl a little bit to get over.
Just some updates around the rings. On sheet 1, the D final, sponsored by Stroked Ego. Team Pat Honks is up 2-1 over Team Knight after 2 ends. Actually, it's update that's tied 2-2 after 3 ends. On sheet 3, the C final, sponsored by Skanes General Contracting. Team Verburn is up 2-0 over Team Douglas. Sheet 4, the B final, sponsored by YOW Home Team. Team Corbière and Team Chower tied at 1. In sheet 5, the E final, sponsored by Mann Lawyers. Team Whitaker is up 4-0 over Johnson.
So this is supposed to be a corner guard. It's coming a little fast. It's going to tap Team Francis in. Got a corner. It's a tight corner. I think, yeah, he's going to just call Bill. Bill's just calling another centerline guard. He's got a 2-point lead. There's no need to. It's so early. This is the second. Ian Casper second in the 4th end. Just nice centerline guard. Just nothing. Give himself some stuff to come around later. Keep the pressure on. They're on it. They're on it to get it to move. Everything I've seen all day today on the sheet. It's going to curl. As long as you give it the right weight, it's going to curl. Slid into the rings. It'll be interesting to see what they do. They're going to hit. Looks like they're going to. Thinking about whether you're going to hit that guy, hit and roll for another corner.
Calling normal weight here.
Release looked really good. Yep, there you go. Got to get it to stay straight a little. Did he flash it? He flashed it.
Oh, right through both of them. That was hard to do.
Yeah, with that stagger, I'm actually surprised that it went right through. So here's Team Francis's seconds, first rock. Stephen Corchio is coming around. I believe it's going to come around. Could be a little tap back on the red. They're calling that they're holding it straight out there right now. Weight's looking pretty good. I think it's diving towards the red on the center line. Now they switch to get the curl to tap it. Try to get a little split there, which is nice. I expect Glenn to call a hit there. He's going to try to hit and roll under everything there. Trying to do a hit and roll. He's got to get it to curl. He's yelling for a curl. Trying to get that to move. He jammed it, and unfortunately, Team Francis's rock did roll behind the guard. It is behind the tee line, but it is definitely not where Team Newell wanted it. Team Francis Bill's asking for a hit and roll. I'm gonna guess normal, or guessing normal. He can get this hit and roll behind the guards. I think you're gonna find Glenn coming up to run something back into the 2 or 3 rocks that are there. Look pretty close. He's asking for some curl. He's gonna stick around now. Fortunately, rolled out. So Glenn's asking for running it back. Pretty close to make the double there. You hit this pretty close to just holding it out there. If you can hit it on that side of the high side there, you're definitely going to make the double. It's starting to dive. On the nose isn't bad. It's out there to be used, both of those rocks.
It's going to be something hard for Francis to ignore. Those are dangerous rocks for Team Newell.
Yeah, he's definitely asking for a double peel here. He wants both of them to go away. Those are way too good rocks there for Team Newell to use. On it to hold it straight. Asking a little bit of curl there at the end. Right in the pocket, both are gone. Oh, Glenn's gonna ignore that and come around. Try to still push for his deuce. The weight's there. If you can hit the weight, the curl's going to be there to get it buried. They jumped it a little early. I think they think it's a little light. I think the weight looks pretty close. It's starting to curl now, so now they're going to try to. Got to get it by. If it's by, it's in there. It's starting to dive. Bill's going to try to take this back, open it. Almost got it there. So,
back 4, Team Newell's line 1. Team Francis is looking to either draw top 4 or draw back towards the yellow shot rock.
If Team Francis puts it in that pocket, I think you're going to find Team Newell come up and probably run the red rock back and try to open it up as much as possible. Do we get a unfortunately, he wrecked out front. And Team Newell's just gonna come through and try to sit somewhere, try to keep the pressure on. The draw is definitely there. Lots of curl here, so definitely can get it there. Weight looks pretty good. Glenn pointed that it was a little wide, so they're on it for the sweep. Trying to really get the curl. It's starting to go, so now they've got to hold this straight a little bit. The weight's good, it's there. Wonderful weight control. Wonderful weight control. It's in the hole there, so I would be surprised if you don't see Bill Francis run this tight corner back.
Looks like that's what he picked out.
I don't think you can make. I'm not sure you can make the double. You might be able to. Do you think you can make that double, Dave? Do you think that's there? The run double?
I think so. I think can avoid the red.
At worst, even if he jams it, if his red is at least in front of the yellow, it will be in a good spot to use for his next one if needed. Pretty close. They're trying to keep this straight. Did not. He
a
got
little
unlucky
unfortunate.
with the jam.
I think if you're Team Newell here, you draw a run top 8 foot. Half buried, half covering your own. It's what we like to call a Christmas tree.
So it's setting up for Team Newell to have at least a 2, I think, here. He's got to definitely put this rock in the right spot. If he's a little wide, he leaves that open. That's a pretty easy nose double. So if he's not kind of Christmas treeing it, the nose double's there. They called a little heavy out of his hand. So, starting to move now. Trying to get its curl. Getting it there.
It's not going to quite get in there for third shot, but it's a decent guard there for Team Newell.
Does Team Francis dare play the run back triple?
I think you either do the draw or tap up your red. That's top 12 foot.
Yeah, he's calling the draw. Come around, freeze right on the yellow at the back of the 4 foot there. Yeah, if he can get it frozen there, I think Glenn Newell will have a draw to the button for his 1. Team Francis does have to get it there, or with the biter. So the last shot Glenn just threw is a biter. So if Team Francis does not get it there, you will have an open hit for 4 to give him 4 right back. I expect this to be fairly close. These teams are really well able to read that ice, so I'd expect it to be very close. It's looking fairly close here. Gotta get this thing. You gotta get this rock to curl. Gotta get this rock to curl. Here it comes. Looks a little wide. But it's starting to move.
Does that leave a little backline weight shot for Team Newell to get 3?
It's probably open. Yeah. I think they're definitely backline for 3. Can't be wide at all. Can't be wide at all on this, or you will jam. He's not taking a lot of ice here, so it leads me to believe he's throwing more than back line. With that, I'm thinking, board. He wouldn't be throwing board at that, would he? With that little bit of ice?
Maybe a hack waiter.
Maybe hack. It's I'm not gonna lie, I kind of thought they would be throwing a lighter, like what you said, the more of a backline tap and roll.
Use the last rock and the 4th end for Team Newell.
They're not on it. It looks, here it comes, it's starting to dive. It looks fairly close to making this. Ooh,
they're sweeping to get it by.
Oh, it's gonna jam.
Steal
one for Team Francis. Oh, that's unfortunate. So it's gonna be 5-2 Team Francis. That's unfortunate that it did not curl as much for them as they were hoping. (5-2) for Team Francis. That unfortunately just did not want to. Team Francis stole 1. So Team Francis is Bill's asking his lead Ian Casper to throw a centerline guard here. Just probably halfway. He's asking him to come right in. Top 8. Put the pressure on Team Newell to see what they'll do. I'm expecting to see a corner guard go up. So he's asked for his lead, Adam Johnson, to throw a tight-ish corner guard. It is going sideways. So I'm not sure if it caught something because that went kind of sideways. It's in the house. I would not be surprised if Team Francis hits it. He's just going to pick this out, just hit it. Even if he hits it on the nose, it's fine. just hitting right on the nose. It's going to be what he asked for. It's got a curl. He's going to catch a piece. So Glenn's taking a little more ice now for this corner. The last one just slid really nice and just slid in. He does need a corner. He needs something to come around. He needs something to be able to hide around, trying to get a multiple here. If you give the opportunity to these high-end teams, you don't want them to be able to just open hits. Very rarely do they miss them, so nice. It's still sliding, but it should stop. Nice corner guard. Stopped outside the house, so Team Francis is asking for a center line guard to protect his shot right on the button. He's gonna make. He wants to make Team Newell to chase him now. So if he can get it on the center line, it's gonna definitely take the corner guard out of place, just based on where it'll be. It'll be tough to get around. Sweepers are along with it, communicating to their skipper Bill, but now he's got to try to get it over a little bit. It's a little deeper than he wanted, so I think you're going to find Glenn's going to ask for a little bit of he's just asking for a little tap back and get roll under. He's asking
back 12 weight.
Yeah, back 12 weight is perfect. Just, you don't actually want to get rid of this red rock. You just want to put it behind there. You want the rocks behind the tee line just for something for them to jam into potentially later on the end. So just back 8, back 12 weight would be perfect. You just need to tap it back, get a roll. Trying to keep it straight a little bit, and should start to curl anytime here. Weight's there. It's going to curl. There it goes. Just nice. He's asking for a little bit more curl from Adam there. But nice. Just tap and just keeps it in front of the rock, the stone there. It's very tough for Team Francis to remove without jamming something. He is asking for the slash. He's asking for the slash, so that's, I think, the easiest way to remove that yellow rock if you want to get rid of it.
This is Stephen Courteau, second rock thrower for Team Francis.
So he's asking for some curl because he needs it to come across. Unfortunately, he jammed. He did get a roll out, but there's still a yellow in play.
Removed the guard, and it's fairly wide open. I don't think they're going to be too unhappy with that shot.
Be interesting to see if Glenn just throws something for like a guard or come around. Depends on what he is looking on that. A little bit of weight there. I'm guessing maybe a tap back or a freeze. I think tap. I think he's going to tap his yellow back a little and just kind of try to get a couple in play, try to keep the pressure. Can't. He just opens it up. Yeah, that's a good shot. How does... There's no... I guess you could try a slash double, but it's such a long and shallow slash there. So he's just going to ask for hit. I'm going to assume that it's going to be right on the nose. Could maybe a roll under.
This is Jeff Junk, third rock thrower for Team Francis.
Holding it straight there. Just going to hit it right on the nose, I think. You're okay with that. Oh, got a low roll. Got Cut it under. Glenn's going to ask for it to come around. Yeah, they're going to do a come around. They're going to come around it all and try to freeze onto that red at the back and hopefully catch, try to generate a deuce here.
Lawrence Mudryk throwing for Team Newell.
Nice release. A little straight. They're on it a little bit. Not on and off. That's usually a fairly good sign. Now they're trying to keep it that straight, get it by. It's looking pretty good. Now, oh, just heavy. Just slides by. I think you'll find, I would think Bill's going to come up and just peel off that top yellow. If
Looks like that's the call to peel off that top yellow. We'll leave a bit of a pocket there for Team Newell to freeze to, but then it should be easy to blast out for Team Francis.
I think he has to catch the back, try to eliminate everything if he can. So just catch the one. Team Francis Bill did ask if he could, if he hit right on the nose and rolled away and got rid of the backing, it would not be the worst. So now this gives Team Newell a chance to draw right to the corner, try to force the blast to be a little harder at least. If you're on the nose, it's going to be tough to, I think, hit it with a blast and to eliminate much, or to eliminate the yellow. Supers run on it pretty quick, so I think they think it's light. They're dragging that. If they can drag it there, it's on a good path right now. It's overcurling a little, but it's just gonna be gotta drag it. If they can put it in that pocket. They didn't get it there, but it's definitely. Team Francis could pick it just clean. Potentially, if you catch the insider, if you hit it right on the nose, you might be able to get rid of a couple of the stones, some of the backing. The backing's not helping Team Francis right now. Nice delivery. It's looking pretty close. Oh, he's asking for some curl. So it might be hanging a little.
He's going to jam it on those back reds. Oh, he's going to get away with it.
I think we might be heading towards a blank.
Yeah, it's not looking good for 2 for Team Newell, so I think I agree with hit and stick on that red one and go for the blank.
Hit and stick, and if you get a miss, a rare flash from Team Francis, then you'd have your 2. But I mean, it'll be the 6th end. If you get the blank here, it's the 6th end. You're down 3. It's 2 hammers to 1. You're not take 2, give 1, take 2 for the win. So you wouldn't. That would be your plan. not really. They're getting some curl here, asking for some sweeping curl, right on the nose. Gives Team Francis gives Bill a different look at the shot. Got to go a little wider. So I want to say in the was it the first or second end he had a flash out this wide. So maybe try to get it into his head that he's out a little wide. Maybe he'll be narrow, flash it, or to get your 2. I'd expect Bill Francis to be on the nose here and force Glenn to make the peel.
He looks pretty good. Sweepers are just cleaning it.
Wow, and he stuck just a little biter. Forces even a wider path for Glenn to throw. It's no one might be. I definitely don't think anyone's been out this wide for a hit all game. So it's a little bit of. I'm gonna guess peel and just catch any corner of it and it's gone. So. It's looking pretty good. Oh, they're on it now. Asking it to curl a little. It's looking pretty good. There he goes.
Nice blank there by Newell. So after 5 ends, it will be 5-2 for Team Francis. Team Newell will have the hammer. Some updates around our sheets. Team Perrance is up 4-2 over Team Knight on sheet 1 in the D final, sponsored by Stroked Ego. Sheet 2 is what's our featured game, sponsored by TD. The A final, it's 5-2 for Team Francis over Team Newell. Sheet 3, the C final, sponsored by Skanes General Contracting. It's 4-0 for Verbaeren over Douglas. Sheet 4, the B final, sponsored by YOW Home Team. Team Chow is leading Team Colbière 3-1. And sheet 5, the E final, sponsored by Man Lawyers. Team Whitaker is leading Team Johnson 7-2. So Team Newell is calling for the corner guard here. Down by 3, they want to set up at least a deuce. The come around, Christmas tree, half guard their rock and half draw around the guard from Team Newell.
Starting to move. He's asking for some curl on it. Might have been a little heavy or a little wide or both. Sets up a pocket behind the T line. That's the last thing Team Francis wants.
This is Adam Johnson, lead rock thrower for Team Newell. I think the call was to freeze into that pocket.
I definitely think he was to freeze in the pocket. Over curling a little. It's It's a little deeper than they wanted. That's going to put Team Francis to freeze back there now. I mean, if I'm Team Newell, I'm okay with all this behind the tee line. It's a lot to freeze into. You need some points here. You need to get at least a 2 here. So anything behind the tee line that's building this pocket is definitely in Team Newell's okay with. It looks a little hot here. Weight's coming off, but we wanted the freeze on the yellow. It didn't get there. It was a little heavy, so building a wall back there. It's easier to get rid of that yellow right now. If this is you, Dave, where are you putting it? Are you like where he's calling that
I
top
would
corner?
call right into that pile there, and I wouldn't be surprised if Team Francis tries to blast it, and then you can maybe split the rings and try to get a cheap deuce that way.
Yeah, I definitely think freezing top pocket is a good option. He is trying to get it around a little bit, more like a just biting the 4, kind of trying to get it behind, trying to get it in line with the other yellow. He's asking for lead Adam Johnson to get a little sweep, a little curl. It's there. It's frozen. It's frozen there. Team Francis definitely can't. You could probably blast it out. You're gonna lose at least one of yours, and you're probably gonna leave at least one yellow in the house.
They're calling the freeze though into that pile. Team Newell's not going to be upset to see this call.
No, not at all. The more rocks, it's in a nice little V behind the button. It's perfect for Team Newell just to keep putting them into there, and the more rocks that are in play behind the tee line gives something Team Newell to freeze too. So they jumped it right away. They think it was light right out of their hands. It's right into the pocket. It's shot, but I don't think it's helping Team Francis. I think he's calling Team Newell. Glenn's asking for a freeze there, but I think he's okay with the freeze because if Bill tries to call for any sort of hit, I think it all jams right now. Red's sitting 1, 2, 3 right now, but it's actually in a better position for Team Newell. With everything being so deep behind the tee line.
Calling back 8-foot weight, just try to bump these reds, maybe rearrange some of the angles.
Yeah, the angles may be a little more in Team Francis's favor right now, but if I'm Team Newell, I'm still quite happy with where the rocks are. Glenn's saying that it's hot and outside, which is not exactly great. They're really trying to get it over. I'm not sure if that helps Team Newell. Because right now, if you come down and just, right there, how does if they freeze right onto There are 2 reds in there right now. It's really tough for Team Newell to get rid of anything. Now, third, Jeff Junk's coming down to talk to the skip, just to ask, get some input. What are you calling, Dave, if this is you? Knowing you're up 3.
I would maybe hit that side yellow one and roll in and try to rearrange some of those angles. Try to disperse the pocket a bit.
I'm thinking, if it's me, I'm wondering if I would call, like, back 8, back 12, and try to just hit your red that's shot rock right now, right on the nose, just to get some of the stuff behind it back. So you can have maybe a double or something later on in the end to eliminate more reds. Or, sorry, more yellows. Weight's looks pretty close. We're on it now. They've definitely got to drag that. They've got to get it there. So I'm not sure what Team Newell does right now. You have to get rid of 3 red rocks that are, so he's calling a long run back. I think that's kind of his option right now. He's got to get some reds moving. Because right now, I don't see, it's going to be tough to score more than 1, maybe 2 right now. He's got to get, I think, change some of those angles, because those are all in Team Francis's favor. I think if he runs a straight back right onto the nose, I think for sure, one of the reds is gone. Maybe you might get a second to roll out. They were on it fairly quick. Got to be.
Just gonna peel it out. Angles are not looking good for Team Newell. This pocket. At least to score more than 1.
Team Prince is asking. Bill's asking for basically top 8, and then I think you're gonna find Glenn ask for that to be run right back into that pocket somehow. I'm not sure how. Right now it's tough for Team Newell to score. Right now, it's starting to move. All right, just lobbing another one in. Definitely, I think you've got to think Glenn's going to hit something. If he hits it there, all 3 of those are going to start going somewhere. I think he has to hit this, I think, Dave. He's got to hit this. How else at this point are you scoring a multiple?
Looks like that's what he's called. You could draw the pin and use your yellow as a catcher to maybe get 2 that way.
I think if you draw to the pin, I think you're just going to find Team Francis is just going to follow you right down, put it right on top, and give you your 1. And a 1's not going to help Team Newell right now. They really got to try to get a multiple here. The angles are definitely better
A
now.
lot better there for Team Newell. Not a bad result.
That's exactly kind of the angles are rearranged. Team Francis, I think, is gonna. They're indicating a little tap and roll on their own. And I almost think if you're Team Newell at this point, if he frees up that yellow or the red that he's about to tap and roll off of, it may benefit you because it's going to make that red rock easier to get rid of. After all these games are over, I want to say around 7 o'clock, definitely stay on the YouTube channel. Live streaming of the closing ceremonies and the award ceremonies will be on. This looks like it's diving fairly quick to the guard, like towards center line. It looks like the weight's there. It's all over the yellow rock. He is going to tap that yellow rock back, which that
Yellow's sitting one, but it's going to be tough to get in there for more than one.
it is. I think I might draw in and kind of corner freeze second shot right now to give yourself something on your last. They're really taking a hard look at it to see if they're 1-2 or just one. That's kind of what I would be thinking if I'm Team Newell. If you put it there, what does Team Francis do? They do have the run there, but the more you can put in there, the harder it's going to be to get rid of 3 or 4. So I definitely think looping it in right there is the shot. I think we do have a final on sheet 5. We have Team Whitaker has won the D Division finals. Or E Division, sorry, yes, E Division finals. Team Whitaker has won it, so congratulations to them. Again, stay tuned for the award ceremony around 7 p.m.
Team Newell's picked out the draw to the top of the button to maybe sit 2.
I think even if they're not sitting first and second, if you're first and third and fourth, what does Team Francis do at that point? You're at the point of where they can't really run anything in because I don't think you're going to be able to get rid of enough to not give up a 2, maybe a 3. You may see Team Francis just throw it away and let Team Newell try to make a play. So here's the draw. Glenn, I think called heavy, looks wide. If the weight's there, it's going to curl. We've seen this all weekend. Here it goes. Here it goes. Basically right where he asked for it. Sitting 1, maybe 1-2. What does Team Francis do here?
That's a $1 million question there, Steve.
Could you drive your red rock? I'm wondering if you could drive your yellow rock or your red rock into the pocket and scoot 1 or 2. So if you run that red rock back into this pile here, I think the rock where Bill Francis broom is, I think scoots and goes. The third shot rock is going to scoot. It's going to go. And if you drive it right into this pocket here, Dave, I think the 2 yellows, top 4, back 4 are gone. And I think maybe the one on the button might scoot back here maybe. That's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm seeing. It's tough.
This ice, they might just be calling a guard or a little tap back of the red.
So it's definitely seeing it. They're definitely calling some sort of guard. What is now? If you're Team Newell, what do you? They're blocking. They block the the tap that Glenn just threw. He's gonna have to go the wide way into tap. I'm not sure. Well, now Team Francis is in our way this way, but we have the overhead shot here, as you see. Looks like he's gonna come wide, maybe. If you're Team Newell, do you think you could run that red kind of onto your 1 on the button and scoot it away? Maybe to get 3. Drive this your 1 in the button.
That red at 9 o'clock's not going anywhere.
Yeah. I think Team Newell's sitting 1 for sure. It's close for 2. I believe it's Team Francis for 2. I think he's going to come across.
Francis, I think, is sitting 2nd and 3rd.
I think he's going to come across the face and try to tap it. With the curl on the ice, I think he could have thrown the same turn he just threw to get around and tap for 2. And if you came that way, I'm wondering if you could tap and get to 3. If you threw the same turn and he tapped the rock that he just threw back, do you think he could move the second shot just enough to sit 3?
I don't think so. I think it's really tough to get in there for 2nd, let alone for 3. But he's going to make a go at it, or is he just throwing this away?
I think he's just throwing this away. I don't think he saw a shot that he was willing to risk anything.
So 1 yellow is going to be 5-3 for Team Francis. So Team Newell is going to hope for a steal situation.
So center line guard, got to get something up there. Got to get the pressure on. You do need a steal here. It's 5-3 playing the 7th end. So you've got to try to get a steal. At least a steal of 1. Hopefully, if you can maybe try to get a steal of 2. Really put the pressure on for the 8th. Lead Adam Johnson's throwing your center line guard to start with.
Some scores around the sheet. Sheet 1, the D final, sponsored by Stroked Ego. Team Parent is leading Team Knight 7-4. Our sheet, the A final, sponsored by TD. Team Francis is leading Team Newell 5-3. The C final on sheet 3, sponsored by Skanes General Contracting. Team Verburn is leading Team Douglas 4-3. The B final on sheet 4, sponsored by YOW Home Team. Team Chow is leading Team Colbert 4-2. And our first final, as you might have heard earlier, the E final, Sheet 5, sponsored by Man Lawyers. Team Whitaker was victorious against Team Johnson, 9-3.
So perfect centerline guard, and then Team Francis came around. It's open. Team Newell's electing to just ignore it and just put another centerline, higher centerline guard up. They really have to push for a steal here.
Yes, they're going to look for steal. Holding one, down 3. It's probably...
That's a tough...
The appealing capabilities of Team Francis. Get a 3 is going to be tough.
It looks heavy. I thought he was calling a higher centerline guard. It's definitely sliding in. It's going to freeze to the back. A little maybe rub and get it under. It's corner frozen. It's buried. You might be able to see if you're sitting in the hack maybe a quarter. Team Francis is just going to come up and just start peeling because this is not what Team Francis wants. Definitely, it looks a little wide though. Bill's asking for some. He's third to get some curl on it. He's all over his red and the yellow. It pushes things back behind the tee line. His rock's red shot behind the tee line, but that's just going to give an opportunity for Team Newell to just freeze right onto it. Just a freeze. Puts it frozen right to that red. I think you'll find Team Francis comes up and peels that guard. Wait, sweeping it to hold it straight. Weight looks fairly good. The skipper just said it was a little outside, so now he's asking for some curl. It's got to move a lot. It is starting to move, and if they get it, it's a little heavy now with all that sweeping. It's behind the tee line. Again, corner frozen, so it's tough.
Not terrible result there.
No, so that's tough for Team Francis to get rid of. He is just asking for the peel of the guard. I think he might be able to get the slash across, maybe. He'd be quite happy with that. Ooh, he's got to get, it's got to curl a little bit.
We are now joined with Jeff Morrison, who's coming off the ice after finishing second place in the E final. Jeff, do you want to share any of your thoughts out there?
I never have any thoughts, so no, I'm good, thank you, David.
Jeff did a wonderful serenade of Sweet Caroline last night. As he said, the first time someone sang that at karaoke ever.
Sweet Caroline has never been done in karaoke. Did you know that, David?
No, that was definitely, totally the first time I've heard that at karaoke.
So Team Newell just threw up the center guard. Team Francis just going to peel it again. A little bit of a cat and mouse game. See who's going to blink first. Bill is asking for some curl. May have gotten it outside a little bit. He's gonna caught his red rock way out on the edge of the 12. Rolled it in a little bit. Definitely, Glenn's just gonna ask for another center line guard here. So third, Lawrence Mudrick is tasked to throw a centerline guard. They're on it early, almost right out of his hand, so I'm not sure if they thought it was light. They are trying to get it to curl. The weight's there, it will go. Starting to move. It's not going to get all the way over the center line. It didn't get there. Shot rock is fully exposed. Any sort of weight, you're going to lose your back red, which is okay if you're Team Francis. Right now, all that's doing is hurting you. So I want to say, based on that ice, probably a control weight. Just come and hit and just roll a little away from the broom, and you're sitting probably one. They were on it almost right away. Definitely don't want to roll out. That was exactly the shot basically he wanted. He did want to roll away a little bit to make this hit and roll over harder. So this will be just a little hit and flop under. Just a little hit and flop under. Board weight, bumper weight here. Got to get this under. It is a long guard, but you do have to try to get this under. You got to keep pushing Team Francis for a miss. You're at the end of your third rock throwers. So you gotta get a hit and roll. You gotta put the pressure on. You gotta get by this guard though. It's looking like it's diving towards it. Just got by. Hit, and is it gonna stay?
It's gonna roll out.
No, hung around. It's tough. I think it's third shot. Yeah. So Bill Francis in the house is indicating that he's second. So this shot rocks. He's gonna hit this right on the nose. I'm pretty sure. Get this. Split the rings for his two. If Team Francis takes a 2 here, you might see handshakes. It's tough to come back. It would be tough to get a 4. And this is curling. They really have to hold this. Oh, they've missed. It's flashed.
That's a big miss there. A big unforced error there from Team Francis.
So Team Newell's got to get this around and got to really put the pressure down. They're sitting shot. You can get around and behind the corner guard here. I'm not sure what Team Francis will do. I'm not sure if he'll try to run something back or just hit the open.
So Team Newell's looking to go around their guard to sit 2. Again, they're probably looking to steal here.
It's almost, yeah, you got to steal one here, at least one here. You got to, if you steal, you got to steal again in the 8th. And if you steal one in each, then you got to steal in the extra end. So that'll be tough. 3 straight steals and 3 ends in a row, but seen wild things. Got to get it there. They're sitting first and second.
It's close.
They're sitting 1-2. I think you're gonna find Team Francis just hits one of the shots, first or second shot, and just to try to give himself a draw. they've got to be careful on where they hit this because there is jam possibilities over at the back of the 12 there. So if you catch it too thin, you will jam potentially, or there's a shot that you could jam it over the back 12. That would not be ideal for Team Francis right now. If you just hit it right on the nose, you're also okay with that. And it's off. It's looking. It's got to curl a little. There it goes. There it goes. Got to get it moving even more. You're going to catch the outside.
I think if you're Team Newell, you're going to ignore that situation and just draw again around that guard.
Yeah, you have to. You have to get it around. You have to get it around. It looks like we have a final on sheet 4. I just saw some handshakes and some hugs.
I think Team Chow was victorious over Team Corbière.
We'll give you an update for sure once we know, but so Glenn's got to get this buried. He is sitting shot rock at the back, but he's got to get this buried and hope for a miss.
Well, and we have handshakes on sheet 1 as well.
They jumped that right out of his hand. They thought that was light right out of his hand. It's got to curl. It's got to get behind the guard. They may have jumped it. Oh, flash that. Got to slow down. It's got to sit. It sits. There's no double. It's such a flat dub. So Team Francis, Bill's going to draw for 1. If he's light, he's got to be at least second shot. I don't think you can give up. You can't give up 2, and you can. You'd be tied with Hammer coming home, but it's tough.
I'm surprised he's calling the draw here. That yellow shot rock is fairly wide open. You can play the board weight hit and stick, and even if you just got a piece and rolled out, you give up the steal of 1. This one's a little dangerous. If he comes up light or heavy, you can give up the steal of 2.
If you're heavy, you definitely have to know it almost right out of your hands because you have to be able to tap back the red there. At the top of the 12, you've got to be able to tap it back. And it's skip the sweepers. I think they like it. It's starting to move. There you go. He's got
a nice shot there.
Got the pin for 1.
That's why we're commentating instead of playing out there.
So it's going to be 6-3 coming home for Team Francis. I think you're going to find Team Francis is going to throw their first 3 rocks through. Oh, he is asking for a centerline guard.
With the 5 rock rule, I've been taught that you want your first one top 4.
He is calling top 4. I thought maybe he might throw it through because rocks in the house don't necessarily. Rocks in play right now with a 3-point lead. You don't necessarily need them. Every team's got their own strategy. Some teams would throw this through. Some teams would put a top 4 where he's calling.
What you definitely don't want to do is come up light and throw a guard there for your opposition.
It's looking fairly good for top 4, top 8. You're gonna see Team Newell just not worry about wherever that is. Throw a corner guard. You might hear some background noise. The gallery's starting to get a little busier with with teams coming off the ice.
They were gonna throw this away. Can you believe it?
So Leeds, Adam Johnson's first. Going for a corner guard here. Got to get that corner there. Looks might be a little heavy. Looks it's definitely heavy. You're gonna find Team France is just gonna come up and blast this off.
So some updates. There's some games that have finished. On sheet 1, the D final, sponsored by Stroked Ego. Team Perron is victorious 9-4 over Team Knight. On sheet 4, the B final, sponsored by YOW Home Team. Team Chow was victorious against Team Colbière.
And as expected, Team France just comes up, hits it, and rolls away. He also would have been okay if he would have lost the one sitting on the button area.
Team Newell desperately needs a corner guard here to have any chance of getting a 3.
The weight's looking better. They've got to make sure it gets over, though. You can't hog this. It's looking pretty good. Higher the better. Higher the better right there is quite nice. With the 5 rock roll, Team Francis can't do anything with it. So he's gonna throw top 12 or top 8, kind of half, maybe a third around the corner that Team Newell just threw, just to choke that area off so Team Newell can't use it. Or it forces Team Newell to use some taps and some weight, so you don't necessarily want it dead buried, because that just gives something for Team Newell to freeze to. It's hanging out there a little bit. It's got a curl. If the weight's proper, it's gonna curl. They're not going to get where they want it, but they are going to corner freeze or freeze right on the face, which is fine. I think you're still going to find... Yeah, he's calling back 4 weight. You don't need to get rid of the rocks. You just want to move them around, give yourself a little bit of a better angle. The more rocks that are behind the T line right now do help Team Newell. You need stuff to be able to freeze to and have Team Francis jam to. So this is David Jensen's first rock. Looked like Glenn called a little wide. Sweepers are on it. Weight looks quite close. And it looks like the line's fairly close now. Just a little tap. That's exactly what Team Newell wanted.
Team Francis is just going to pick this out. You can throw it inside and get the guard. You'd hate to miss this wide, which I don't think they will.
No, Bill Francis said if you're inside, to kill the guard is okay. You definitely can't be wide at all. You've got to err inside. They've got to get this to move. It looks maybe a little wide. It's tough to see if they got it over. They were wide. That is
not the way they wanted to miss the.
No, if you're gonna miss it, you want to miss it inside, clear the guard. I think you're gonna find Team Newell a little tap and roll. I mean, it'd be if he can get under. I think you find Team Francis come up and just peel the guard. If you can get it under, if they tap him and get it under, you almost got to just peel the guard.
The real key to this shot is you have to save the shooter, whatever happens.
Glenn Newell said it was wise. He has his third Lawrence Modric on it to get it to curl, and he is moving that rock a ton to get that moving. He is going to get the tap. Is he going to get the roll under?
Good shot.
He got it. He got it under. I don't. From my angle, I can't see how much is under. I'm pretty sure Bill just called just a straight peel on. He's coming. They're coming the other way. I think he's airing just to peel the guard off. If you peel the guard, it's very tough to score 4. And just a straight peel. It's okay. Glenn's going to elect to put the guard back. So the guard has to be made here. They have to put the guard up. It doesn't have to be 100% perfect, but you do have to make it up somewhere around where you see Glenn's broom, up about halfway, covering most of the rocks in the house. You do need 3 to tie. If this is heavy, this isn't gonna help. And this is almost a...
Oh, just off-nose triple takeout here.
Yeah, off-nose triple, and you have 4 rocks left, and you have to score 3. That's not a good feeling. Moving. Are they just going to pick it clean? Team Newell still in this. Picked it clean. The 3 is still alive.
Not a terrible result for Team Francis. Just wanted to make sure you at least peeled that one off.
So another guard attempt here. Gotta get it over and it's going sideways.
It's gonna over curl a bit.
And I think you're going double here. It's if Bill makes the double here, Team Francis will be back-to-back over the rainbow Bonspiel A division champions here. Taking his time, making sure that...
Again, if he doesn't want to miss this outside. If you miss it inside and get the guard, no harm, no foul.
Throw looks good. They're holding it straight right now. And there's your...
Oh, not quite.
All right.
Team Newell is still alive.
I was about to ready to call that. I thought that was there. Team Newell's got to get something and hope for a miss. There's a crowd behind us watching this A Division final. Plus, I'm sure up in the viewing gallery upstairs, there's quite a bit upstairs watching this.
So Team Newell is going to look to maybe Christmas tree this, and then hope and pray for an uncharacteristic miss from Team Francis.
Yeah, the one on the 4-foot's pretty wide open. Even if you Christmas tree it, he's just got to hit something to make things go away for the win.
Waterproof. Yeah, I'm still wearing chucks in winter.
Yeah, he's not gonna do it this
It's looking fairly good. They're on it now. Gotta get it there.
So it's like a shoe, but it goes up.
So Team Francis just has to make one of these two rocks go away, and they will be back-to-back champions here in the A division. Both rocks are fairly wide open. I don't expect him to be wide. If he's anything, he's going to be a little inside the broom. There's two rocks side by side you just have to make one of the two go away. Throw looks really good.
Looks good. Sweepers are just cleaning it.
Just cleaning, and you're going to have your winner here in your 2024 Frozen But Fierce OTRB A Division champion is Team Francis.
Congratulations to Skip Bill Francis, third Jeff Junk, second Steve Courteau, and lead Ian Casper on defending their championships from a year ago. And on behalf of the Frozen But Fierce Over the Rainbow Bonspiel committee, co-chaired by Kevin Martin and Russ Francis, this is David Coffey wishing everyone who's been watching us well.
Make sure you tune in at 7 p.m. for the award ceremony.
We are doing the live feed on this as well. We've done a lot of it for the last couple of days. So Smile will be pretty if you have
Hi everyone, welcome. I hope you've been enjoying yourself. Start on the award ceremony. Bienvenue à la cérémonie de remise des prix pour Vancouver Over the Rainbow. Puis on a occupé aussi un bon nombre des invités spéciaux, TD, Ottawa Curling Club, Stroke Eagles, Gaines General Contracting, Capital Pride, Max Ottawa. So we welcome these special guests today as well. Some of them are here, we have some representatives as well that are joining us for the ceremony. We'd also like to acknowledge Man Lawyers and YOW team who are the gold sponsors of Bonspiel as well, but they're not able to join us today. Nous aimerions aussi remercier nos commanditaires de l'équipe Lawyers et YOW qui ne sont pas présents parmi nous aujourd'hui. We want to quickly say thank you to a wide number of people, businesses, and organizations who have made this Bonspiel possible this weekend. On veut remercier un grand nombre de personnes, d'entreprises et d'organisations qui ont rendu possible la tenue de ce Bonspiel cette fin de semaine. Their names and logos have appeared, and I'm sure you've heard, throughout the club all weekend. And they participated in our Bonspiel this entire time. Leur nom et logo étaient affichés à l'intérieur du club et on contribuait au bon développement du tournoi.
Thank you.
On commence à remettre les prix. From E-Division on Sheet 5, sponsored by Men Lawyers, de la division E sur classe 5, qui est commandité par Men Lawyers, Russ Francis, co-chair of the Bonspiel, to help present the awards on behalf of Men Lawyers. Russ Francis, pour remettre les prix. Bon, à la deuxième place, l'équipe Johnson from Ottawa, Team Johnson from Ottawa.
We got rid of him. It was no good. Making shots.
E-Division champions, Team Whitaker from Kingston and Ottawa. The other one.
Actually, I think I'm still okay.
From D Division 1, G1, sponsored by Stroke Eagles. Let's exalt today last hour to tip at Stroke Eagle. Kevin Martin from Stroke Eagle, co-chair of the Bondsfield. To present the awards. Kevin Martin for Athletic Feed. À la deuxième place, équipe Knight from Toronto. Division champions, Team Farah from Montreal.
I know. I like that. Did
I have one job to do. General Contracting from C Division of Sheet 3, sponsored by Skanes General Contracting. On Andre and John Skanes. For Canada P, we have Andre and John Skanes from Skanes General Contracting for to present the awards. Keep Douglas from Ottawa, a runner-up, Team Douglas. Division champions, Team Revert from Ottawa. Hey, so from de la division B, sur classe 4, commandité par YOW Home Team from B Division. On sheet 4, sponsored by YOW Home Team. We welcome Dalal, manager of the Ottawa Curling Club. À la deuxième place, équipe Cobian du Montréal. Runner-up, Team Cobian from Montreal. Les champions de la division B, l'équipe Chow d'Ottawa, the B Division champions, Team Chow from Ottawa. From A Division on sheet 2, sponsored by TD. We have Chad Buffle, Vice President and Treasurer of the Rainbow Rockers Curling League. Pour remettre les prix, to present the awards on behalf of TD. À la deuxième place, on a Yves Newell from Toronto. Woo!
I have a full glass here to spill on you.
This could not have happened without the hard work and dedication of our co-chairs. And personally, I'd like to recognize them for the amount of work that both Russ and Kevin have done. The work was outrageous. I can't believe it. But the results speak for themselves, and I hope you guys really enjoy it. I can't be more proud of the team. Anyway, Kevin, Russ, please come up. And please, any feedback you have, whether it's good, bad, or just suggestions, we're more than welcome to hear it.